videos in sequence by relevancy, and I added the draft chapters as we heard about. So far, 120 students have gone through the biblical history course, and in this particular course, I found the best feedback ever. Really, really stuff. I'm so grateful to you for telling me a little bit about how you shaped this particular book. It's fantastic. If you are interested in participating in the biblical history course yourself, welcome. It would be great to have you there. Put the links in the information section. So if you are interested in reading this draft text and giving me some suggestions as to how I can shape it one way or another, I would like to do what other people think and maybe engage in a little bit of community interaction. If you like, it's entirely open to you. We would like to have you. Okay, I have to get started on volume 2 right now, and thank you so much for helping me out as I put together this project. Enjoy the videos. Okay, the link is there. Hello, fellow students and teachers. I'd like to continue our discussion of Jewish civilization now at the beginning of the so-called medieval period or dark ages with a look at the Jewish survival history. Now, let's understand the role of geography in Jewish government. Have a look at this piece of map. This is 16th century map called the Global. I think we like to take these kind of map ideas that express philosophical thought about how the universe works. And this shows that this global top left is Europe, top right is Asia, and bottom is Africa, and they all join in some way. So this Jewish map obviously himself was a Protestant minister, not especially successful in his career as a minister, but really successful as a mapmaker. You see America, the world is off to the left there. Israel, of course, is right at the center of three continents. And in fact, when you look at Israel from a satellite map, it's basically Africa to Europe and Asia, through to the land of Israel. And we note that this is exacerbated by the Jordan River Valley rift, which is very prominent in the satellite photograph. Basically, to the right, to the east of that Jordan River Valley, is like past the whole desert. So basically, if you want to go anywhere from, let's say, the very rich agricultural area of the Nile Delta, Egypt, which is just to the left, like Israel there, up to the region of Mesopotamia, which equals the big one, to the right, towards the middle area there. The only way to get from A to B is through this. That's called the Fertile Crescent, by the way. Sort of C-shape as from Egypt through Israel down to and Israel really is at the crossroads. There's no other way by land to get these two continents. We're not so far off. The moves developed this way from ancient times. There's a map showing the roads from on the bottom left to the right Fertile Crescent, and they have to go through the land of Israel. So two major routes. One is called the Derek Hayam, the Aris, which basically cuts the coastline. Yeah, cuts to the east. And then there was the Derek Hamelech, the King's Highway, which was planted here to the Ocean north, where it skirted under the Dead Sea and then made its way down the eastern part of the Jordan River Valley. Like the turnpike version, where there are more tolls, like the faster highway, like SCN, of course, that's the faster highway. Everything goes through Israel. There's no roads through the east. camel caravan, dangerous, expensive, all kinds of robbers and criminals on the way. Much easier ways to travel to Israel. Israel really was at a crossroads geographically, economically, and that was the case for thousands of years. It's important to note, of course, that not only goods traveled up and down these routes, but also ideas and thought traveling notions of Egypt. Those are notions from further afield as they make it to the So, what is it about now, how would you perhaps early dark ages? Let's have a look at this state solid the Agabah, which is located in Agabah, Jordan. It's also pronounced Agabah. Hebrew Agabah. Here is the map itself, which was made originally as a mosaic of the church in the 6th century of the comprehensive Byzantine church. And it was covered over, the church itself was abandoned in those 8th century. It was eventually resettled and was covered over with tiles, which were discovered again during ancient groups that were a generation of it was partially damaged and obscured by the pillars and things like that. But we get a much better look at this plan, much better map in this reconstruction. It's absolutely gorgeous and amazing. It's obviously designed for Christian pilgrims coming to a holy land. They're coming from the east, and they stop at this church, and they get oriented as to what's going on in Israel, what church they're going to. Now, like many ancient maps, it is oriented east to north. Okay, so as we're looking at this map, the south of the map, or let's say the bottom of the map, is understanding the Mediterranean Ocean looking towards the east. And that big sort of blob in the middle is the Dead Sea. To the left of it, the Jordan River flows into it. And all through the map, there are various sites of Christian significance and mentions Christian scriptures and things like that. So visitors will be able to tour these sites and understand something about where those sites from. Here's a beautiful picture of the holy city of Jerusalem. You can see that it's mosaic, which, by the way, is millions of tiles over 140 square feet. And it says at the top of the Greek, Media Polis Sahab, the last part's got the holy city of Jerusalem. It is significant to see the original design of Jerusalem. Like through the center is the Roman road known as the Chicago. I actually have personal experience with Chicago because when I was an undergraduate, we were using which is Cardo's Cafe, which is pizza right on Chicago there. To the left of the Damascus Gate, and is actually laid out with pretty specific proportions and very accurate to what archaeologists are doing as they reconstruct it. So if you get the idea of Israel still as a great center, a focus of pilgrimage for Christians, of course, holy Jews were still living in the land of Israel, of course, but this region eventually was conquered by the Muslims in the 7th century. This is last through the region, of course, that would be subject to Muslims as well. Just one last detail before we leave on this map of the Muslims. This is a fascinating picture. This is a close-up of the two fishermen on the Dead Sea. And as you can see, the boat is very clearly delineated. You can see there is a mast, like a curled up sailor, what's going on with the fishermen themselves. So it appears that the Muslims, when they encountered this map on the map, they were like hesitant to destroy it. Obviously, it's a tremendous work of art, it's really useful, but at the same time, it depicts the human form, which was considered anathema to the Muslims in the 7th century in particular. And so what they did was they as it were, vandalized the map. They removed the bodies and faces of the fishermen, and they painstakingly recreated the mosaic other tiles to disguise their originals. Just see their hands and feet sticking out of those sort of potato-like shapes. So you see how the Muslims also like the region Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages, and let's look at the land of Israel and Babylonia simultaneously. Let's start a little bit with a review of the important political history. So here in the background is a beautiful image of the age of Mosaic, and we'll return to this in a little while. But what were the major political events between year 200 and year 634, specifically in the land of Israel? We've spoken quite a bit about the middle of the 2nd century, the immediate aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, and how Judea, the southern part, central southern part of the land of Israel especially, is attacked by Hadrian and his successors. Tremendous devastation brought on Jerusalem in particular, and all kinds of terrible things. A lot of Jewish population moves to the north, where there's a new center developing there. And at the end of the century, there's a very brief moment of respite, largely as a result of this relationship between one of the Roman emperors, who is known in the Talmud as Antoninus, and Rabbi Yehuda Nasi himself. This mysterious Antoninus is difficult to identify because Antonin was the name of an entire dynasty. There's several emperors that had the name Antonin in their names, usually the second or third name. And so it's hard to determine which one it is, but most likely the one that's called Caracalla, because they had similar names and opposite nicknames. So during this period, when, according to the Talmud, actually the reason for their very close relationship was because at one point mothers actually switched, and Antoninus was actually nursed by Rabbi Yehuda Nasi's mother, and that experience changed him dramatically, although it is important to note that his father was also positively disposed towards Jews. At any rate, what this means for us is there's that moment in time when the Yehuda Nasi decides that he's going to take advantage of it, and he specifically organized the codification of the mission. The Roman Empire, of course, is going to be divided. You're going to have the western part ruled by Rome, the eastern part ruled by a place called Byzantium that was later renamed after Emperor Constantine as Constantinople. Eventually, when the Muslims conquered, they renamed it Istanbul. This represents an eastern and a western Roman empires, and they're going to be quite different in so many ways. And in general, the Jews begin to experience a steady decline in their status after that brief moment of respite under Antoninus. There is a couple of punctuated moments where it seems to look a little bit better, like Julian the Apostate, a very short-lived leader of the Roman Empire in the middle of the 4th century, proposes to the Jews, quite possibly because he wants to get an alliance with the Jews from Babylonia. It didn't really work out, but he proposed even rebuilding the temple, which generated a certain amount of enthusiasm, but not enough to keep him from being killed in the battlefield, and that idea simply disagreed. By the way, the term apostate is something that's applied from a later Christian perspective, obviously because he was bucking the trend towards Christianity that would be strongly promoted by his predecessor, Constantine. The Persians will end up invading, the Persians will get the upper hand over the Roman Empire, and they will end up invading the land of Israel in 614. And then the Eastern Roman Empire, now called the Empire, will invade back again just a couple of decades later, and then the Muslims will come in just 5 years later, in 634, and kind of bookend this period that we're talking about. So we're looking at about 400 years now in just a couple of short lectures, but I hope this orients you to the overall picture of what's happening. Perhaps one of the most important things for the long-term survival of the Jewish people is, of course, the development of academies, the yeshivot. And we have two major centers. In the land of Israel, they're centered primarily in the north. This particular map is a little bit, distorted in the sense that all the dots are the same size. You get the sense that there's yeshivas all over Israel, but really the most important ones, the concentration of the most significant figures were to the north. There were definitely significant figures in the south, in Lida, for example, and the Talmud speaks about the Chachmei sages of the south, but most of the activities happened in the north. The two most significant figures after Rabbi Yehuda Nasi passed away were none other than great Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. Can phenomenal thinkers of the late 3rd century who were perhaps the most important in bringing together the text for what would ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. They and their successors were involved in this, especially after yet another revolt, this one much more localized, against a local governor named Gallus in the year 351-52. After briefly gaining some momentum against the Romans now having gone through 2 major wars against the Jews, not to mention a minor war of 115, they put it down almost immediately and in a terrifying manner, completely destroying the Jewish population of Sepphoris, for example. But it was against this backdrop, and perhaps because the Jews saw that moment that they had enjoyed under Rabbi Nasi was perhaps going to close forever, that they decided to codify their lengthy discussions of the Mishnah into the first Talmud. Now, it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. This is something of a misnomer. Almost all the activity was happening to the north. In fact, Jews were barely allowed in Jerusalem at all during this time. The other term that's frequently used is the Palestinian Talmud, which is certainly more accurate if you want to refer to the land of Israel as Palestine. But it also carries a somewhat strange distortion as well. So the Jerusalem Talmud is the Yerushalmi is the term that's most frequently cited in Hebrew. And you get these Palestinian Talmud in Hebrew and English, you will see both of those terms. But the Talmud is basically a lengthy, almost like an edited transcript of the discussion of hundreds of rabbis of the Mishnah as it was recorded by Rabbi Nasi at the turn of the 3rd century. Now, over in Babylonia, this is a period when you get the expansion of the great yeshivas there, which would ultimately eclipse the yeshivas in Israel. Pumbedita and Sura are perhaps the most significant of this period, and they end up writing the Babylonian Talmud, which is, of course, distinct from the Jerusalem. It's written afterwards. It encapsulates what they said in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they expand in other areas. Of course, they're able to look back at the discussion. And one of the most significant elements in creating this Talmud is the activity of the so-called nefute. The term nefute is Aramaic. It means those who go down. It's the same term used in Hebrew today as yordim for those who leave the land of Israel. Today it carries a slight tinge of a derogatory tone sometimes. That's not necessarily used in the context of the Talmud, because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia. Jews were going back and forth all the time. Quite often, the Babylonian will start with a phrase like Kiyasa Rabbi, when Rabbi Dimi came, i.e., from the land of Israel, and he said, hey, this is what they're saying in Israel. That really cross-fertilized ideas, which is very important in creating this much larger Talmud. The Babylonian, which is essentially the one studied today. This is a period also when there was a major invasion of someone named Odenathus Septimus. He was the king of nearby Palmyra, known in the Talmud as Tadmor. This is a region that was allied with Rome, and it was actually kind of like a minor principality of sorts. And rather than showing Rome's strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness, that Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the Persian Empire, and so they had to rely on this proxy. But why it's important for us is that he ravaged much of the region where the Jews lived, completely destroyed the yeshiva of Nehardah in the year 259, which was right when it was at its peak under Shmuel, and a lot of things changed as a result of that particular event. It really resulted in the expansion of Pumbedita and so on, but that's maybe a little more detail than we need. But by closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in the land of Israel, so it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts that they had been discussing. They edited them. It was primarily an oral document committed to writing, and that's ultimately what became the Babylonian Talmud. I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off on the Talmud, because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death and question some of the things that he said, for example, after his passing. So it's more likely that Ravashi perhaps formed the essence of it, and then later editors added a few things. But that's a whole other discussion, very active in the world of academic Talmud study. This Babylonian Talmud had tremendous implications for the rest of Jewish history. Perhaps its most significant modern development is the institution of something called Daf Yomi, which means literally a page a day or a folio a day. A daf is both sides of one page, and this is essentially the world's largest book club. It's been running since the 1920s, where Jews all over the world will follow a single calendar and will learn the same folio of Talmud on the same day worldwide. So you can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of JFK and go to, I don't know, Tokyo, and you can pick up the next stuff in Tokyo the next day. And you can travel the world like this. It's a tremendous unifying feature. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews are engaged in it daily. And I'm very proud, putting a little plug here, for participating in something called Al-Daf, which is on the screen here. Al-Daf is taking the whole Daf Yomi experience and putting it onto the internet. This is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different Magidish here, people who teach the page of Talmud in many languages: English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary materials. The part that I do, and I'm really happy about, is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical datum that occurs on that particular page of the Talmud. I'm really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History in Time. At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's not really well known. I think one of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called incantation bowls or curse bowls, and no one's exactly sure precisely how they were used, but they are clearly produced by Jews, perhaps for a general market, not other Jews, but also for local Babylonians. They typically involve all kinds of spells, prayers. We use different kinds of words to describe the tone of these things, sometimes featuring drawings like this one, sometimes demons. And they were often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be like turned upside down as if to, I don't know, capture people's spirits and keep them in the house contained, or perhaps to affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they were broken, sometimes they were whole, were intentionally broken. Wow, so many questions. But this is just an example of the popular culture that we just don't know a lot about, and hopefully that we'll get more answers as the research continues. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's pick up a discussion now of the history of the Jews in the land of Israel and Babylonia in the early Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, if you will. And I'd like to emphasize one thing that is among the many contributions that Jewish civilization has rendered to humanity as a whole. I've explored this in much greater detail in text. Not really a chance to look at the book or look at the draft version of it in my course on biblical Jewish history. One of the, we talked about several of these contributions Jewish civilization made to humanity. The Sabbath is a massive thing, right? The idea of having one day off in 7, day of rest, a day that's dedicated to religious growth, that family connections, something that's way more important today than it ever has been, since we live in such a connected world where, you have in your hand the electronic attachment to everything in the world. The Sabbath is a mandatory, like, calm down, focus on the people you live with, focus on your community, focus on your direct relationships with other people. Go on for a long time. Of course, prior to that, connected to it is the idea of monotheism, very, very significant contribution to world culture, especially Western civilization. A smaller but very significant one that we should talk about today is the synagogue, which is essentially a gathering place, a local gathering place for the public communal worship of God, which was a new institution. Typically in the ancient world, you would have temples, which were manned by specialists like priests, who would be the only ones allowed into the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that, the actual work of the temple was only performed by Kohanim and Levim. There are lots of other people who could kind of be on the outside, but the real stuff that happens there was for specialists. The synagogue is a public place. The synagogue is where everyone can go and can express their spiritual yearnings and be reinforced by the community, engaged in the same kind of spiritual activity. Very, very important. It later, of course, morphs into the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very idea of the synagogue is something that we tie to the ancient Jewish world. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological record. There's a lot of mystery about the synagogues, about exactly when they started. There's some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century before the Common Era. And it stands to reason that you want to have synagogues when you are forcibly exiled from the temple. But not really definitive sources. We haven't found any remains of synagogues that date back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, when there was a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of more and more mikvaot across the land of Israel, ritual baths and so on, the use of chalk vessels, which are important for the laws of purity and so on, and perhaps it's associated with that period. But the earliest actual archaeological evidence we have for synagogues is this document, the Theodotus inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques, right? Which I'm smiling because if you walk through a synagogue today, you would see they were filled with plaques. Shlomo dedicated the Aaron, and Rivka dedicated the Kisei Shalei Eliyahu to her father. This is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community, and the synagogue specifically. You put up a plaque that memorializes the donor. This is the Theodotus inscription, which was discovered just outside Jerusalem, and it dates. It's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place. It was thrown into an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it. But it's probably from the 1st century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the 1st century of the Common Era, but it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotus, son of Ventenus, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in these dedications, archisynagogos, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being head of the synagogue. Son of the head of the synagogue and grandson of a head of the synagogue, which sounds like a joke about the Kohanim, which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, a late date, let's say the year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called the synagogue, so we can certainly place it, in the 1st century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that they would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading of the Torah, for example. and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those that meet from abroad. So it appears this synagogue, at any rate, had a more expansive purpose. It seems a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue which his fathers founded with the elders and Simonides. We have some examples of archaeological remains of ancient synagogues. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating. This is a little bit later, and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Tiberia, the hot springs of Tiberias, which is in the north, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this, this is an aerial view. There's some kind of like wall that was constructed that bisects, unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic, and on top of it is this interesting kind of or register. Let's bring this up here, and it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple. It has all of these symbols harkening back to the temple. It has a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant. Has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to the Jews in the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. It has, of course, a shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah and menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So they're still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic. That's a high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside. You've got all of the 12 signs of the zodiac, labeled in Hebrew. A certain amount of nudity, which is somehow shocking, but we also see it in the Dura Europos synagogue. I'll show you that later. Not necessarily nudity, but the Dura Europos synagogue. But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god, which is a typical representation of non-Jewish zodiacs, where you have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? And especially because for much of this period, Jews tended to be very aniconic, meaning when they portrayed artwork, it was typically decorative in nature, using geometrical symbols and patterns rather than depictions of the human form. So theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant or more convincing theories is that Jews didn't look at this like it was the god Helios. They looked at it as if it was a representation of the sun. That's just the convention. When you want to display the sun, display like a guy sitting there with his face shining. And it's not like they took it seriously as, oh, there's Helios, the sun god. They would say, oh, isn't this a beautiful, you've got the sun and all these other things around it. You can be convinced or not, but if you have a better idea, put it in the comment box. Here is another example of a zodiac, not nearly as beautiful, I think, from the Beit Alpha synagogue. Dates a little bit later. You can see that the artwork is, I think, a little bit more primitive in nature, but very similar kind of decorative elements. And you see, of course, Helios with his 4 horses, and so we have multiple examples of this kind of convention. This is also a mosaic from Beit Alpha, which has a very, very stark kind of representation of the Akedah, the binding of Isaac. You see that on the far right there is Patriarch Abraham, and he's holding a slaughtering knife, and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew, on the flames, and he's after slaughtering him. But there is in the center, towards the top, there is a hand that reaches out from heaven, which is also fascinating because if Jews are traditionally aniconic and they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the 10 Commandments, then they certainly don't represent God. But nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about if the artist could use this. Is it possible you have Christian artists who are doing this work? But if that's the case, the Jews are paying for this art for their synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it? Lots of fascinating questions. But anyway, under the hand, it says, Al Tishlach, do not send out your hand against the boy, and so on. And you can see all kinds of things out in Ayel. Here's the lamb that's tied to the bush and so on. Fascinating stuff. I want to share with you one more synagogue, this time not in the land of Israel. This is the amazing synagogue of ROTHSCHILD. This is a synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia. And the Romans, correctly fearing a Persian attack, decided to reinforce the city. They assumed, again correctly, that the Persians would not attack from the riverside, but they would go and swoop around the city and attack from the southwestern side. So what they did was, if you look on the map here, they bury all of the city in sand, which was designed to be like a protection bulwark against the attacks of the Persians. And of course, that means that when they lose the battle and the rest of the city is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned. But the synagogue that's in that sort of pinkish area that you can see, it ends up being protected from the elements, and especially from light. So when it was discovered in the 20th century and excavated in 1932, they discovered these amazing, gorgeous wall paintings. Here's the interior of the synagogue. You can see on the center left is the Aron, where the Torah would have been kept, and all around it are several registers high of various wall paintings. Now these paintings are absolutely gorgeous. The color, the density, the artwork. Here's a depiction of the prophet Samuel anointing David with all of his brothers there. So three of them are used as, hey, how you doing? It's just so evocative. Such a great example of this art. Here's an example. It looks like you've got, like, once again, a depiction of the temple below, but above it you have Moses, and it appears it's the same figure, Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is a convention you sometimes see in ancient art. On the right, he's like drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out over the sea. They're victorious, and on the left, he's leading the Jews off to the land of Israel. So it appears like the hands of God. Once again, strange for an iconic Jews, but the hands of God are reaching down. Oh, by the way, let's see when this all happened. The Dura Europa synagogue, we know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this art dates from somewhere in the 250s, perhaps. Here is a really even a letter, right? Thing for and on the left you see a great scene of Haman leading Mordecai in honor on a white horse. And this was like one of the major turning points in the remarkable book of Esther. Haman is going to be incensed because he feels this honor is something he should receive, and instead he has to, facilitate it for Mordecai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants, so look, he has to walk around in this half tunic all day. I'm just making that part up, but I think it looks pretty fun. At any rate, gorgeous representation. We're so fortunate to have this preserved in historical record. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's get to a discussion of the early Dark Ages, the development of diaspora in the 1st century, in particular to the Jews living all over what would be today Turkey, and of course in Byzantium. You can see that little spot where the Black Sea meets the Aegean. That's the Byzantium, later Constantinople. And then if you move through the 3rd century, you've got Jews not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is an old Jewish community, but you've got them, occupying sites across the coast of North Africa, into the Iberian Peninsula, all the way up into Europe as far as London even. And of course, Rome, the Italian Peninsula, has a lot of Jews in it, as does the Greek Peninsula. Now, it's a little bit misleading because all of these squares indicating Jewish communities are the same size, so you get the sense that, wow, look, there's all these Jews in Saragossa and Bordeaux and things like that. But these could be really tiny settlements. I mean, it might be 3 families, 10 families. It's really hard to say what the size of it is. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of the great scope of Jewish settlement. There are also, with these really bold starbursts, there are a few communities that also have a strong Christian community as well. Jewish and Christian communities are frequently overlapping for the first couple centuries. In fact, when St. Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, would make his great tours of the Mediterranean, he would frequently go to Jewish sites because that's where he would most likely find likely converts to Christianity, either born Jews or the so-called God-fearing communities of non-Jews who were attracted to the synagogue, but perhaps were a little repulsed by the extreme requirements of conversion, such as circumcision, things like that. So that's where he would find much of his audience when he was traveling around. So that gives you a sense of the huge spread of Jews during this time. The activity we described earlier of the creation of the Mishnah, later the Jerusalem and Babylonian Talmuds, was so important to maintaining connection with these disparate communities. It was kind of like a standardized constitution, a text that all Jews could look to. Beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups in Greek translation, for example, the Talmud became the authorized Jewish interpretive tradition that would inform the behavior of Jews all over the Mediterranean basin and was so crucial for keeping them together as a community. Now, things begin to change significantly in the year 313 with the so-called Edict of Milan. This was essentially a decree by the Roman emperor, now much more enthusiastic about Christianity, to say that, maybe we should stop persecuting Christians. The Jews had an interesting carve-out in Roman law because although they were punished for their rebellion several times and cruelly treated, shipped off into slavery after those wars and so on, nevertheless, Jews were essentially eligible to reach citizenship, and more significantly, Judaism was considered a legitimate religion, which meant that the Jews were allowed, for example, to be exempted from official emperor worship. They didn't have to offer sacrifices to the emperor's statue. They didn't have to bow down to the emperor's statue, all kinds of things like that. Because people said, what are you going to do? Those are those crazy Jews. They have this really old religion that, I don't know, it just says they can't do these basic civic duties. And so they had an exemption. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews, especially as we move into the 2nd century. And so they were like, hey, what's wrong with you? You're not Jewish, and yet you're not worshiping the emperor, not kosher. And so there's maybe we would say not kosher, but it was the kind of thing where they were exposed to tremendous persecution as a result. With the Edict of Milan, they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would ultimately result in, of course, Christianity far more power as being aligned with the state as the official state religion later on, and that will put Jews at a distinct disadvantage. That especially happens when Emperor Constantine declares Christianity to be the official religion. Now, we've talked about this period in several lectures and the theological implications of it and the political and social implications of the decision. But I'd like to look at one little interesting footnote. This is not indicative of a widespread social reaction to the Edict of Milan and the adoption of Christianity as a state religion. But there was one work that was composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would have reacted to this. I'm talking about a manuscript that was anonymously written and really did not come to light in scholarly research. Doesn't really show up until several centuries later, but it was probably first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called Toldos Yesho, the story of Jesus. And this is not the Christian version of the story of Jesus. As we've discussed in previous lectures, during the first century when Jesus was active, he really doesn't leave any impression in any of the Jewish works that we have of the time, excepting, of course, the Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup. There's no reference to Jesus, for example, even in the Mishnah, written over a century and a half after the period in which he lived. You do see maybe a dozen references to Jesus, typically not very complimentary in the Talmud, but they're scattered and incidental and certainly subsumed within the much larger scope of the Talmud as a whole. The Talmud is definitely not Jesus-focused or even Christian-focused, even though it does touch on some of the implications of the Jews living under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks the Christian story of Jesus' birth and describes a far more prosaic and even scandalous origin, and discusses, the miracles that were circulating among Christians as, various types of acts of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe in and so on. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of Jews pushing back against the Christian narrative. When it eventually comes to the attention of Christians in translation by Raymond Monti, of course, it would be horribly scandalous, would have definitely negative impact on the Jewish community, because some Christians would read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews thinking, and the nasty things they say about the founder of our religion. So it's a complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series, God willing, the evolution or devolution of medieval anti-Semitism. But this is likely a phenomenon that emerges from perhaps the 4th, maybe 5th century, when these shifts in the authority and legitimacy of Christianity and Judaism are being shifted. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of Jewish History Lab by looking at a very important document at the turning point of Jews in the early diaspora. The creation of the Jerusalem Talmud is what we're going to talk about specifically today. Let us recall, as we discussed in previous episodes, the destruction of the temple happened under 70 in the context of great revolts, the first Roman-Jewish war. Tremendous amount of persecution directed at the Jews, particularly in Judea, around the region of Jerusalem. Right afterwards, this is followed by a smaller revolt called the Kitos Rebellion that actually is widespread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean, and a much larger revolt in the year 132 under Bar Kokhba. All of these revolts are unsuccessful, and the Roman Empire just rolls right over them, although with tremendous amount of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt. Jerusalem is declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, as a region in the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews, as many of them flee to the north, in particular, and to the coast. Jerusalem itself is renamed the Capitolina, and Jews will only later be allowed to visit their capital city on rare occasions like the night of the date in which the temple was destroyed in the year 70. Very, very strong backlash against the Jews in the 2nd century. However, there's a lightening of the load in the 3rd century that's temporary, but it allows the Jews in the region of Tiberias in particular to kind of reconstruct themselves and bring themselves back to a sense of a single administrative and spiritual purpose. And this brief period allows the center to emerge in the Galilee region. Ultimately, however, this Greek honeymoon in the 3rd century would end. And by the time we get to the middle of the 4th century, there's once again tensions between the Jewish population in the north this time and the Roman authorities. There is an uprising against them in the year 352, who was crushed mercilessly. Ultimately, they would even destroy the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Nasi, or the patriarch, that would enter the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is this foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that would allow the Jews to exist in diaspora, and that major creation is what we call the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, is try to understand what exactly this is, Jerusalem Talmud. It's amazing to think about the circumstances in which it is written, but let's focus primarily on the document itself. What is this with the name Jerusalem Talmud? If you were paying attention the last couple of minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to even visit Jerusalem later on. Why would we call this the Jerusalem Talmud? The reality is, it's not written in Jerusalem. The text is almost completely composed in the city of Tiberias in the north. And a lot of scholars presume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea, and also in Sipori, also known as Sepphoris in English. So it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, because it's a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud. Its younger sister, the Babylonian Talmud, referred to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud of Maharava, which is the Talmud of the West, of course, the West of the region of Babylonia, or Talmud of Israel, the Talmud of the land of Israel. For a long period of time in Western historiography, it's been referred to as the Palestinian Talmud. Of course, right up until the early 1960s, this was very, very common, but once the nationality known as the Palestinians became much more defined in the consciousness of the people who called themselves Palestinians, it became much more wrong. Then it became sort of awkward to refer to the Talmud as the Palestinian Talmud. But you will see in older scholarship that they refer to that as well. So at any rate, all of these names have some challenges to them, but it was not written in Jerusalem. It's nowadays called the Yerushalmi or the Jerusalem Talmud. What exactly is the Jerusalem Talmud? So, first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, even thousands of rabbis, and occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, women, but primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah means. Now, we've discussed the Mishnah in previous classes. I don't want to go into great detail here, but that's basically a massive 6-volume statement of Jewish law that expands upon and clarifies passages in the Bible that require additional elucidation in order to actualize them. One quick example, for example, on the holiday of Sukkot, the Bible says that the Jews are supposed to celebrate with a palm frond and a goodly fruit tree in Sodom. And so the first question is, what is a goodly fruit? What is a beautiful fruit? I personally like those big navel oranges. If I walk to shul with those big navel oranges on some mud, people would look sideways at me. I think the real fruit is an etrog, kind of a lemon-like plant called a citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these ambiguities. There's a lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video if you want. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives in all aspects of their musical experience with the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, all kinds of things like that. This is dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires much more discussion. It is an open-ended broad document. And so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara, or the Finish, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on in many tangents very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well, but that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about it. This tradition that begins with a discussion of the Mishnah. The principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Yochanan. He also had a very fascinating Caruso study partner, Reish Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis who pitch in their opinions about one thing or another. It was eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes lots of documents called Baraitot. These literally translate as outside texts. These are texts much older, they're the same age as the Mishnah, but they didn't make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant and so on. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered an independent work, not essentially an observation of the Mishnah. I remain, it's still very, very good in the Mishnah, but figure that discover, you can all explore the Jerusalem Talmud on your own and discover what you think about that today. But anyway, that's basically what this text is. When was it written? So as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called Amoraim, which means the speakers or the sayers. And they're distinct from the generations associated with the Mishnah, who are called the Tanaim, which means the teachers. And it involves like 6 generations of them, including at least 3 generations of scholars from Babylonia who also get involved in the conversation. And the conversations extend basically from the closing of the Mishnah, which would be during the early 3rd century, right up to about the year 400. That's when the text is more or less closed, and we have the Talmud workshop. So how does the Jerusalem Talmud compare with the Babylonian Talmud? If you have a look at this map here, you can see in the circle on the left, that's the Jerusalem Talmud was largely composed, and the circle on the right is the region of Mesopotamia, where most of the Talmudic academies were located in Babylonia, and that's where that was composed. So there was a significant amount of communication between the land of Israel and the land of Babylonia. It's kind of like a long trek around the Euphrates River, but you would have people making that trek backwards and forwards, and they would be sharing ideas and discussions from their respective academies. The Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older system. It started probably a little bit earlier, but it certainly finished earlier than the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is generally smaller. It tends to have much more material proportionally dealing with halakha or Jewish law than it does with the Gadata or philosophy lectures, things like that. The Babylonian Talmud tends to have a proportion that gives a more weight to the Gadata. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which are completely lost. Part of the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received a lot more attention for most of their ages, and unfortunately, some manuscripts seem to have just disappeared. There was a fascinating footnote in the early 20th century when a scholar came forward and claimed to have discovered them. In reality, however, after generating science on the second, turned out he did discover that he actually wrote them forgeries. The world fascinating. So that was not for a discussion today. But the Jerusalem Talmud and Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of overlap. They're basically one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they're expressed in 2 distinct literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's references to, for example, the phrase "Ki Hasa," when came back from Israel and shared with us what he heard there. So in the Talmud Bavli is always interesting. They say this over there in Israel, and we discuss that for a while. And it happens as well to a lesser degree in the Jerusalem Talmud. Ultimately, however, the Talmud Bavli lasts about 100 years longer before it becomes codified, somewhere around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli is much more well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represents like a later update, more recent software to the older. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there is a significant dialectical difference between the Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and the Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable to each other, although the orthography, the spelling of some words looks really bizarre if you're used to the Babylonian Aramaic and switch over to the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable to speakers and readers of Aramaic. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, the reception history. How was this book appreciated? How was it adopted? How was it sometimes ignored? So there's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, for the reasons I mentioned a moment ago, received precedence and much more prime of central place in the lives of most Jews through the ages, right up until the modern era. This was actually stated explicitly by the Gaonian, the great rabbis of Baghdad, for example, in 1038. He said we should pay much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud when it contradicts the Jerusalem Talmud, because the Babylonian Talmud, being a bit later, as it were, had more evidence at their disposal, more time to think about things. And so the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one, as long as you study the text, which is not the authoritative one. That's one reason why the Babylonian Talmud really took much more precedence in those areas where Jews lived, where they were heavily influenced by Baghdad, particularly down in Spain, Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Germany. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tend to have a much closer attachment to the Talmud of Israel, the intellectual, in terms of its literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. And it was there that the study of the Jerusalem Talmud was largely preserved. By the time you get to the period of the Rishonim, around the turn of the millennium, you have great figures like Rabbi the Rif, who began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in the Babylonian text. And of course, this would be much more common. Tosfot would also do the same kind of thing as well. So as I say, you really want to understand the Bavli, and here's the difficult part. What does it say in Yerushalmi? And I'll look back there and see how that improves the Bavli. It is kind of like Jerusalem Talmud had become a value add to the Babylonian, but it was not independently studied. So unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscripts, except for one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived in the ages. Almost everything else is fragmentary little pieces of the Jerusalem Talmud survived here and there. But one full manuscript was called in 1289, and the scribe actually said he did no mistakes, but he did the best he can. And this is the manuscript that forms the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that would later be printed in the early 16th century. The Editio Concept, which was based primarily on the Leiden manuscript and a couple other versions as well. There is some significant promise that extensive study of the fragments in the Cairo and Giza may restore lost passages here and there, but it's very challenging Talmud to study, primarily because the text is not nearly as well worked and as reliable and as cross-checked as the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud is kind of like the forgotten sister for much of its history. Very, very few commentaries were written on it. Nothing like what was written on the Babylonian Talmud. However, in the post-war period, with the expansion of popular programs like Yomi that really elevated the study of the Babylonian Talmud, a lot more scholars are turning their attention to the Jerusalem Talmud as well to the building. And there is many more good students. There's recently completed a Maths at 51 all the English translation of the Jerusalem Talmud by the ROTHSCHILD Foundation. An absolutely remarkable work of scholarship. And so the Jerusalem Talmud may be getting much more attention now that we're entering into a new technological era. I hope you found this video useful. And those of you who follow the series know that the reason I call this the Jewish History Lab is because I'm preparing these videos alongside the writing of a 3-volume book of history survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for foreign publishers in Jerusalem. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like and subscribe, and if you have something to offer in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just want to say thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comments on my videos has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people seem to be rather jealous of this word. They want to say it applies to us and not them. They want to say that you people who call yourself Jews are not actually real Jews. A lot of strange things like that. I'm not going to get into that kind of stuff today. But I would like to get into the etymology of the word Jew. Where does it come from? Especially because we should know it's not actually of Jewish origin, not actually of Hebrew origin to be precise. The sound that the J makes in English does not even exist in the Hebrew language. That sound. Modern Israelis used the letter G, and they had a kind of like a symbol, a little chick next to it to indicate it should be pronounced as J instead of J. So if that's the case, where exactly does this word come from? So it's also really important to know that the word is not used precisely any time in Jewish history. It is used in a very, very kind of foggy way, and the question of who is a Jew is even more complicated than where does this word come from. Furthermore, depending on which language we're working with, the variations of the word Jew can sometimes be distinctly derogatory. For example, some languages, Slavic languages in particular, have like a polite term for the word Jew and a derogatory term for the word Jew. Usually, derivatives of the word Jew are derogatory when they have those kind of dual systems. In fact, if we go to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the go-to source for understanding how the English language works and develops, you see there's over 60 different spellings and presumably slight differences in pronunciation of the word Jew just in the English language alone. Oh my God. So let's try and figure out what exactly does this term mean. We have to bear in mind that tone is always very important. Like the word Jew can be, as it is in modern American English, a neutral term, like, Spanish or Italian, but it can also be stated with a distinct negative connotation depending on the context. And people generally speak this distinction between the neutral use of the term Jew and the distinctly derogatory use of that term was actually challenged by a British man named Marcus Schleunitz in the late 1960s. He actually sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about their definition of the Jew, which included the derogatory connotations as well. This suit turned out to not work out, as the report. The case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary because, what is exactly a dictionary supposed to do? Is a dictionary supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest prospectively how people should use words? If we say the former, which obviously is what the judge decided, they're, describing the reality of the English language. So what we have at the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, say, by the way, this is intended as an entity. What we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative. And as we shall see a little later, it's done something by labeling and say, by the way, this is intended as a negative. But here's the full definition. So it says here, 1a, a member of a people whose traditional religion is Judaism. Right? So if you say that it's a Jew, means someone who believes in Judaism. Okay? And who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people of Israel to Abraham. Note two other words there. The Hebrew people in Israel, a follower or adherent of Judaism. Now, let's look at the paragraph underneath, which reads, the term usually refers to Jewish people from the period of the Babylonian exile and diaspora of the 6th century. So that's really interesting because the 6th century before the Common Era, that's already, over 1,000 years into what we would call Jewish history. So what did they call themselves before the Babylonian diaspora? And unpack that in this video. Although it may occasionally refer to those ancient Hebrew or Israelite peoples, those two words, Hebrew and Israelite, whose scriptures and traditions form the basis of Jewish religion and culture, etc. Now, note below there is definition 1b, which is offensive, and the Oxford English Dictionary terms thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s, early 70s, suggesting that we better label this as a warning. It's a hostile or contemptuous term for a Jewish person. So on. So, okay, so let's break down a little bit about how we got to this word Jew. Let's start with the earliest text we have, which is, of course, the biblical text. If you look at the book of Genesis, you see that there's a pretty long list of genealogies, right? That's really what we're used to in Genesis. And it starts out, of course, with Adam and Eve, and then a few generations from Adam and Eve we have the figure Noah, famed, of course, for the ark that preserves him and his family, including his children, from destruction, either by the waters of the flood. He has three sons who survived the flood: Shem, Ham, and Yafet. And the latter two, Ham and Yafet, are considered children of Noah in Hebrew sources. In the rabbinic tradition, Ham and Yafet go on to populate the rest of the world, and so their offspring are called the children of Noah, or Noahites in modern English. And this is basically a Hebrew term, the name Noah, for Noah. That refers to all humanity. There are Jews, and they're the name Noah, the children of Noah. Jews are, of course, a subset of the name Noah. The Jews trace their lineage through the brother named Shem. That's by the origin of the word Semite. That term Semite was coined really in the 19th century, in particular, when linguistics was being developed and they wanted to find a word for the peoples of that region, and then they put it after Shem. Now, Shem has a descendant whose name is Abraham. I'll put it here in color to indicate Abraham is when Jews start considering their lineage Jewish. Even though Abraham is hundreds of years before anyone could be called a Jew, nevertheless, Abraham is considered like the father of the Jewish people. This term, however, when he is described, is as the Ivri, as the Hebrew. And the word Ivri relates to philosophy, transiting. Why? Because he came from the region of Samaria, the city of Ur, and he made his way along the traditional migrational path, following the Euphrates River and then crossing it and coming down into the land of Canaan, which we later would call the land of Israel. So, because he came from crossing the Euphrates River, that's why he got the term Hebrew, which is rendered in English as Hebrew. Okay, so that means that all the descendants of Abraham can also be called Hebrews because of that first designation. Still doesn't bring us, however, to the term Jews. So Abraham has a son, Isaac. Isaac has another son, grandson, Jacob, Hebrew, Yaakov. There's a fascinating discussion in Genesis where Jacob has this kind of supernatural struggle with some kind of angelic being. And as a result of that all night struggle by the river Yabbok, the angel gives him a new name, Israel, which equals Israel, and means one who struggles with God. That's fascinating. Also, one of those unusual things that we're going to set aside. We're really focused on one thing here. We're being disciplined. We're focused on the word Jewish. So that's where the Jewish people associate themselves either with the children of Jacob. You'll see, for example, by synagogues, a big school system called Beit Yaakov, or Beth Jacob, the house of Jacob. But they're also known, especially in the Bible, as the Bnei Israel, the children of Israel. And that's not to exclude being the children of Abraham or even the children of Noah, but this is where the name Israel really comes from. Now, what about finally the word Jew? So Jacob has, of course, 12 sons who form the 12 tribes, and number 4 of those sons is named Yehuda, or in English is rendered as Judah, and that's where the word Jew comes from. And you may be wondering to yourself, why child number 4? Why would Jews call themselves Reubenites, for example, after the first of these sons, Reuben? We're going to explain it. It has to do a little bit more with history that happens later. So what happens is, if you're familiar with the biblical account, the Jews are in Egypt, they're enslaved for a while, then they return, and they come to the land, which is later called the land of Israel, and in their 12 tribal units, they occupy the land, as you can see here in this rough rendition of where those individual tribes were settled. You'll note that Judah, the fourth son, or really the descendants of the fourth son in particular, are primarily living in the region just south of Jerusalem. Jerusalem's kind of a border territory, down into the upper Negev region. That would be the region of Judah. Shimon has kind of like a place to occupy in the middle of Yehuda, and that's basically where the Judahites, or those who come from Judah, live. For a while, these 12 tribes are separated, but then they come together under a single monarchy, which is kind of like a golden age of Saul and David and Solomon. But then after Solomon, there is a civil war, and now we're talking about the 9th century before the Common Era, and the land is divided into 2 kingdoms. The kingdom which is still under Yehuda, with Judah. King David is from the tribe of Yehuda, and so his lineage is primarily active there. In the north, you have the kingdom which takes the name Israel. Even though Israel is supposed to encompass all 12 tribes, and the kingdom of Yehuda, of course, is outside it, nevertheless, you have these dual monarchies, one in the north and one in the south. That lasts for about a century and a half. Then in the late 8th century, the Assyrians come down and they take over the northern half and famously exile a significant portion of the population, moving them off into the region of Mesopotamia. This is the period when we talk about the 10 lost tribes. It's not exactly a precise terminology, but nevertheless it refers to the end of the northern kingdom of Israel and the displacement of its population to Mesopotamia. So that's basically it for the political reality, the entity called the Kingdom of Israel in the north. Of course, that name would be resurrected in the 20th century for the modern state of Israel, but that's basically what happens in the northern kingdom of Israel. A lot of that population, however, moves, especially as refugees, to the south, and so you have a lot of the population of the northern region of Israel actually now living in the region of Judah, or in the kingdom of Judah. The kingdom of Judah, however, did not last that long itself. About a century and a half after that, they are invaded by the Babylonians under King Nebuchadnezzar, and there's another exile. Again, these are not necessarily total exiles. It's not like the region was rendered liberalized using modern technology, but significant sections of the population are removed, especially the nobility and so on. And so you've got another major population moving to Babylonia, this remarkable piece of architecture anyone think about, not think about, representing the Jews by the rivers of Babylon. Right? Remember when Abraham crossed the Euphrates, here they are back at the Euphrates, in the distance, So you've got about a century where the Jews are now ensconced in Babylon, where a large portion of them are in Babylon. I say the Jews, the Judahites, right? People from the Judah. And then, amazingly, under Cyrus, they released the allowed to return to the land of Judah, where they reestablished themselves as a political entity. The region is part of the Babylonian Empire. It's called Yahud, which is obviously a Persian form of the word Yehuda over Judah. One of the things that's especially fascinating about this period is that around this time, we have the phenomenon of many of the children of Jacob, even though they may come from other tribes, identifying themselves as Yehudi, as people from Judah. The best example is in the book of Esther, which is set in the city of Shushan. And Mordecai is shown here as a remarkable 17th century painting. Mordecai, who is identified clearly as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, nevertheless calls himself Ishmael. He is referred to as a Jewish man. So it's around this time that we begin to see that the children of Jacob, the children of Israel, begin to refer to themselves as Jews, as Yehudim, even though they're not necessarily from that specific tribe. And in fact, almost all of the tribal designations were lost in the sands of time, and most Jews today have no idea what tribe possibly could come from. Exception, of course, to the priestly caste and Levites, but those Jews simply don't know what tribe they come from. They're all sort of like the generic Jews. Now, where does the word Jew with the J in particular come from? It appears that while Jews are calling themselves Yehudim, this is a term that's picked up by other languages, most significantly by the Greeks. This is the earliest inscription we have that refers to Jews. In Greek, this is called the ROTHSCHILD inscription. It was found in Greece in the 3rd century before the Common Era. You see where I highlighted in yellow, you have the word Judeos, which is clearly a Greek rendering of the word Judea. The root sound in Greek becomes a J sound in a lot of other later languages. So it's especially fascinating inscription because it refers to someone who comes from the land of Judea, who clearly has sort of a dedication to the pantheon of Greek gods. So like, it doesn't appear like he's a particularly religious Jew by rabbinic standards, but nevertheless he's referred to as an inhabitant of Judea. So that's when we have this first term, Judeos, and then it's especially to see it over and over again in Greek sources. In the Greek New Testament, of course, is an extremely important word because it is the group from which Jesus himself derives, and most of Jesus' interactions are with fellow Jews. But it's also worth noting that one particular Jew stands out in a very negative way that will have implications for the negative connotations of the Jews. That is, of course, one of his followers, Judas, one of the apostles, who betrays Jesus famously. You see it in this 15th century representation. He betrays him by identifying him with a kiss to the Roman authorities. And you can see here that Judas portrayed with stereotypical red hair, and medieval art, red hair is often used in a caricature manner and often associated with Jews. In fact, there is some interesting DNA evidence from bodies recovered in Wales, Northern England, that Jews often have in many ways, something distinctive. But here you can see also with the distinctive, the ugly physiognomy and so on. Judas, which is, of course, the Latin way to pronounce the Hebrew word Yehuda or Judah, has an unfortunate connotation because it's often confused with the word Jew, but it has otherwise no special relationship. Yehuda was an extremely common name, and we have lots and lots of Yehudas in history. So the term Jew in particular is also kind of outside the term for Jews, like what other people refer to those people, which we would call Jews. But it's also important to note that internally, Jews often received a lot of the earlier terms. For example, the term Israel was especially popular among Jews, especially when referring to the land. This, for example, is a tetradrachm from the Bar Kokhba revolt, year 132 of the Common Era, when the Jewish rebels, would seize the coinage of the Romans, eat them up, and then restamp them with Jewish language and Jewish symbols and things like that. You can see some trumpets from the temple and a lyre on the right here. And in Paleo Hebrew, it's written regarding the freedom of Israel, not the freedom of Judea, but the freedom of Israel. It's interesting that they harken back to that old kingdom that was destroyed by son Herod in the 8th century, and that was, of course, repeated in the 20th century with the establishment of the state of Israel. But when all is said and done, the term Jew is used by contemporary Jews to refer to, as we saw in the Oxford English Dictionary, all descendants of Abraham, even though the term Jew had not been invented at the time. It should be called Hebrews then. It's used to refer to the Jews in the time of, let's say, before the kingdom of Israel is formed, even referring to those people who lived in the north. Even the term Yehuda was not very prominent, but around the time of the Babylonian captivity, the term Hebrew circulates as a way to describe this unusual people very long history. Wow, that was really complicated, wasn't it? Hope you found it useful nevertheless. And if this is the first video you're watching, I would love if you come back to my channel. And I've got tons of videos on a lot of tissues that I didn't have so fascinating to talk about. And I'm glad to do a lot of you enjoy this and interact conversations. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue our Jewish history lab series by looking at the Babylonian Talmud. If you're curious, go back to the first season of these videos where I have a little bit more generic information and actually a little bit more of a direction of interpretation of the significance of the Talmud there. But for today, I'd like to take a little bit more of a geopolitical approach and then focus a little bit on the basic information, which we really, the Babylonian Talmud is so crucial, so important to Jewish history that we should understand the foundations of it as well. So first of all, let's just place this within its historical context. Here's a map that gives us an overview of the entire Mediterranean basin in the first and the third centuries. You can see it's got some really useful information on the expansion of Christianity in particular, which, as you can see from those kind of starbursts, that's where a lot of the influence was emanating to the region. And of course, this is a period of tremendous growth for the early Christian movement. It really achieved a huge milestone in the early 4th century when the Edict of Milan was accomplished. And this would essentially give Christians pretty much equal status with Jews as a religious group. Until then, they were considered really a legitimate religious group, not a recognized religion, and that exposed them to a lot of legal disabilities and sometimes outright persecution. But at the beginning of the 4th century, when Christianity was recognized, and of course not long afterwards, it would become the official state religion of the empire based in Byzantium, later Constantinople, named after the Emperor Constantine, around these events circulated. That would have a distinct impact on the status of Judaism, primarily because as Christianity rose, Judaism continued right up until the modern era in Europe in particular. So what I'm going to focus on in particular is what's happening just to the right of it. You can see there that kind of purple jagged line represents the edge of the Roman Empire. It would be split into its western and eastern sections. What's happening on the eastern side of that jagged line? That's essentially the region of Mesopotamia or Babylonia, where there's a very significant Jewish population, and that's where the Babylonian Talmud would be written. Here's another map that shows you the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire, which dominated Persia and the entire region at this time. It existed right up until the 3rd century, and Rome and the Parthian Empire are at loggerheads. and their successors, the Sassanids, would also follow in that conflict with Rome. The so-called Roman-Persian wars involved both the wars between Rome and the Parthian Empire and its successor, the Sasanian Empire, which you can see here in this map. So what's going to be relevant for us today is that we're going to be discussing the history of the Greeks, primarily in the Parthian and Sasanian Empire on the eastern edge of the Roman Empire. They developed very, very differently in many ways. Let's have a look at the academies as we understand them. So we've already talked quite a bit about the academies in the Western regions. In fact, the Talmud calls the issue of the West. This map here shows you the two major population centers of Jews in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Of course, obviously, the land of Israel, which has a lot of Jews living there. Some of the highlighted was like Tel Aviv was not a city back then, of course, but it's a place that's for some sense of geography. That's where most of the Jews, of course, were living in the 1st century. But there's a significant population way out to the right-hand side of this map, where the Euphrates and the Taik rivers come together. This is the locale of ancient Babylonia, where the Jews were first exiled to in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now, it's interesting because in many ways this was the original home of the Israelites, because Abraham actually comes from this region. He's called the Ivri, the one who crosses over because he crossed the Euphrates River on his way to the land of Israel, as described in the book of Genesis. But this becomes a major center of Jewish population really only in the 6th century before the Common Era, when the Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar exiles a large population of the Jews from the southern region of Judah into Babylon. And they established quite a community there. There's some significant and really fascinating archaeological evidence that emerges from this period that shows Jews thriving as a people in this region. They would eventually be allowed to return after Cyrus later in the 6th century, and they would reestablish their community in the land of Israel, as we discussed in a recent video. But they remain as well in Babylonia and continue to flourish. One of the oldest Jewish communities in the world is located here because of that 6th century exile. And that's where we'll be talking about. But before that, let's just quickly go back and remember the Jerusalem Talmud, which preceded the Babylonian Talmud. As we discussed a couple of videos ago, it's primarily the work of Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish. They are the most prominent rabbis in this massive discussion of things biblical and things Mishnaic. While. But there's a lot of political difficulty in the 4th century in particular. Although there was a period when the Roman Empire was led by the several dynasties where Jews had a little bit of a relaxation of the persecution that followed the two disastrous Roman Jewish wars, that begins to turn in the 4th century, in large part because of the Edict of Milan and all that signifies. There would be a revolt in the middle of the 4th century against Roman governor named Gallus, and that would be put down quite harshly by the Romans. But it is at this time, immediately after the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that went together to make up the body of learning that would ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's all happening in the 4th century. There are some scholars who suspect that the Jerusalem Talmud has a different character because the editing process was rather rushed in comparison to Babylonia, where the Jews have actually quite a bit more a longer duration of peace, and that allowed them to refine the text. But at any rate, that's when the Jerusalem Talmud emerges. We move over to the Mesopotamian region. We see that there are a few key events. One of them that's really crucial is the revival in the region of an individual who is known by the name of Rabbi. It's actually the title. It's the teacher who came from Israel in the year 219 of the Common Era, who was actually a native of Babylonia, who had studied in Israel and brought back some of the teachings that was going on in the land of Israel. And he was perhaps the first of a whole class of peripatetic rabbis who moved between Babylonia and Israel, sharing the results so-called Day, those who were down. So, of course, specifically for those who came from the land of Israel, which is metaphorically considered higher in elevation. So they went down to the land of Babylonia and shared what they learned there. But there was also promise for those Israelites going back to Jerusalem for basically 200 years. There is much more of a relaxed environment for the Jews living in Babylonia. There were a few moments of persecution, sometimes associated with the battles of the last years, sometimes reflected in the text of the Talmud. And there is, every now and then it's punctuated by violent conflict as a result of that Roman-Persian war that's going on for centuries. One of the most important moments of disruption that specifically targets the city of Nahal, one of the great centers of the researchers, was when a figure named Hippolytus from eastern Palmyra up to the northwest, and he came down into this region and he destroyed the Hardah in the year 259. That caused a lot of the scholars there to be displaced to some of the other great issues. Perhaps the two most significant are shown here on this map, Hokadita and Sura. They had a rivalry that went on for literally centuries for which yeshiva, which center of learning would be the most significant. All of this is really describing sort of the centrality of the Talmud and the discussions of the Talmud to the Jews living in this region. But we can't forget there's a tremendous amount of popular history that is not only embedded in the Talmud as a source itself, but also in the archaeological record, like these fascinating Aramaic curse books, some 1,500 of which have been discovered in the region. They're written in Aramaic, which is the language used by all people in the region, not just Jews. It's not exclusively a Jewish language, although these curse bowls seem to have been written by Jews, perhaps for non-Jewish customers. It's really unclear how they were employed, other than basically using like spells that would be written. There's some distinctly Jewish themes in the spells. Sometimes they would have, as this one does, kind of like a depiction of a demon at the base of the wall. This one happens to look like a friendly demon, so friendly. And then the bowls would be, ritually broken up or damaged or degraded one way or another. Kind of like we saw in the execration figurines from Egypt, go back almost 2,000 years earlier than this. And so there's really mysterious things about how did Jews actually live here outside of Talmudic culture, but not for our discussion today, mainly because I don't know a lot about it and I do a lot more reading, but fascinating sort of insights. Yeah. So I'll give you a little bit about the origins of Babylonian Jewish community, a little bit of the relationship of the thinkers, the rabbis who created the Talmud, to their predecessors in Israel. We talked, of course, about the Jerusalem Talmud. Let us now turn to the Babylonian Talmud itself. What exactly is it? Now, it's a massive document. In the current standard printed edition, it takes up 2,711 folios, and it's two sides per page, so about 5,500 pages. The reason why I happen to know that number offhand, 2,711, is because, of course, there is this really popular study group, sometimes called the world's largest book club, called Daf Yomi, which means literally a folio. Today, we started in the 1920s, and basically all around the world, Jews who are interested in the Talmud, and I assume some non-Jews as well, study one page a day of this massive document, and they conclude it every 7 years. It's a rather amazing event. You can travel all around the world and pick up the page that you're missing from the prior. So it's this huge document. It's written, as I mentioned, largely in Aramaic, although it quotes heavily from Hebrew sources, mostly ancient Hebrew. And it also has influence. You'll see Greek words in there, Latin words in there, Persian words in there, all showing how this is an multi-generational document that was literally composed by about 2,000 different authors. These are primarily rabbis, religious experts, who are debating this core text called the Mishnah, which we have discussed in a previous video. I encourage you to go back to that and have a look if you're curious. But basically, the Mishnah is sort of a companion to the Torah, the first five books of Moses. In traditional Jewish thought, both the written Torah that exists in the biblical format that many Jews revere today was given alongside oral teachings. This is the written Torah and the oral Torah. And those oral teachings were eventually codified into text. And one of those major texts is the Mishnah, which was codified around the year 200 and basically deals with aspects of Jewish law and behavior. It's a kind of a bizarre text by modern standards. It's not a law code. It's not a list of rules. It's sort of like icebreaker conversations to talk about, how does one actually live according to this Torah. And the discussions often don't come to a clear conclusion, and so it sort of requires further involvement in the text. This further involvement of living students literally talking, speaking about what this means, and debating with each other, was eventually codified into a series of conversations which we call the Talmud. That's basically it. We also, by the way, the Talmud, which means the learning, is identical with something called the Gemara, which means the finishes. But it's basically a super discussion of the discussion of the Mishnah, which is itself connected to the Torah. Not in a precise analogy, but if the Mishnah is sort of like a commentary on the Talmud, it's not exactly a commentary because there's a lot of things discussed in the Mishnah which are not made explicit in the Torah, but there's kind of a parallel to this. So if the Mishnah is sort of a commentary on the Torah, the Talmud can be understood as sort of a commentary on the Mishnah. That's basically what it does. That's its function. The bottom line of the Talmud is it gives an opportunity for the students of the Torah to engage in a wide-ranging discussion of what it means to follow a particular commandment. What are the parameters of that commandment? Who is obligated to follow the commandment? Are there exceptions? All kinds of things are discussed in the Talmud. Now, you might wonder, if it's an open-ended discussion, why is it codified in the first place? Why does it keep going on and on? Well, on one level, it does go on, because the commentaries like Rashi and Tosfot and others continue the discussion much further, right up into the 21st century. But at another level, it's kind of like these are the guardrails for productive discussion of the Torah. Kind of like, this is maybe not the right analogy, but sometimes I wonder, I see kids, they like to sometimes watch recordings of other people playing video games. And say, like, why would you do that? Why would you want to play a video game like that? But it's deeply satisfying to see how someone else succeeds or fails in his video game. So, not the greatest analogies, but I think the idea is that Talmud allows you to follow the discussion of a group of really incredible minds who are refined over time by later minds who codify their language into a very complicated form. But it's all about, how do we observe these things? I'll give you one example. So, the Torah says several times that we're supposed to observe the Sabbath and keep it holy. How exactly do you do that? So, there's a juxtaposition in the Torah of the construction of the tabernacle with the observance of the Sabbath. And the rabbis understand that juxtaposition means that the kinds of activities that are going on in the construction of the tabernacle are the things that you should avoid on the Sabbath. In other words, if I say to an employee, okay, make sure all the filing is done, send out all the emails, answer all the messages, and then Friday is your day off, you assume that Friday means, no more filing, no more emails, no more answering the phone. That's the way that the logic works. But then, now we got to go back and say, okay, constructing a tabernacle, what's involved in constructing a tabernacle? So that goes into a massive discussion of all the activities involved in creating the walls, and dyeing the fabrics, slaughtering the animals for the sacrifices, and all those things. And then eventually, all boils down through the Mishnah into this massive tractate, Shabbat, which deals with those laws, which is one section of this massive 2,700 folio. What is its significance? It's massive. It becomes, after it is codified around the year 500, it becomes the single two text for Jews who really want to understand, why do we do the things we do? Should we be doing them exactly the way we're doing them? Any authoritative thinker in Judaism must go through the arguments of the Talmud in order to understand why these particular practices are adopted, why others are not adopted, and so on. And since the Talmud is such a crucial document, primarily a huge law, lots of other really useful information, which appears only lightly connected to material sometimes, so tangential to material, is included in there. So, for example, the whole philosophy of the afterlife, and good and evil, and reward and punishment, and all kinds of philosophical things are piled into the Talmud as well. It is, by a Western sensibility of Greek text and Western canon, it seems like a chaotic kind of document. It's really not, but it is definitely not the British or Western one. You follow these discussions in many, many different areas of thought, and every page is like completely refreshed, completely new. I'm really quite a fascinating document. You can understand why Dunkin' is really such a popular program. Now, let me mention in closing that there are many misconceptions about the Talmud, and to think of it as a document which is basically what is keeping Jews from converting to Christianity. If it's keeping Jews from converting to Christianity, it must have all kinds of negative information in there, and it has to be banned or restricted and so on. And this is kind of a trope, anti-Talmudism, that extends from the 13th century, really in some places up to the current day, especially after a very nasty work was published in the year 1700 called Judaism Revealed, which was basically every single nasty possible statement you could pull out of this massive document, authored by 2,000 different guys, and several other people who are not guys, over a course of several hundred years of discussion. Now, it's true that there are some passages in there which are not complementary to pretty much everybody you think of. I think Christians, women, slaves, non-Jews. You will find the traditional nasty passage in there, which does not feel comfortable for modern readers. But I would challenge any serious student of history to find me any text, particularly of this size, from the 3rd, 4th, 5th century, that doesn't have far more egregious language and xenophobia language like that. It is a tiny little minority of the number of words that are used in the Talmud. They are almost always taken way out of context and used to portray most heinous and false lies against contemporary Jews. And it's really an unfair way to try and look at this text from a scholarly perspective, let alone a religious perspective. And if you want, and if you're skeptical about this, please go have a look at one of the men. Just put, well, actually, I think it's to just put Talmud in the search engine, because there's lots of crazy people out there looking for Talmud. Just go to an authoritative website, like, for example, Sefaria.org, which has massive amounts of the literature, including the Talmud and translation. And you can go through it yourself. If you want, you can cherry pick and go zero in on some of those nasty passages. You can play something that applies to the web. But, the document is so overwhelmingly positive and useful and productive that it's hard not to see those kind of passages within the scope of a large document, and especially when you consider the context in which they're written. That's really, besides the point of how valuable the Talmud is as a guide for Jewish life. So it's really a wonderful inspirational document. I spent many years myself studying it, writing about it, speaking about it on other podcasts. So I can go on and on, but I think what I need to do for now is stop because give you sort of like a sense of where the Bible was written, when it was written, why it was written, what it does, and then we're going to move on to the series. As those of you who are regulars know, this series was written in conjunction with a forthcoming book from Corn Press from Jerusalem, and that's why I call it the Jewish History Lab, because I'm sort of like writing the chapters, writing these videos, and I'm looking forward to your commentary, your feedback, so that we can make the book as excellent as possible. Zima, thank you very much. Hello, fellow students. You are binge watching Jewish History Lab. I'm amazed that so many of you have gotten this far in the series. I have to apologize. It's been a whole year since the last time I recorded one of these. That's for a variety of reasons that I'll take a minute to explain right now. I came up with this Jewish History Lab idea essentially because I was working on a book for Court publishers in Jerusalem, and that book project is going on very well. The first of 3 projected volumes. This is a history of the Jewish people from the earliest times to the present day. First volume is with the editors in Jerusalem. It's gone through peer review and working out primarily on the maps and things like that. So it is making its way through the publication process, and I am heavily at work on volume 2. So that's going okay, but the last year has been a huge hiatus. There's a lot of changes in my personal life, good ones, thank God. And of course, the amazing and awful distraction that October 7th has occasioned for anyone who has any connections to Israel. And that's really required me to spend a lot more of my energy working with videos of different topics. But, I really hope that the situation in Israel is resolved as soon as possible in an acceptable way for all parties, such that we will return to peace and prosperity in the region for every population there, with especially a return of the hostages. But let us go back at this point to Jewish History Lab, and I'd like to pick up, it's not in sequence, but I'm going to pick up from the 2nd and 3rd century, and especially I will look at the 4th century because it represents really a tremendous resurgence during the era of Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's what I like to spend some time talking to people about. So let's go to that period here. If you have a look at this map here, you can see the nature of the Jewish dispersion as we approach the 4th century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire. It's massive and encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin. And then there are scattered pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There is, of course, a very strong population still in the land of Israel. There were massive deportations after the Great Revolt ended in the year 70. Masada and the a couple of years later, but it was really, by the time the temple burned in the year 70, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. And so you have the dispersion of the Jews spreading throughout the entire region. That's in addition to the large pockets of Jews that lived in Babylonia, in Alexandria, Egypt, and even the Roman population in Israel itself. The starburst map are especially important because they show very important centers of Christian activity, because of course Christianity was growing during the first few centuries after the Great Revolt, and Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. St. Paul, when he would be traveling throughout the region and proselytizing for the new faith, he would typically go quite frequently to Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews open to the message of Christianity, but as well any sort of fellow travelers who were drawn perhaps originally to the Jews. They are very different and very competitive ideology for the era, but the sort of high bar of entry into Judaism, which included, for example, the circumcision and the dietary regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for these fellow travelers. But the message that St. Paul brought was really quite a bit more palatable because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death, personal God, things like that. So you tend to see a lot of strong Christian communities developing around the images of Jewish communities for that reason. Looking more closely at the land of Israel, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed in the fourth decade of the second century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea as Syria Palestina. That's the entire region, moving region, from what we would call today Israel to the region of Lebanon and Syria and a bit of Jordan. The region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into three parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, Palestina Tertia, the first, the second, the third Palestine. This is when the term Palestine really comes into widespread usage. Adrian, after he put down the revolt in probably 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out the memory of Jews living there, and he reached back to the population that we call the Philistines in the Bible. They're referred to in Greek text as Palestinae, and so he took that name and applied it to this Roman territory. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestina Secunda, where a lot of Jews had fled in the context. So that's basically the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times against Roman rule. We have the Great Rebellion 66 to 70, and a couple of battles that last up to 74. You have the Kitos Rebellion in 117. You have the Bar Kokhba Rebellion just mentioned. And then in 351, you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus Revolt, which is not as well known. But each one of those was a disaster for the Jewish rebels, and both consistently reasserts its authority over the region, and often followed up with significant persecution as well. There was a brief respite for Jews, actually a couple of respites for different reasons. Most significant political respite was a result of the rise of the Emperor Julian, who is known in much of historiography as Julian the Apostate, because he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism in Rome. And as part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted to be back to the temple, not so much because he was such a friend of the Jews or a friend of Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that with the rise of Christianity, that all faiths were put down, and this was certainly true of the Jewish experience. But by rising all faiths, that was a way of kind of diminishing Christianity. His rule ended very abruptly in 363, just 2 years in power, so it really didn't come to anything in terms of the rebuilding. The temple basically a blip in the overall pattern of ascendant church, and the synagogue or Judaism in decline in political, social, and economic status. Perhaps the most significant element of that decline is in the erosion of Jewish self-government at this time. There was the institution of the patriarchate, Hebrew and Seed, when you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community after the destruction of the temple. There was significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up into the early 5th century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, the Byzantine Empire, Rome in the West, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, will be sacked several times in the 5th century, and the city of Byzantium, this time known as Constantinople, would be the main center of the Roman Empire. But it was during the period of the Byzantine empires where you have more and more closeness to Christianity, beginning with Constantine himself, and at the same time, depression of the rights, politically, socially, and otherwise, of the Jewish population. Perhaps the most significant example is Justinian I, who reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews. The banning of construction of new synagogues, sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and their music traditionalist churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more often ignored than actually observed, but nevertheless, moments of punctuated persecution and a really invasive approach to what happens inside the synagogue. Justinian I, for example, banned the reading of the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations to other languages. As it were, I don't know, maybe he wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews by forcing them to engage with the Greek language, or who knows, but it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the study of the oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly onerous because if Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part of two documents. The Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the five books of Moses, and at the same time the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, the most significant is in terms of law, the Mishnah. The Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply Torah in actual and the Mishnah, that's essentially like traditional Judaism. So how did the Jews deal with these real challenges that really began to be gathering steam in the 4th century and before? I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate the incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted strategies to affect their survival in this extremely hostile environment. The same kind of pattern, incidentally, that we evidence time and time again over the millennia of history. The first is the institution of a fixed calendar for the new 15 hours. The calendar is incredibly important, especially if you have a diaspora population spread out far apart, slow, poor communications, and how do you know what day the holidays fall on? Traditionally, the Jewish calendar was based on the physical sighting of the moon and in the testimony of those witnesses in Jerusalem that they in fact saw the new moon appear, and therefore the calendar could be calculated. Recall, of course, that if you work on a lunar calendar, it doesn't divide itself into like the exact same number of days every month. Here in the West, because we use the Gregorian calendar, we tend to not even have any sense of when phases of the moon are, but the Jewish calendar has a strong lunar element to it, such that the first of the month is always when you have the 15th is when you have a full moon, and so on. And since the days are not exactly 30 or 31, it has to be recalculated every month. Moreover, if you count the number of lunar days in a full 4 seasons, it comes up short. You only have 354, right? It's around 350 something days. I should really look it up. It's about 350 odd days in a lunar calendar, which means that every year in a solar calendar, which is roughly 365 days, you are losing some days. Now, the Muslims, by the way, observe a strictly lunar calendar, and that's why their holidays keep moving. Every few years, they're shortened by a few days. Earlier, you have Ramadan in October, you have Ramadan in April. That's just the way the lunar calendar works. The Jewish calendar is actually both lunar and solar because the Bible requires the observance of the holiday of Passover in the springtime. So therefore, the calendar has to be adjusted every so often to make sure that Passover will fall in the springtime. That's why in the Jewish calendar, the month of Adar is doubled several times over a 19-year cycle, so that even though the lunar calendar is always losing days, that extra month, that week month, actually places Passover back into its proper time. That's why, here we are speaking in English, so like in Anglo cultures, people will say something like, oh, Rosh Hashanah is very late this year. It occurs in late September, early October, as opposed to late August or September. And the truth is, Rosh Hashanah is always on time. It's September that is out of time. But at any rate, with the situation in the 4th century, with Jews scattered all over, and with an inability to rely on reliable communications from Jerusalem, that in fact, the new month had been declared. Don't forget that Jews were actually banned from entering Jerusalem after the Bar Kokhba revolt for quite some time. So a lot of these things were not possible anymore. So therefore, in the year 359, the Jews responded to this uncertainty by creating a fixed calendar that is still in use today, a remarkably important survival strategy that helped them weather the challenges of the era. The second major innovation was the codification of the Talmud. Now, I'd like to get back to the Talmud in a larger discussion later. It's too big a topic to squeeze in here. But for our purposes, let's just recall that after the writing of the Mishnah, which was brought together around the year 220, there's a tremendous amount of discussion that surrounds it by scholars after that time that really sheds light on what's quite cryptic in the Mishnah itself. That's hidden in the text of the Mishnah and how to interpret the Mishnah. Just as the Mishnah interprets the Torah, it's not a precise definition, but fairly close. The Jerusalem Talmud will also interpret the Mishnah. And this was a remarkable achievement because by putting it into text and actually writing it down as a manuscript, as opposed to a body of oral teachings, it suddenly made this massive amount of wisdom, many times larger than the size of the Mishnah itself, and many times larger than the size of the Torah. It made it accessible to Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin, far out into Babylonia, where ultimately it would play a role in the creation of a much larger and more influential Babylonian version of the Talmud. We should clarify, by the way, that we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the writing of the Talmud happened in the north around the city of Tiberias. You also have a significant amount of activity happening on the coast in Saudi, but it wasn't written in Jerusalem. Another term that's frequently used in scholarly literature is the Palestinian Talmud, which until recently was a perfectly neutral term. Palestinian meant a region of geography so labeled by the Romans, and everybody understood what they were talking about. But now it just sounds so jarring because people have used that name to describe their nationality, and so we certainly don't have a Talmud. So the term Jerusalem Talmud is used because the Palestinian Talmud is perhaps even more misleading. So the codification of intellectual text that is at the core of Jewish learning, making it portable and accessible to Jews all over the world, phenomenal strategy that was developed to survive the vicissitudes of the era. Third or fourth, development of compute. I never even thought about this so much before, but I'm doing some things which are just quite fascinating. Compute is related to the English word poetry through the Greek origins. It's basically a kind of liturgical poetry that has its origins in the Byzantine period, and they have a lot to do with what I mentioned earlier about Justinian I and his ban on the study of the Mishnah. Some of the great Taik or authors of the Greek, including Yossi and Yanai and the great Kalir, they write these ornate, complex, flowery liturgical compositions that are meant to be inserted into the prayer book, and in fact, they were enthusiastically adopted by congregations all over the region. They are published in prayer books to this very day. And we should understand the function that they play. If Jews were prohibited from public discussion, public teaching of their text, that the Mishnah was banned, and that the original Hebrew text of the Torah was also banned, then the authorship of these new poems with their arcane embedded references which would be missed by the authorities but would be readily available to the educated, would be another opportunity to gain access to the basic teaching of Judaism. Really fascinating, again, literary response to the persecution, which actually was a very, very useful survival strategy. And then finally, this is the fourth of four strategies, the development of synagogues. The institution of the synagogue and its later representation in other faiths, churches and mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions of the Jewish people to world civilization. In the ancient world, religion tends to be very cultic and based on a specific location. That goes for Judaism as well, with the establishment of the central temple in Jerusalem. And all kind of like religious activity was, all but like the vast majority of religious activity was like focused on those structures and the professional staff that managed them. And that's what religion was. However, even before the temple was destroyed, we have an example of Jews creating smaller houses of worship, which do not take the term temple for themselves. That would happen, by the way, in the 19th century, when there was Reform movement in particular wanted to try and make a distinction between synagogues, which are like temporary prayer houses that they are like secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem. So by renaming the local house of worship a temple, it's a way of saying, no, this is it. We are here. You don't necessarily have to be looking back to the temple of Jerusalem. Orthodox synagogues generally do not call their houses of worship temples. They call it much more humble name. The word synagogue just means place of gathering. The Hebrew term GUINNESS means the same, as so does Église and many other words like this. Ecclesiasta, church, they all come from the word gathering place, much more simple than the temple, which is much grander. Jews began to create these even while the temple was still standing, perhaps out of like a spontaneous desire to have a place to gather and to discuss and to communally praise God. That's something that seems to have been very much embedded deep within the Jewish tradition, and it begins to show itself in the first century Common Era, perhaps the first century before the Common Era. Here's one of the earliest pieces of archaeological evidence we have for synagogues. This is the so-called Theodotus inscription, which comes from Jerusalem. It's a large ashlar block, which has this Greek text, which, if you have been in synagogues, you will recognize it. It is this is something which is like, it is kind of ironic. The very first, earliest example we have of a synagogue has a plaque thanking a donor for making a big contribution to the synagogue. Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which was like the Heidelberg language for the educated classes, of how he paid for the building, paid for the plumbing system, and all kinds of things like that. Which is fascinating. We're not exactly sure how to date it. It's roughly dated to the first century before the Common Era to the first century of the Common Era. It was found at the bottom of the well, so it's not at the place where it's originally built. Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Jewish war, and then this was thrown into a well like that. But at any rate, we have these plaques. And we have some evidence of synagogues in this early period. We have a massive flourishing of synagogues under the Byzantine rule. Just to look at a few of them here, here's some gorgeous artwork from the Hamat Tiberia synagogue that portrays the zodiac. There's often a lot of contemporary artwork that is incorporated into the synagogue, even when it's sometimes challenging to religious sensibilities at the time. There's frequently dedications in Greek because, as I mentioned, that's one of the dominant languages of the educated classes. Sometimes the artwork, which you see in this remarkable mosaic at Beit Alpha, it portrays the sacrifice of Isaac. You can see on the right is the sacrificial altar, and Abraham, the large figure on the left, holding a knife in the right hand, and Isaac in his left hand. And you see just to the left of Abraham, rather unusual symbol of a hand, as it were, the angel, reaching out to stay Abraham's slaughtering of his son in Genesis 22. The ram is there, and the other two figures I believe are Eliezer and Ishmael, but I'm not positive. But still, beautiful illustrative art of the period. And we also see in Beta Alpha once again a zodiac, which is very, very common in Jewish artwork from the Byzantine period to the present day. So to recap, four really big survival strategies that demonstrated Jewish resilience and creativity in the face of the persecution of the era that not only gave the Jewish population the ability to survive the vicissitudes of the Byzantine era, but also carried forward as creative demonstrations of Jewish spirituality that we appreciate to the present day. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed this video, and thanks for coming back to the Jewish History Lab, and I'm looking forward to the next lots more videos. Thank you. Someone told me that there are a few Baha'i Jews that live in this neighborhood. Although it's not my area of specialization, I try my best on, but at least a broad survey of the history of the Torah. This is not intended to be in-depth. This is primarily a quick overview of the enormous scoop of the Torah and Jewish history.
What up, man?
If you have
How you living?
questions, please speak them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break. My phone will and then you can pass the
What up?
Okay, so let's keep the different things. So we talk everything I know of the file. So first of all, I think we're very important. Very effective. So in many ways, the Torah in the Jewish mind is more
What up, son? How you living?
cultural concept than specific motivation. There is, in fact,
What up, girl? How you living?
a city called Bukhara in Central Asia, but it's a little
What's
bit
new?
like the idea of Lithuania.
How's your day going?
Very well.
Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Oh, okay. You bitch. What up, dog? What up, girl? How are you? Yo, I like your song. Oh, get out of here. Yo, what up? How are you? What's good? Yo, how's your day going? Yo, what up? Yo, what up, girl? How are you? Yo, what up? How you living? How's your day going? How is your day going? Nice band.
It's much more than what would be the country today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely on a one-to-one basis with what the foreign Jews consider or that independent Jews consider as we shall see. Here is Sweden is Uzbekistan today. If we think about the region of Bukhara, it's really specifically the Emirates that I'm showing you down Europe. There are about 5 distinct cities in the region of Bukhara. Bukhara do not have to come from specifically the city of Bukhara to qualify for that money. How many are there? So we have a relatively good census coming from 1959 that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of Taik. That's most likely one-to-one correspondence colony in the region itself. We would estimate about 3,000 component Jews who listed in the Soviet census. Russian as their first language, but they were hopelessly assimilated to Russian language, the first Russian speakers. You add another 3,000 odd of those. There are also many Jews of Bukhara who are not Bukhara Jews, specifically those interloper Ashkenazi Jews. Many became the middle of the 20th century, as we should discuss shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in Bukhara, but only briefly focus on the indigenous Jews. You take it to the late 20th century, Michael Sanders, using demographic studies, he estimates about 80,000 Bukhara Jews around the world. That includes 45,000 still in the USSR. This is before Operation Exodus that streaming the Bukhara Jews. And over 32,000 in Israel, which had a very old Bukhara community that expanded significantly in the 70s, and about 3,000 elsewhere. And it's interesting to know that if you look at Uzbekistan today, it is almost completely empty of Bukhara Jews. There are about 1,000 Jews in Bukhara today, and almost all of them are remnants of the Ashkenazi migrants who came and built villages. So Bukhara Jews in Bukhara are basically non-extant right now, but there are, of course, many Bukhara Jews around the world, particularly in Israel and in certain boroughs of New York City as well. Usually you find some of the streets a bit more railings in front. You'll probably find your local Bukhara city. Also, there is a confluence of barber shops, lots of barber shops in Bukhara. Okay. So this is actually, so we attribute the growth of the Bukhara community to its very, very ancient origins associated really with the first Roman Jewish war. The coin that I've shown you behind me is one of about 2 dozen coins that were minted by the Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus to try to mark a Jewish sovereignty in Israel. They're always the same on the left. They have either Vespasian, the Roman Emperor, who's destroying the sovereignty of his son Titus, who then war and destroyed the temple. And on the right, you have this phrase, Judea Capta, and it always portrays like this kneeling and this laying frequently disproportionate size. And on the right is the strongest woman, typically with her head in her hands, kind of countenance, declined posture. Sometimes she's portrayed with terrifying way behind the back, which is how far the Swiss province of the Roman Empire in the land Israel has been subjugated to Rome. There's a wall so tall in the middle, which is one of Israel's most important exports. So this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans meant to say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea. There will be no more Jewish presence in Israel or in fact in the rest of the world because it has affected the eliminated statement. Now, there were 3 major revolts. The first one, of course, was something in the destruction of the temple. Another revolt in the year 115, and then the Bar Kokhba revolt in the year 135 that was basically the last major revolt, which smaller revolts in the 4th century, but this was basically the end of Jewish sovereignty until the 20th century. That was, of course, not the first exile. The first exile goes back all the way to the 8th century before the Common Era, when King Shankara and several other Assyrian kings evacuated forcibly much of the northern section of Israel and executed a population transfer to regions in contemporary Iran and Iraq. We also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 6th century. This is the destruction of the first temple that also took Jews to this region, and also to the region where the great rivers Tigris and Euphrates come together into the Persian Gulf. That would end up being a lasting community, lasting until the 20th century, really, of Babylonian Jews and Talmudic Jews and so on. And how did Jews get all the way up to Bukhara and Central Asia. We definitely have some movement of Jews exclusion. The earliest known reference to Jews there is in the 4th century, when Rabbi ben Shmuel visited a place called Mur. It's discussed in the Gemara. Apparently, he commented on the quality of the beer in Mur, and he had very low opinion of that particular beer, but nevertheless, that's our first connection of any kind of Jewish community, obviously not a Puritan community in Bukhara. There is also some interesting archaeological evidence showing use of Hebrew characters in the Proto-Taji language. So the Jews were definitely there from the 4th century. And although we haven't found much more concrete evidence of Jews who there has been some studying and puzzling finds that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there in the but this is a visual joke. He's probably laughing at this point. I see something about the single is okay. This one were very well by the way about the serious joke and laugh. We aren't okay, so anyways, let's go to where so we have limited evidence of Jews in the region from the 4th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onward, primarily because Bukhara is located on the Silk Road. This yellow line here, which traverses all of Central Asia, is the major route or goods traveling from the eastern Mediterranean, of course, all points in Europe and North Africa, to the Far East, China, and India as well, carrying spices, silks, and all kinds of luxury goods backwards and forwards. Bukhara, as you can see where the little arrow is an extremely important site there. Jews will most likely locate Bukhara along with the mysterious Aragonite traders who came from probably southern France in the 8th century. There's some really interesting evidence, for example, this 8th century business letter, which was written in Judeo-Persian, meaning written in Persian, but using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish is basically German, many German written Hebrew letters, but Judeo-Arabic uses Hebrew letters. Some people say that Yiddish is actually German and phlegm, but that's an audio version. This is an 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road and indicated that Jews were trading in the region. The reason, by the way, all of these Judeo languages developed primarily the literate populations in the medieval world, and even the people among whom they lived, even though they adopted nationalities, the people among whom they lived typically could not read and write their own languages. That's why, for example, Rashi has a tremendous vocabulary for French, which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French people spoke to each other. They actually have to learn Hebrew in order to learn Rashi, in order to learn French, because of the disparate nature of literacy rates among Jews and non-Jews. So that's why the Jews would be trained in the language that they were familiar with from speech, but they were recorded in Hebrew letters. We also have a little further along the Silk Road in this remarkable cave of the 1,000 Buddhas. I really love the name of it. It sounds like, Indiana Jones kind of thing. In the cave of 1,000 Buddhas, they found this amazing Sita, a prayer from the 8th century, written in literate Hebrew and carried lovingly by a traveler over the Silk Road. Unfortunately, abandoned, but still found in the 14th century. So we definitely know that Jews are traveling along this major route. Bukhara is one of the main stops on this route, so we can those definitely that first one. Then we start to know a lot more about the Jews that Bukhara was primarily under Muslim rule. So Islam was born in the 7th century, and it sweeps across the Arabian Peninsula into North Africa, all the way up to Spain, across into Spanish territory in the year 711, which has been celebrated ever since by the establishment of a network of convenience stores over the United States. These folks were great at Ashkenazim. I don't know if you guys, but Ashkenazim is holding the protocol. And then, of course, Islam expands to the east as well. Islam goes incredible speed across Central Asia, penetrates North India, establishing what was the contributions of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course, Ankara is swept up into this region. How this affects the, by now, century-old period of Bukhara and Jews is fairly well known. Primarily regulated by a key doctrine called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second Caliph, even after Muhammad, the first Caliph after Muhammad, but most likely from a later Umar, and we only have actual early written documents from the 9th century. But this pact was essentially the agreement or the proposal that regulated how Jews would be allowed to live within Muslim territory. So extremely important agreement. It was not always adhered to strictly. Quite often, these restrictions of Jewish behavior could be circumvented by an appropriate bribe here and there. Sometimes the safeties that Jews were rewarded by Muslim authorities. But for the most part, this pact of Umar was kind of like a steadying force that allowed Jews to live with some degree of regularity in Muslim times. And here's one of these sort of general rules of Jewish history, is that historically speaking, Jews tend to do best as a community when they live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should promote that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from the outside community helps keep the Jews sort of focused on themselves and sort of developing a group of status and more self-reliance on each other. When that anti-Semitism drops below a certain level, and I'm not talking about violent anti-Semitism, that's what I'm talking about, but you can't join the Flames Across the Country Club, for example, or something like that. They won't let you. So, small social anti-Semitism, a certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, things like that. So that is something that's actually good for the Jewish community growth, strength. When that disappears, then we run into assimilation. As primarily been the challenge of America, with much of, especially the 20th century, there was so little anti-Semitism that Jews have sort of disappeared into the American hinterland. That may, of course, be reversing itself since October 7th, as you see by percent of what did this act of Umar say? It basically defined and regulated the status of protected peoples in Medina or non-Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They had a certain second-class status, and these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their disabilities. So this can be three basic areas of conditions. The first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews do not engage with large outward displays of their religiosity. They are not allowed to build religious structures, so theoretically you could repair an old synagogue, you could not build a new synagogue. Meaning the idea of the fact that was to keep Jews as institute should not grow. Of course, when you take a rule like this and extend it over 1,200, 1,300 years, it's going to be ignored. Jews will find a way to build a new synagogue, they'll find the right zoning officer, they'll pay the correct price, something like that, and this synagogue will be built. Not all of the synagogues in Central Asia date back to the 10th century, but the idea is, the theory is, that it is supposed to be contained. They could not, have like killer parties and things like that. Definitely would not be allowed. The idea was more of a simple. I think this is like a fun religious inconvenience, especially when they're always symbolic discrimination and social discrimination. This was a little more intrusive. Jews were supposed to never adopt certain outward displays of class or status. So, for example, Jews were theoretically not allowed to buy horses, they could only buy donkeys or mules. Jews were not allowed to bear arms, they could not carry a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors that were mandated for Jews. These all meant to have kind of like a social ostracism applied to them. Again, quite often obviated or circumvented liberal applications of the drive, but nevertheless a general principle that Jews have to be second-class all the time and to be seen as second-class. And finally, preferential support for Muslims, all kinds of things, sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish called jizya, also applied, of course, to Christians and to non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, as we have in several other Muslim communities, the quarterly payment of the jizya was sometimes accompanied by a ritual slap on the face from the Muslim tax official collecting money. So it was definitely meant to be a humiliating kind of thing. But again, it would vary from time to time, from officer to officer, whether this kind of symbolic slap is important. You can imagine, however, if the president of the Jewish community had to go and deliver the real taxes 4 times a year, and then you see a slap on the face, it's definitely some very clear message that Jews are not welcome in society. They have a place that is mostly protected there, but not necessarily feel comfortable and home. And of course, support among the travelers, usually the military, soldiers, things like that. Jews were forbidden to sell alcohol, which was, of course, forbidden to Muslims. They did not build their houses larger than Muslim homes, especially they did not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minarets was designed to sort of like obviate the challenge of not having anyone having a bigger house. If you build a tall minaret, it's very hard to get your house higher than that. But that I don't know. So this is kind of like the elements of the Catholic model, which, again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate them in the 20th century, the 21st century, but they nevertheless did allow space for Jews to live because Jews tend to prefer to live in environments which are, to the German word, ROTHSCHILD. ROTHSCHILD means a society that is governed by law. In other words, Germans go further. I may understand that I would suffer some discriminations and maybe I'll actually be held on Saturday, so I can't vote or things like that. But I know that if someone comes out walks through my window, I will be able to call up police, go look for the culprit, and that person will suffer a fine because you're not allowed to break windows in the direction that's decided up by law. So that's why I do it, just like through Quebec in the 20th century, South Africa, we tend to develop strong communities because of that kind of like background, and in some cases it's just enough to allow them to flourish without allowing them to assimilate. Okay, so that's basically what's happening for much of the Muslim period, which is from the 8th century right up until the Russian period, the 19th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happening in Christian Europe. And Christian Europe is developed a totally different idea or different theological reasons. They call it the doctrine of witness. I don't want to go too deep into it today. Outside of our frame of reference, but nevertheless interesting to compare. The doctrine of witness is basically the church fathers' doctrine based on their courts. That's right. When St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed. It's actually an innovative concept, slave and he said, because they have to be around to validate the second coming. And if we kill them all, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is it, this is the guy. So there is a reason to the Jews, albeit in second-class status, in Christian Europe as well. And the persecution did not be extreme. That, of course, changed in the 20th century. Now, what's, I think, fascinating about the times is that up until the 18th century, we don't know a lot about them. We don't have a tremendous amount of documentation about their activity, their ability, and so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically, they're absorbed in the background knowledge of history. So we get to know a lot more about them after Rabbi named Rabbi Yossi Reinman. My bread is interesting. Sharia is essentially an emissary collecting charity for religious issues in the spot, the movie video. He comes to the bar and he falls in love with the people that he is in front. He himself is not a sensitive background. However, what makes to find communities is a very strong connection specifically to the items that Rabbi is supposed to follow. This car, of course, is a Spanish refugee who was born in Spain and was expelled as a child, wanders went to North Africa, ended up in Constantinople for a long time, and his most lasting contributions to history was the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. And one of the things that is so crucial about this period of time is that although the Bukhara Jews, like all Jews in time, were observant of Rabbi, they were observing it primarily through a genetic system. Meaning, I saw what my father did, I saw what my grandfather did, and I basically understood. I basically did something and that was the right? But with the advent of intensive thinking, the advent of the possibility of technologically distributing information in a consistent, widespread, and expensive fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. Because let's say, for example, your father, your grandfather, or your great-grandfather had a particular fish shop that he really liked because it had something of value for him. But you know what? It probably was a little less than your needs. A little less than maybe watch its size that it mandated. So you know what? That's the size that we had in the like this test. So it could easily be implemented for generations afterwards that fish shops should be the size of a pinball because that's what they eat. That's what they also eat. And that may not be what is considered normative halacha in other communities. But once the Shulchan Aruch came along, especially when it had the accompanying commentary of the Ashkenazi by Moshe Isserles, this suddenly became a manual that had the aura of authenticity because it was literally in place. In many areas of halacha, it's not my area of expertise, but in many areas of halacha, there aren't big areas of what is precisely the correct behavior. You may choose one particular path, but there may be other areas still accessible, but nevertheless, a single path has been chosen by the Shulchan Aruch and confirmed by the Ramah, the commentary of it, and that means that anyone who wants to challenge it has to do so from a position of great authority and learning. Most people do not have high levels of learning and authority to challenge something that is in place. As my grandmother, Shalom, used to say, I probably should repeat this, but she used to say in Yiddish, Lazarus Mashke is opening the Baruch, I say, Shtrim B'Shrim, and it's sitting for Shulchan Aruch. Maybe I'll translate it. On a glass of whiskey, you should say Baruch, as a blessing, because it says so in the Shulchan Aruch. I don't mind using Yiddish. So if it says so in the Shulchan Aruch, even though there may be other acceptable halachic practices, how are they in print? Again, at a time when print is still fairly new, that really edges out other kinds of other traditions. We see this especially in regions where they had alternative prayer traditions, a different Torah of exactly what was in Shema Esrei, the order of prayers, and things like that. Any region that did not write a prayer book real quickly simply lost their Messiah. There used to be a distinct Provençal ritual, like in Southern France, there used to be a distinct Romani style that's almost totally disappeared. Versions, so many different versions that especially did not in the prayer book. And that's exactly what happened in Bukhara, is by being such a devotee of this great halachist and mystic from Scott, or who lived in Scott in his old age, or Joseph Caro, who was able to show the Bukharians, look at this great book I have, and all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things you used to do in daily voting, and every now and then you might find a slight difference. Bukhari Jews adopted a tremendous enthusiasm. So that's how Bukhari Jews, many Jews, not alone, not Jews, Galilee Jews, Iranian Jews adopted the Sephardic Spanish rite, not because they were ethnically Spanish, but because they followed the path of Shulchan Aruch, which is a fact that not only owing to these millions, but also to the fact that he was having the first action. He could have been arms that used the most of power and their own children or occurring, and we all do problems. We would all be used that state, things like that. Okay, they do that, right? Actually, they really what did I do next? Yes, I wrote some stuff, right? Keyboard entry. Is that right? Yes. I will show okay, so he is one individual, not to come over to essentially revolutionized the Sephardic attachments to the Jews, which has perpetrated itself to this day. It's interesting to know this is someone might even recognize her. She's a local researcher. She worked here on her dissertation, Alana Cooper, and this is a book that she produced on it. It's quite a fascinating book. We have it in our great library downstairs, and it talks about the drawings of trees in particular, and the speed of which she ended, she began to understand this culture. And she points out that there's this long historiographic myth of the Bukharans being kind of like the lost Jews of Central Asia, that nobody knew about them. This is discovered in the 18th century by Rabbi Rabbi, but in reality, there's a myth. We have lots of evidence of these Bukharan Jews in the 19th century having phenomenal manuscripts, like tremendous numbers of scholarly works, their teaching and so on. It just happens that the influence of Rabbi and the Shulchan Aruch is so. These were not lost Jews who were waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their Mimetic culture, their Mimetic tradition, until the Shulchan Aruch was actually shown. Okay, so that's basically taking us up to the 18th century and our whirlwind tour of Bukharan history. Let me take you to a Russian period. And you might wonder, how did Bukharans start speaking Russian after all? This is basically a Taik-speaking region, and they use that as well. Things changed when the Russian Empire expands into the region primarily in the 19th century. And here you have a fascinating moment where all of a sudden, foreign Jews have a moment of being at privileged status. The Russians, of course, are Orthodox Christians coming to this region, which is overwhelmingly Muslim, and do not want to grant Muslims the right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. They have a whole bunch of fairly oppressive measures trying to control this western regions, not too far from Afghanistan, which is Soviet Vietnam. So they impose all kinds of restrictions on them, also trying to keep them in place. However, we recognize that there were Jews in Canada, and Jews had extensive trading knowledge and abilities, and they were using really social media there and so trade. And so, ironically, Russians decided to give Bukharan salesmen, Bukharan talents, Bukharan tradesmen, mercantile individuals, the privileges of traveling anywhere in the Russian Empire. At a time when it was still forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in Russia. Let's recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment when there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar, and a member of the royal family, a young woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable, and so the Tsar declared, and it was reinforced by many scholars studying his aftermath, that Jews would not be allowed to enter other Russia. Rome was supposed to be inherited of pure Christianity, and so Jews were officially locked out of Russia in 1479. This occurred, this was a state until 1772, when Catherine the Great, who herself was not of Russian origin, she was from Russia, but she turned out to be Russian, so really a military leader, conquered Poland expanded her border into Poland, now I control all these Jews, and she decided to oppose a kind of compromise, which is known in English as the Pale of Settlement, which is a region that extended from about halfway through Latvia, all the way down to eventually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine. The Jews were allowed to live in this fairly large territory. And later on, it became quite oppressive. There was a massive ghetto, really huge overcrowding, but at the time, it was actually pretty good for Jews in the 18th century. But Jews could not cross large cities as in Pittsburgh, Moscow, and in certain cities in the Pale, like Taik or Kiev, were actually illegal for Jews to live in. 60,000 Jews lived there anyways in 1917, but it was technically closed to Jews in the 20th century. So Jews from Ashkenazic lands were not allowed to use certain areas like Moscow and St. Petersburg, but the Ukrainian Jews were allowed. The Ukrainian Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. A certain number of families, really became very rich as a result of this significant financial able to exploit the new territories the Russians had opened up. And with that money, they also, following Monday, the institutional teachings, decided to open up Zionist, proto-Zionist organizations. Really ahead of any organizations like Palestine in Ukraine, who had the times who set them in the middle and late 19th century. So up until the Soviets come to power in 1918, the Jews in Colorado were doing fantastic well in the Russian war. When they eventually the Russian saw falls in 1917, and we'll have the second revolution in November of that year. October, of course, by the Soviet counter, the old counters, not Soviet, the old Russian counter, and the Communist Revolution. Then there was a dramatic change where the Ashkenazim are going to exert actually quite negative influence on the Jews of God. In particular, this individual, and T-Cross, a non-rabbi named Zionstein, who was later made the head of the ROTHSCHILD. ROTHSCHILD was the Raisi Section, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was an organization, organ of the Soviet Union, which was designed specifically to try to make Jews communists. It was to take advantage of internal Jewish tools like Yiddish language and to a certain degree Jewish culture, try and convince Jews to abandon their traditional ways, specifically their religious ways and their Zionist leanings, and to bring them into the communist fold. What was crazy experiments during the time of the ROTHSCHILD was a place such as, for example, the creation of red haggadahs, which were haggadahs music that Stalin was like Moses, and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and capitalism was the Egyptian taskmasters, and all kinds of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now with the new Soviet paradise, there would be no more need for any kind of aspirations towards God, which God viewed as a middle being of the masses and so on. Zionstein, however, before his posting as the head of the section, was the head of education in God. And he came in there strong, desperately trying to convince the foreign Jews to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. They heavily bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There was actually very much propaganda of militant weakness. It sounds fun. An organization sponsored by the sector, they published magazines like this one called Happy Chorus in the Saharatic, then Bolshevik, with the Russian version, Cyprus. And these were like tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get the foreign Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, authentic culture. This was a strange policy called colonization, which meant that it was okay to express your culture in terms of like things that didn't involve religion or any kind of economic aspect, but it It's okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter eggs. Right? Easter eggs are religious, don't do that. And we see all kinds of crazy things. Taik, for example, which is basically Judeo-Tachi, the Tachi language used to do characters. They said it's okay for you to have your language, but first of all, we have to make it military. It has to be led by regular people. It has to, therefore, be first we decided to put in Latin characters, so for the period of time, we thought these were Roman letters like we have in the English language, and then this is what these steps do. Cyrillic language to be switched to Cyrillic afterwards. That lasted up until the 1930s. One thing that's kind of interesting to note here, the Russians and the Jewish communists groups, there's nothing like Jewish upper class who is a true believer, he would go to the end of the world and find everything that also be and they did insane things to the Hebrew language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay under Kurdizatsic. That's the authentic old language. But we have to make it proletarian and we have to make it accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they did made illegal in the 1930s were final letters. Right? The Hebrew alphabet, the 22 letters, 5 of them, the not spot, are written differently to occur at the end of the word. So that's illegal. And anyone who tried to print or publish anything that had those letters would be sent to the gulag just for printing those letters. The Ukrainians also had a problem. The Ukrainian is very close to Russian, but there are certain letters that exist in Ukrainian don't exist in Russian. For example, the letter G as distinct from the letter H exists in Ukrainian. The letter G became we printed the Ukrainian book with the letter G and off the side later. Things. I consider it kind of ironic that there's a comment, right? Thanks go around. This was of course the Chabad Siddur published in Russian, and you know that in Russian there is no letter H. That's why when I go there, people call me either January or February. But I never go to say February. So, but the word Shirat Hashem, Hashem itself, spelled with H. So therefore, to indicate the Chabad added a special letter here. That's the Russian letter G, with a little accent on the top to indicate the shaky down on the H. So they tried to take away our letters. We actually changed them away as we return, and then we have the rest of that. Okay, another weird kind of experiment, not so much related to Bukhara, except for the fact that these approximately to Bukhara is more than enough, and it's really an unusual experiment posed by the president Khalid, thinking that one of the ways to try to water down Jewish support for Zionism was that they had a Soviet homeland. It's a great idea, but it's sort of the power of peace, right? Quite a way, two guys about halfway between Moscow and they were done. And this was actually not a terrible idea. It came just in time for the Nazi invasion. Unfortunately, Stalin, who did not like the idea, banned child labor. So he would put them to do so. Nevertheless, there was an autonomous Jewish Donbass of parties for 2 decades. The only thing we can say about it is that proximity to the great nation. One thing that we gotta say here, now next week we are going to be speaking more. Next week's topic will be the Jews of Russia, which overlaps with this period here. So I don't want to say too much about it right now. But one of the things that is incredibly important for the Italian Jewry and Russian Jewry as a whole at the time is the incredible support of Chabad. Its commitment to the Jews of Russia was just we used to say the Cathedra Alina. It was always over the top. And the other organization was really leaders against the Jews. Hundreds of rabbis, pipeline of smothered in severe and fear and things like that. Chabad was deeply, deeply invested in preserving the Jews, Antiquara, and the entire Russian Empire. First from the 300 rebels on the center there, and then continued by his son-in-law and successor, Nachman and Shmuel, to know that really kept the flame of Judaism alive through the power and the Rabbi will return to this level next week. There's some point very sort of right now. Okay. Much of Bukhari Jewish movement seems to be a shocking end to Stalin in the 1930s under the Persians. And the establishment of these 5-year plans, which was this incredibly overly optimistic thought that by deeply investing in major public works, like the building of dams, things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very brutal way, would suddenly leapfrog what was essentially a feudal peasant society to a modern industrial society. It turned out to be an incredible failure, and the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time was that they could not accept the idea of planting food. There's so many Jews about this in Russian culture, like how, the Polish not doing that, so we shut the windows for 10 days, then we moved shut the curtains for 10 days. That's exactly what happened. 5-year plans in the early 1930s. However, it doesn't have a funny ending right to the right, because once the plans are not to be successful, they had to find people to plant posts. So a church-like environment, very reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition, was instituted where people would be denouncing each other, would be inflating their results in order to try and say, well, we can produce it, and when they're investigating, they say, oh, look what's happening. These numbers are not corresponding to what we received in the amount of weeks and things like that. Must be we have saboteurs or electors inside of society. These people rounded up, tortured, forced to do with other saboteurs, sent off to the gulag, executed, a horrible period. According to some estimates, which may be on the high side, it represented 16 million people who were purged, were sent off to exile, and were murdered. That's a number of deaths, especially when you include the artificial famine in Ukraine and the Donbass region that was also part of this. In Bukhara, anyone who stood out, specifically if they appeared to be Jewish, if they were public Jewish, they were among the first targets of the Kurds, and they suffered tremendously. And then, of course, this brings us to perhaps the darkest period, especially for Ashkenazi community. On June 22nd, 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II. World War II could only really begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed the non-aggression pact. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the East and Soviet Union, but he could not fight a two-front war. He couldn't fight France and the Soviet Union at the same time, so therefore he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually believed was for freedom. And so that leaves Hitler the ability to conquer the West. France fell, Belgium fell, and so on. And once he had pacified the West, and returned to the real territorial ambition, where he wanted to establish Israel, that was the East. And on June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was a surprise attack on the Soviet Union, which was incredibly successful. Within a few months, he was at the outskirts of Leningrad, places under a brutal siege. He was very close to Moscow. All of Poland was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule, and so on. So the period which was really at the darkest time of the Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started operating. Why this is especially relevant for us is because he said four squads of mobile killing units called Einsatzgruppen that followed the Wehrmacht, followed the regular army, and these were made up primarily of Germans who were not fit for frontline battles. They were older, they were away, things like that, and they were assigned to those tiny little Stedtlock.
What's new? destroyed that.
The dotted region filled with thousands of troops to round them up, bring them out to ravines, or in some places, force them to dig their own graves, and then execute them with machine gun fire. This period of the Holocaust, which is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, took the lives of somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in Eastern Europe. And it's actually, you can see that in many, many locations where this happened. Taik is perhaps the most infamous, probably now it's Yad and Russian ravine, the ravine of the Bala, the Great Women's Ravine, some 32,000 Jews were killed in this case in a week. Kind of a massive thing that happened in this region. And it also happens to be this is where my own ancestors are buried close to Lithuania, so having a monument to them until you see this small step of the. So this happened beginning in June of 1941, and it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By spring of 1942, the Nazis had decided to wind up the Axis system and they switched to the deportation system that took people to really destructive death camps. Six of them primarily in Eastern European territories, Poland, Auschwitz, and the torn settlement. It's kind of like the evolution of the Holocaust. They were trying the use of machine guns, and they found that this was somewhat inefficient, and they switched to the back for some frontiers to find enough benefit. But what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, of 600,000 Jews who fled the advance of the Nazi army to the east. And they ended up in Uzbekistan. They ended up in Bukhara. They said they ended up in Siberia, but really they ended up in the east next crop. The population, the Jewish population increased by 86% in Bukhara, largely made up of this huge swath of Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating about this period is that even though the Bukharans had really been treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazim, especially under the section, by all accounts, Bukharans welcomed Ashkenazi Jews with open arms, considered them not strangers but brethren, gave them a tremendous amount of hospitality. Like my own father, Albert Shalom, and his family took in, an orphan from the war into their own home, and that's what the Bukharans and the Ashkenazi feel. They could easily have said, we're kind of with the Ashkenazi. You do to us under Stalin, your Kurds, and so on, and taking away our language, things like that. They did not. They ended up treating Ashkenazi with tremendous kindness, and not allowed 6 million Jews to survive the Holocaust. You hear about people who are survived the Holocaust by being in this region. It's largely due to the kindness of the Jews. The diaspora of Bukharan Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem. We can see what the region called the Jewish Valley, where they actually established really wealthy homes going back in time in the 1880s and 1890s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles, where the Polish Jews, the Bukharans were early adopted. Many of them came after the war when there was such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing the displaced camps. But the largest influx of Bukharan Jews to Israel was largely empty out of the following of the original inhabitants came to the population exodus in the 1990s. Massive number of Jews making their way to Israel with the relaxation of the crazy Soviet rules not allowing Jews to exit the establishment of not only Israel but also places like this. And what we can say by way of finishing the Bukharan legacy, we had a discussion with this discussion of this coin, the Akata coin, which in many ways was invented by its creator, the occasion as a propaganda device to say, that's it for the Jewish people. We'll totally destroy them. We will never be bothered by the Jewish people out here. Look at what we've done to them, completely humiliated them. Judaism is gone and done for. So I want to show you an interesting coin, a medallion that is used in Israel 1954 to celebrate the 10th year of the establishment of Israel. The medallion was, and on the one side, has these 10 Judah kind of elements that we see. There's the phrase Judea captive, there's the Roman soldier, there is the responder woman, and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message of root of exile. But on the obverse, you have this symbol, which is a very beautiful artistic name that echoes the same kind of composition. But in the place of the Roman soldier, you have a Jewish woman playing with her child, affirmation of life, and on the right sort of responding to women who have a heuristic planting a tree, a clear demonstration of hope for the future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with imagery. But like this medallion, our tomorrow, where that value life, life, yes, the right haircuts for sure. But they also are, like all Jews, deeply involved in the affirmation of the core values of Jewish identity. And it is their joie de vivre, their success of plan, that allow them to survive so many sectors and so many kinds of environments, and allows them to flourish in contemporary communities. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention this past hour. I will stick around for a couple of questions, but no hard questions, please. If you are around next week, I invite you to come back where I'll speak about something that actually know something about it. We'll talk about the Jews, Russia, and the Soviet Union. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello, my name is Henry Everson. I'm a historian, and I have been obsessed with the Holocaust for much of my adult life. I have resisted providing lectures on the Holocaust in any significant manner on YouTube, primarily because it's very difficult to convey in an appropriate fashion the material that I'd like to discuss with you over the course of the next 30 odd mini lectures. However, given contemporary events, it seems to me much more crucial than ever that I at least make an attempt to discuss this period, and I hope that you will find these brief lectures meaningful and useful as we strive to understand one of the most difficult periods in all of human history. By way of introduction, I studied at the University of Toronto, and I focused primarily in modern Jewish history. I've written quite a few things on various aspects of Jewish history, but really only one booklet study on the Holocaust, and that's specifically looking at the work of Rabbi Columbus Kalman Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh. My teachers at the University of Toronto were Professor Emil Fackenheim, who is a world-renowned philosopher, and Michael Maris, also a very well-regarded historian, principally of the Jews of France during the Holocaust. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is to try to understand some basic parameters of the Holocaust, trying to set out what we're going to be discussing over the course of the next few lectures. Let's start with terminology. Why do we call it the Holocaust? We all know what we're speaking about, but where did this strange name come from and what exactly does it refer to? So certainly the term Holocaust is associated primarily with the mass murder of some 6 million Jews in Europe during the Second World War. This is, however, a term that took about 20 years to come into some circulation. Prior to that, it was largely unnamed because people lacked the vocabulary to describe an event of such magnitude and such horror. One might think similarly of the word that American uses or the terms that one might think, pausing, In a similar fashion, one might think about one of the defining moments of this century. Of course, I'm referring to the attack on the Twin Towers and on the Pentagon, that's known as 9/11. That's hardly a name that's descriptive of what is going on in those attacks, but people lack a more appropriate word to term it, and therefore they call it 9/11. Perhaps in 50 years we may have a different word to describe those events of the early 20th century, but for the time being, it seems like Holocaust is the standard term used to describe the mass destruction of European Jewry. If you were to ask my grandmother of blessed memory, she would refer to it as Churban Europa, the destruction of Europe. And the term Churban is very resonant within the Jewish tradition because it's used to describe the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem, the first destruction in the 6th century before the Common Era, the second destruction in the 1st century of the Common Era. So by using the term Churban, or Churban in modern Hebrew, that invokes a kind of lineage of thought, there's somehow a historical continuity between the great destruction of the temple that were antecedent to the exiles, the Babylonian exile and the Roman exile, and so the Churban Europa is on that same level of magnitude. However, this has strong religious connotations, and others have not felt comfortable with this term. Let's look at some of the other terms that were used to describe it. Perhaps the most significant term was first coined by Raphael Lemkin, who was a thinker who was very troubled by the mass murder of the Armenians at the beginning of the 20th century. And he coined in 1944 the term genocide, which he used to, he coined that term based on the Greek term guinnos, meaning people, and side, meaning killing. We have the terms homicide, which means to kill a man, or suicide, to kill oneself, God forbid, terms like this. So genocide was a new term that he had coined to try to describe the destruction of the entire people. As you can see here in this slide, it's not necessarily the physical destruction of all of the individuals that make up this genos, but can also have a cultural element as well, which is, we'll come back to that perhaps when
How are
we
you, my
return to
friend?
this topic.
Long time no see, Jacob. What's good? How you been, bro? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday. Every month's a week. What's good doing that good son?
I just recently got an email about 2 years ago from the yeshiva.
Okay. What'd they say?
That's pretty cool. Well, if they want to know if I was still interested, recruiting on it, so that's a plus. It's kind of like revert back to taking true.
Yeah. So this,
Yeah, it's pretty exciting.
so remind me, like this is I told you to find a local Orthodox rabbi, and you sent an email to this Louisville yeshiva, but they didn't get back to you for 2 years, but now they did.
Yeah, they just got back to me about an hour ago on email, and they asked if I was still interested in converting and course. And I guess it won't be like come out there and meet us and whatnot. And probably end up visiting the new rabbi is supposed to take over there. So that's pretty exciting actually. All this I should ready for 2 years and being really like a time I survived for everybody for a day. But really good.
100%, man. Congratulations. Michael, that's fantastic. Wonderful.
2 years is a long time. I mean, I'm honestly, I have to go like for that with you and
Well, 2 years is better than nothing.
yeah, and that's kind of cool.
That's absolutely correct. All right. So, are you gonna? Now, I know your first priority is your brother. Certainly. Are you going to take a visit though?
Oh, but I mean, I'm really silly when I get here or something. I mean, it's problematic when it comes to like weeks or years or something like that. You know what I mean? It would have to be something that was worked out, like time-wise, like a nurse or something, with my brother up and down throughout the day.
Right.
that other than an outcome, take a look at games business.
Right. Do they? Did your brother have like Medicare or something?
Well, they've been through everything on this stuff with them. And what they offer is just minuscule finance with the bare minimum. It's never anything that is really kind of beneficial long term. It's always short term. It only lasts like a certain amount of time. And that's it, like the entire year, kind of like my bank insurance. I get like a cap. I have so much money, and then after that's done, so you also don't pay on nothing.
Right. I get that. Is it possible though that they could, your brother could maybe, I don't know. I mean, can your sister take care of him for a little while?
It would be possible for my dad and my mother to take care of it for a couple of days or something. But other than that, it would be extremely physiologically impossible because just the medical conditions that they're dealing with themselves just almost represent the cake.
I understand that, but all you need is a couple days. You just need to be able to drive to Louisville before sundown on Friday, and be able to drive back, after sundown plus an hour or so on Saturday.
For sure, that can happen. For sure.
Excellent. Okay.
So that's not like research. That's not enjoying the idea of going to the Israeli army or anything right now. Okay, that's all for years.
No, you just need basically 25 hours. So you're able to get that. So you already responded saying that you're interested, and now you're just waiting for their response back to you to say, all right, Jacob, on this date, we're going to have an open Shabbat. Feel free to attend if you're available, or something like that. Yeah, that'd be great.
Last one, yes.
What's his name?
Here we go. The first one said, Jacob, you processed this type of Israel about 2 years ago.
Hold on. It's called Temple Israel.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not Orthodox.
It should be as well.
Double check that. Traditionally Orthodox yeshivas, shuls, we don't call anything temple except the big temple of Jerusalem.
One of the things I never built anyway, that's how I built the Shabbat. So I need to write something with gospel.
Well, it's just, you sent it to Apple. So you didn't get anything from Congregation Adat Israel, Brit Shalom? Okay.
It's still not Orthodox. It's the reference for example, is Minneapolis, Minnesota. I think it also has
be. I mean, I don't want to waste your time or energy. You want to be seen as a Jew amongst all Jews. The way to do that is through an Orthodox community. So, okay, I mean, mistakes happen, no big deal. Okay, so what about the Duke? Okay, so Louisville is closer than Paducah.
No, it's not considered there's no Orthodox. There's only
Okay, what about Evansville? What about Evansville?
I'm not even sure what it is set by like what's set by that.
Evansville is on the other side of the Ohio. It's not a very large city, but it has more than maybe 100,000 people.
This might be right. What is it closest Orthodox to me? Chicago, Kentucky. Located in Louisville. The closest are in Nashville, I believe. The closest would be Louisville, and the second closest would be Nashville.
Okay, so Louisville, you have applied to this, or you send an email to somebody. Okay, so yeah, do that.
It might be a long place to live, but I'll have to see. That's good.
Yeah, just search it. You don't have to.
Because I almost like to guarantee myself that I don't know exactly what the Orthodox synagogue was in Louisville. That's who I sent it to.
Okay, so
I'm not seeing them. It might be a research to use.
no, it doesn't do that.
I'm not quite sure how long this takes over.
It doesn't do that unless you have only use Gmail.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't do that. So go to your search, and your sent messages, and just type in.
Oh, there it is. Rabbi Scott. That's why I sent it.
Okay, what is it?
That was Rabbi in the Orthodox or in the Orthodox synagogue. I sent it to him. He had passed it on to somebody. I think that's the way.
Okay, so you could ask the rabbi who emailed you today after 2 years, how did you find out about my interest?
Yeah, that's not what I sent it to. I sent it to Rabbi's name, S-N-A-I-E, or S-N-A-I-E, S-N-A-I-E, who's in charge of the Shabbat of the Talmud, which is obviously clearly Orthodox. A lot of these reform synagogues and whatnot, they got reform members. They hear from somebody, from anybody from any kind of Jewish origin or heritage. Here I am.
Yeah, but you're going to run into issues with marriage and perhaps even making aliyah to Israel. You won't be able to get an aliyah in an Orthodox congregation. Your children will have issues because you'll have issues perhaps with with their mother. I mean, it's easier for a man, but you want to be an Orthodox Jew. don't, if you just want to be a reform or conservative Jew, then
I want the real experience and the real knowledge because I don't want this on the pathway.
right. And so it's about a 1 to 2 year conversion environment, and you're going to have, it's quite intense. A reform or conservative just isn't going to be of the same vein. You might see 6 and 12 weeks, some 18-week programs, but it's not as intense. You won't, you just won't be seen as a Jew amongst the Orthodox community. And I would hate for you to do what I've seen people do.
Yeah, I want to be a legal professional.
Absolutely. And that will not. So, what you have to do is you have to sit before a baked in the House of Judgment, and you work with them. It's a panel of 3 rabbis generally. It doesn't have to be 3 rabbis, it can be 3 Shomer Shabbat Orthodox Jews. But you need that. No single individual within Judaism, Orthodox Judaism at least, can convert. It has to be a court. So what you're gonna right. So what you're gonna want to do, I mean, if I were you, there's Anshe Sfard, which is located at 2904 Bardstown Drive in Louisville, Kentucky. Their phone number is 502-451-3122. And I would, sure, it's 502-451-3122. And 3122, correct. 502-451-3122. I would also, I would take that down, but I'd also, I would email the rabbi there, which is Rabbi Letterman, RABBI LEDERMAN at Anshesfard, which is ANSHEISFARD.com. I know. I'll repeat. I know. I understand. I'll repeat it. But you should get associated with their website. Yeah. So go to their website. It's Anshesfard.com. If you have trouble spelling that, just type in Louisville Orthodox Judaism, and it should be there. Absolutely. No, it's not. It's actually Ashkenaz. It started as Spartan. It's Ashkenaz. So, yeah. To my knowledge. That's just a quick review. Okay, so are you on their website? Yeah. So there's congregation and its party. Yeah, exactly. So that's the largest community in Louisville, Orthodox community. What you want to do is go to their website, which is handshakespark.com, and go to the contact page. Okay. And then what you can do, just like with anything, you're going to send it and probably not hear anything back. Why? Because that rabbi has a lot going on. He has an entire community, and he may not necessarily be that open to conflict, which he shouldn't be. And so you should do like you would do with I would treat it like a position you really wanted for a job, except it's more than any job you've ever had. So what you want to do is perhaps email, do an email. I would not be against. I know that you can't just go visit him. I get that, but you can write a letter to the United States Postal Service work. Write him a letter, and I would continue to write letters. It doesn't have to be. You could just even take your email and print it out, put it in an envelope, and then write a handwritten letter saying, like, "I sent you this on this date. I'm still interested. Can you please contact me?" And if you're really interested, I would do that every single month of my life until I die. They'll eventually get back to you, or there'll be another one, or and that'll save you the trip or any wasted time, and you'll be able to connect with someone there. I wouldn't just go calling usually because they're not going to know what to do with you. They certainly get the question often, but that's really for the rabbi, so let them handle that. But what you're going to want to do is say, you can take that message that you had. Certainly, I would change if you had any relevant date information on it. But I mean, you could even say that I've had reformed rabbis reach out to me, but I don't want to reform conversion. I want to and I well, not in any rabbi's eyes. About 90% of Jews consider you Jewish, but in my opinion, their opinions don't matter in Halakha, in Jewish law, and you want to be seen as a Jew from 100%. Okay, so what I would do if I were you is you email. You're not going to hear anything back, probably. If you do, great. But I don't think it hurts to handwrite, to print your email, and then handwrite a letter if you haven't heard back in a week or so. And then you just say, I'm going to just continue to do this. Look, I'm going to tell you what. For all the emails that I get, or the rabbis that I know that they get, there's something different when you receive a letter. It shows someone very serious. And like an email, exactly. And an email can be just sent out in mass. Maybe you're not serious about it, whatever. You're not putting that much interest in it. But if you go and you look up my address and you put a stamp on a letter that you at least have some handwriting in, I'm going to give you a call or I'm going to email you back. And even if I don't, you do it for a year, you send me 12 of these things. At a certain point, I'm going to say, who are you? Why do you care so much? And, exactly. And it's not, you don't want to annoy the person. And so what I want you to avoid is sending them an email, sending them an email next week, sending them an email the week after, calling. Like, they don't want that. They have their own lives. But what you do, what a letter does is it allows someone to receive the communication and respond on their own time in a comfortable manner. And let's say this congregation never gets back to you, ever. You send them one letter every single month of your life, God, after about a year or 7 years, you're going to go find someone else. If you care enough, eventually you will figure out a way to get your dream accomplished. And least in this situation, you have an opportunity. 3 hours is not unheard of. I've known people who live three 3 hours of traffic who lived in like the Inland Empire of Southern California and were interested in Orange County and connected with my company. And they just, you know, like, it's not all young people either. I've known people who were in their 60s and 70s or something like that, and they just always wanted to do it, but just never had the time or whatever. And um, they just one day did it. And in your case, what about your
My friend, Murray, he actually kind of got me involved with Judaism. And I guess Murray was 70 something at the time. I was like 84 or something like that. But he ended up converting and reverted back to Christianity. That's the only thing. Obviously, I'm not into that. He's just going on my goodness on so many people disagree.
He converted Orthodox?
Also,
You two are converted Orthodox?
and then he converted back.
He converted Orthodox?
That's what they're telling me. But I guess the training is because I was just trying to get people off. With my question.
Right, I understand that. I'm skeptical that he would go through all the trouble of living in a community for 2 years and getting a circumcision, or at least a ceremonial circumcision, and all the money that it takes to convert. And
Just to go for
yeah, I mean, that's fine, but generally you can convert Orthodox online. Okay, so right, so your friend may have seen themselves as a Jew. That's fine. Chances are it would be accepted in an Orthodox community under those, unless they had a full Orthodox conversion, then they would. Okay, so the process is you're gonna reach out to these guys. Um, Let me see what the nearest basement is.
You want those flyers?
Sure.
I just looked up the guy I wrote to. This is about the email I wrote to this guy. I'm not going to email, but I looked up the guy I wrote to. This guy was back part of the line. Rabbi Simchas. This is the first rabbi of the Russian Ashkenaz Savant. But I'm sitting on the page. I don't know what it is. The rabbi was email.
Hold on.
They just have to get there.
Hold on. Where's Louisville, Illinois? That's okay. So the guy who you originally emailed, he's the head rabbi at this synagogue. Okay, but that's different than the person on the contact page, is it not?
No, that's exactly the same rabbi I emailed 2 years ago. But that's not the person who came to contact me back. The person who contacted me back is Rabbi from Temple Israel.
Right, I get that. Okay.
So I'm guessing this not rabbi saw that I have another Jewish matrilineal thing the Jewish mother besides secondary support.
Okay. So that's a different name than at least what I saw. Just one moment. I'm gonna go back up. Okay.
SNAID. That's how I
contact Rabbi Letterman?
No,
Okay, that's who I'm saying you should
no
contact.
contact. I don't think I don't have a choice who I contact, but at the same time, I think it's just one person handles all the emails and people decide where they go. Would be a possibility.
No, what are you talking about? If you go to anshai.safari.com, go to the contact page. It says Ask the Rabbi. His name is Rabbi
Right there.
Yaakov Letterman.
Letterman. Letterman.
That's the guy you contacted before?
No, I contact this guy.
Okay, what is Shania? Where are you getting that information?
That's actually the information I got to contact the progression at Savard. So I got 2 years ago.
Where did you get that information?
This is I'm reading it right here right now that he's the current senior rabbi.
Okay, look, I know what you're saying of the AI, but it doesn't have the most recent information, most likely. Go to their website. It says Ask the Rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Letterman.
Yes.
You're gonna
Right now.
send him an email. If you hear something back, great. If you don't hear anything back, then you're gonna go on your letter writing. If that's what you want to do.
Yes, sir. Is there any particular I should bring for the subject matter? Kind of pop out or any kind of interesting, kind of like dismissive thing?
I would tell you that just like interest. Yeah, that's what you're showing.
So, I appreciate it very much, man. Thank you.
I'm glad
Or
that.
should I call you Dick Walls Time?
Yeah, you like that. I'm glad that you did not. I mean, what can happen, unfortunately, is you can have unrecognized conversion programs, even Orthodox, where some rabbis will just take money to do a conversion, usually between $5,000 and $10,000 or so, which
Yeah, I used to get into that too. Okay, I used to open my coffee, but versus all that. He got back to me, all of a sudden, it's like, we paid for like a lot of money. I'm like, I don't know if anybody can throw a lot of money for it. We got to be a thing.
yeah, how much did he want?
35 bucks.
Yeah, and that's that's not the truth. At least in LA, the price for a conversion, it's not for the conversion. The conversion is free. But the process is something like $350. It's like 350. Actually, no, it's less than that. There's a application fee of $100 or something, which is just to basically show your serious interest. And then I think the program, which is the gold standard, at least on the West Coast, is another $350, not funded. And then that's it. So
But then you look at all the like
you can get into certain tickling bags and get into tallies, and you can do things. You can, you can spend as much as you want, but you want to avoid people who want to take money for people. And the thing is, if you were to convert to that person on YouTube, you're going to run into an issue if you ever try to go to Israel or you try to get married, where your conversion won't be considered kosher. And then you're going to be at step one, which is basically having started. Yeah, I mean, I've known people who, unfortunately, were in a situation where they first converted to Islam, then they realized that conservative didn't consider them Jews and Orthodox they didn't care about it. And they converted conservative. And then they found out Orthodox don't consider them Jews. So then they had to convert Orthodox. And they spent like 8 years of their lives when take that long. It's really, at most, usually like 2, if maybe there's an issue or something, 3 year conflict. And it can be as few as few as just a year. Um, but okay, with that being said, you can. I would respond to the rabbi who sent you the thing today, and I would just say, hey, I really appreciate you reaching out as I um, was
So
reviewing.
I'm interested in becoming Jewish man as opposed to
Yeah, so you
my life.
you you don't want to say that because that's going to be a slap in the face. But what you would want to say is that after reviewing your information, I see that your congregation is reformed. I want you to know that I'm interested in the Orthodox conversion. Can you please recommend to me a rabbinical colleague, perhaps, who may have a program in the area for Orthodox conversion? You don't have to just go one way. I mean, you can ask, other rabbis in your area, and they're going to get you in touch with the right people.
Gotcha. But some of them seem kind of want to like break into their congregation. I get that.
Well, no, exactly. But I mean, we're people too, and we want to help people who are interested in Judaism. And we want to, most of all, make sure that they're in the right community for themselves. You can write that person back, the guy who emailed you like 2 hours ago, and you can say, firstly, how did you get my information, if I may ask? And then secondly, after reviewing your information, I see that you may not be an Orthodox congregation. I'm interested in an Orthodox conversion. Can you please advise me the way I can go about this in the Ohio River Valley region?
I'm kind of interested in like how he got my contact information because it's obviously not cool. I emailed to get the AI is probably a couple of years on the data. It was so he was probably that I might in the market.
I doubt that, but okay. I mean, that's the first question that I told you to ask is how did you get my information? And the second is, can you please advise me to Orthodox community that performs conversion? That's it. It doesn't have to be really complicated.
What, how do you do this? Or just like keep it nice and simple.
Yeah, and
Seem like an interesting word.
and,
Orthodox opposed to
and you don't want to say I want to be a real Jew or anything like that. That's going to be an insult to me. But I would just tell you, and I would tell him as well. I don't, nor does the Orthodox community see what he practices as big may see him as a Jew, but I don't see what he practices as being Judaism. That's mainstream Orthodox Judaism.
Yeah.
So did you send your follow-up email to him?
Yes, I did. But it was good to get confused because that's not what I wrote to him. I got back to me. So I'm thinking just maybe he kind of responds to more or less the moral finality is understanding of the email I wrote. So I expressed that my mother has ancestry that she was born Jewish originally. So that probably pushed it on.
It's not right. It's not right to assume. Just you're going to find out. You're going to email back and you're going to say, one, how did you get my information? And two, can you please advise me an Orthodox community that performs conversion based it?
I want to go. I want to get up to people's ears. Not exactly like halfway or anything like that. He recognizes you never really just like, oh, hey, you just got to understand people. I want like the whole conversion process experience. Because it's like, well, if you're not exactly recognized, I think the whole process.
And that's what it was.
Very true.
You're also going to find people who, I mean, you rabbis, no matter if you are Orthodox, conservative, Reform, Reconstructionist, Humanist, whatever you might consider yourself, we're people, and when we have synagogues, at the heart, yes, they are spiritual buildings and communities, but they're businesses to some extent. I mean, you have to keep the lights on. You got to pay rent, or you've got, facility maintenance and all the other things. So we're always looking to grow the communities with the right people, and this person may have seen that you had some interest in from a colleague or something like that. I'm not sure. That's why I'm saying it's not right for us to assume how he got your information or whatever. It's in our best interest to right. And so it's in our best interest to just ask the person directly, how did you receive my information? And can you please advise me an Orthodox rabbi who may be able to advise me through the Orthodox? So you already sent that email?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Then you
It's not even about like being considered like Jewish, I guess, as opposed to learning the correct way to use it.
yeah. There's an argument that there is no correct way. I think that's probably an accurate argument. There's no perfect way. Even you'll find that we as Jews run into issues with Canaanite Jews, and we run into issues with the Hasidic world, and within the different uh, sects.
I mean, there's different ways to things like treasure, what you eat, like there's something else. Like there's specific things that obviously how we created about it.
Yeah, I mean, it really gets down to then your individual family, housing, and generally reform or conservative. Yeah, exactly. What I'm just saying to you is there is no perfect way to be a Jew. No Jew is absolutely perfect. And no Jew, going back to Moses, has ever been a perfect Jew. Even Jews who think that they're perfect, I can, or any Orthodox rabbi can poke holes in whatever they're doing and make arguments why they're not living a standard that they should be or whatever. I mean, the big one that I have is the issue of homosexuality. And the reason why I say that, it says very clearly in Vayikra and Leviticus. Uh, right. And so, if we were really practicing Judaism strictly, a man should not lie with a man the way that a man does. We should, and it says that the punishment for this is stoning. And I don't know about you, but we don't stone homosexuals within Judaism, though it says to in our holy book. Now, the argument is made. There's always an exception. There's always a loophole. The argument is made. The reason why this is not done is because there's an issue with witnessing the act. So basically, to have that type of punishment, you would have a base in a house of judgment, but you'd also need two kosher witnesses. And the fact is, you're not going to have two kosher witnesses who are going to want to watch two guys have sex. So the fact that you don't have two kosher witnesses, you don't have two kosher witnesses is kind of a loophole that we use. But to me, that's a cop-out in reality. It says what it says. It says very clearly. It also gives what the punishment is, and we're not enforcing it. So any Jew out there who thinks that they are holier than thou is not living according to the law. Very simply, in the book and in Lutra and Leviticus, and we can make many arguments like that. So when you start to pick things apart, you recognize that it's not perfect, and you get rabbis who there are all kinds of different judgments that people have, and so hit me with it. Yep. Yeah. So what you were saying is if you actually study the history of Judaism, we're derived from some other religions. Sure, we take our founding or the start of the world to be 57 to 85, so 5,785 years ago. But in reality, I think we all, if you don't want to play games, we recognize that we are much older than that. And so Judaism basically is derived from other aspects. Even like Hebrew is derived, ancient Hebrew is derived a lot from Phoenician texts, and even modern Hebrew. Right. Now, so long as we're able to like revealed to Moshe Rabbeinu, and picked up the name and something along the lines of I am that I am, something along that idea. But it's much older than that. Um, and we don't even know how it's exactly said because we don't have like an audio version of how it was originally said. And the idea is that we didn't have pagan roots. You'll find that, like you just said, any religion originally had perhaps either pagan roots or some type of polytheistic roots at points. The thing that makes Judaism different is that we are seen as the first monotheist religion. But that's not even necessarily all right. Yeah, I am to I am, or I am that I am. There are different translations. But even still, there's other smaller um, religions that make arguments that they practice monotheism prior. The big thing with Judaism, what ends up happening is we conquer a people and their adherence to what exactly. Exactly. And so these all kind of get combined into one God eventually. It's basically like a funnel. So you can see the main spout of the funnel being the monotheistic aspects that we have within mainstream centrist Orthodox Judaism. But from a historical perspective, much of much of this was pulled from earlier civilizations. But we're in a lot of ways we don't recognize those because we say that the religion is 5,785 years old and that's it. But if you really look into it from a historical perspective, obviously the world is much older than that, and everything is derived from precise.
I think it's all coming up. We've been doing that as humans ourselves, as entire existence. It's like we conquered by other people, trying to assimilate into that culture or take some of their culture into ours. And we kind of go some different words and different things to kind of build and educate ourselves on where we are today or how we got here.
Exactly. Well, it's definitely confusing, and people aren't honest with themselves. Um, you know, people give different answers based on the community they're either representing or speak to them or speaking. So within the Shiva world, we teach that the earth is 5,785 years old. But then we'll have children who have access to the internet or perhaps secular friends who learn that the world is perhaps a lot older than that. And it raises questions. Yeah, um, that's exactly right. And so, how do we justify the two? And the way that it's justified, that I've learned in my studies, and I've heard rabbis justify, is that we have the 7 days of creation, technically 6 and a rest days. And if you want, if it helps you sleep better at night, you can consider each one of those days approximately a billion years old in the creation of the earth. And
So that is a different way to translate it.
yeah, but I mean, then you get into some really great arguments where, okay, well, what if we were seeded here from a higher civilization? What world does God have then? Didn't God just create Earth and like isn't God Hashem just like a earthbound God? And when people say, like, I mean, I posed this to the best rabbis I could find. It was really one of the things that it was like a yearning that I had. How do we justify our religion when there's evidence that we're not alone? Particularly, like, I would just see on the internet, like,
You have to ask us why. This is educate yourself.
right,
You have to ask us why. Just so you can educate yourself and understand it.
right, and I was in a Chabad in Sherman Oaks with a really wonderful person, colleague. I won't name his name just because I'm live streaming, but he was from Israel, found the idea, like had a moment where he came to God, which is great. And I took him aside one day after Shabbos, after morning prayers, and I said, look, took out my phone and I showed him a video of a UFO flying past a Russian MiG fighter. As clear as day. I mean, this isn't like a blurry thing. It's clear. It was the best video footage I could get. And I did this about 10 years ago, and it was heavy with really accent. He said to me, there's only one. And I knew he was just saying that to me because, number one, he doesn't have an answer for it. Number two, that's the answer that he's supposed to. And I don't necessarily believe that.
But the biggest that some rabbis and some are questioning that things are exactly how they are written or how they interpret it. They kind of just listen to this kind of like blasphemous.
Yeah, there's nothing blasphemous with asking that question. It's an important question to ask. Yeah, I mean, any rabbi who considers that question blasphemous is worth their salt. They essentially only want to adhere to a certain set of ancient traditions, and if they want to do that, then I would ask them, why aren't they executing all the homosexuals? The fact that they're not, the fact that they're not practicing that to such an extreme shows that they have some variability in their beliefs. They have some variability in their beliefs, and once you're able to start chipping away at the chinks in their armor, and you're able to start opening it up to real questions. And I mean,
That's why I love it. Educate myself and just figure out the answer questions that most rabbis or whatnot, most people in general aren't really used to questioning because they just want to have the fundamental belief for the system. And see, you're going to that. As soon as you step outside of that, you're kind of looked at them outcomes. Or heretic or something.
yeah, I mean,
Because you don't believe exactly how they do.
yeah, I mean, people are able to believe whatever they want to believe. I think these thoughts are particularly of interest in Israel because, as religious as people think Israel is, it's quite a secular country. Most people are secular, and so they're more open-minded to these types of discussions. And at the heart of the matter, I have evidence that we are not alone on this earth. And if you want to know I mean, I don't personally, but I mean, we can look every single day. There are people who take pictures of anomalous crafts in the air. We have people who have implants in their body that has metals that is not from Earth. We have witness accounts of, of we have witness accounts of abductions, and thus that's a lot more evidence than we even have that God gave Moses Torah on Mount Sinai.
I can't even get it like in the Indian perspective, but their perspective, again, it's like and even like seeing all of us like all of us together. Like October 7th, for instance, we're raping and killing each other, shooting each other. And to somebody that's like so far advanced, that's not like the most like minuscule, like stony type shit they've ever seen before in their lives. Like why should they believe themselves once?
I mean, that's
They'd be like setting price and shit. Artificial like intelligence type deal with content us supposed to recognize that.
yeah. I mean, there's an argument to be made that even the beings that contact us are just uh, like drones. Not drones like you see in the sky, but they're just basically like markers of a higher intelligence.
Like robot drones.
Yeah, exactly. And specifically like the alien rays. Like many times people say that the alien rays are the higher intelligence, but they're not like the highest intelligence. Somebody's sending them on behalf of someone else. I don't really answer that question, but I'm willing to discuss them openly, and that's more than most, not just rabbis, but most any person on earth is willing to do. And when we're looking at evidence, um, I don't want to bullshit people. It's absolutely, I don't want to bullshit people. I know I was bullshitting when I asked about it. And I remember looking.
Just because of lack of evidence on a particular side, it's just almost like that's all dismissed because there's just not enough evidence or physiological evidence that's supposed to support those in which case it's kind of dismissed and passed over and you kind of like
Absolutely. Welcome, Mr. Curtis. How are you? How was your day? It was lovely. Are you ready? You're okay, Mr. Curtis. This is my friend Jacob. Jacob, this is Mr. Curtis. We have Mr. Curtis. We have Jacob to blame for my knowledge of Plato. I did not know about it until Jacob. I did not know about Plato before Jacob, and he introduced me to it, and now I've introduced it to so many different people. But you knew about it, so I didn't introduce it to you. Jacob, would you like to play bowling with Miss Aquarius and me? Oh yeah, I did that accidentally. I sent you that yesterday. Yeah. All right, Mr. Chris, I'm sending you an invite, and Jacob, I'm sending you an invite. Okay. You both should have invites momentarily. That's all right.
oh, this is correct. 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 Oh, this
Oh, just yeah, you kissed it. Yeah, you are. Oh, nice spare, Mr. Price. What's your average? That's good. Absolutely. All right, one more, Mr. Price. You ready for it? Good. Ooh, 7/10 plus. The hardest shot in the game, Mr. Price. Get it.
it takes me a game or two to get locked in. I just give you one. Good job. That's be hard. Now the rock is outside of the first game. Well, I missed it completely.
Ooh, tough split.
Somebody hit the line today.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Nice. All right.
There we go. I think it's fair. Oh, I think this is fun. I like it.
You won by more than 10. Good job, Jacob. That's right. Nice job, Mr. Perez. Great job. Oh, she's the best. Word. All right, Mr. Perez. I hope you have a wonderful. I hope you have a really great physical therapy, and we'll see you. Hope God willing to play tomorrow night. Okay.
Let's make sure it's good.
All right. All right, Jacob.
I like it.
Oh yeah, she's super positive. All right, I'm gonna continue watching Juice History Lecture. Really enjoy. I'll straighten out the.
At the end of these lectures. The term Holocaust became especially popular, although it was in circulation in the 1960s, it became very popular in the 1980s with the result of this feature-length film, Holocaust, starring James Woods and Meryl Streep and Michael Moriarty. But where does the term actually come from? So it's actually a Latin term that appears in the Vulgate translation of the Old Testament, of the Hebrew Scriptures. The term Holocaust is actually a Latin translation of the Hebrew term Olah, where Olah means to rise up, and it refers to a burnt offering that is completely destroyed, right? In the sense of Kulo Olah, everything goes up, it becomes smoke and it disappears into the sky. You can see here the term Holocaustum is how it's actually referred to in the Vulgate. So this is a very powerful term as well, but it has some drawbacks. First of all, it is also, like the term korban, religious in nature, but it has even a more difficult connotation because the passages from Ola appears in the Hebrew Bible are usually referred to in a very positive sense, meaning God answers prayer. smells the burnt offering, and it's a reach nichoach. It is a pleasing odor. So if we were to follow this metaphor to its conclusion, we would have a theological conundrum that's very difficult to comprehend. And in fact, that theological conundrum will continue, but I'll hope to address it later on in this course. So anyway, the term, on one more difficulty with the term Holocaust. If it is somehow pleasing to God, does that mean that those who bring the sacrifice, who are the Kohanim, the priests in the Bible, do they have a counterpart with the murderers of Jews? It's a very, very difficult thought. So Holocaust has its objections, and in fact, many observant Jews prefer not to use the term Holocaust for that reason. Another term very popular in Israel is the term Shoah, also popularized by this very famous film by Claude Lanzmann. Shoah is a Hebrew word that means just generically destruction. It occurs several places in Tanakh and the Hebrew scriptures, but it does not have this specific connection with somehow pleasing God. It can be used in many different contexts. And finally, one other term that is sometimes used, I think, inappropriately is end-usum, or its English translation, final solution. This is a term which was actually coined by Hermann Göring, one of the architects of the Holocaust itself. Here's a mugshot from his trial in Nuremberg. To say final solution implies that there was a question or a problem that had to be solved. And that in itself is deeply offensive. Not only is the borrowing terminology from the Nazis, who themselves were known for being masters of euphemism, of trying to find more appropriate terms for the horrible acts that they committed against people, there's still the difficulty of the meaning of the word itself. A final solution implies an original problem, and the Jews were not the problem. So that's terminology. What exactly do we mean when we're talking about the Holocaust? What are the parameters of this? There are many genocides, in increasing number throughout the 20th century. What are the features of this particular genocide that are unique to the Holocaust, more or less? So let's pick out three basic ideas, which we will return to over the next lectures. First is that the Holocaust was very organized and deliberate. Using stereotypically Prussian means, the Nazis were able to first define who their target was, as we see in the Nuremberg laws that are shown here that specifically define how many grandparents one had to have to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had somewhat less than that number. Defining who the Jews were, isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like a pogrom, which is kind of like a wild riot, a kind of like paroxysm of violence. This is a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century in particular. Secondly, it is total. It is amazing to contemplate the scale of the Nazis' audacious goal, horrific goal of murdering all the Jews in Europe. Here you see a page from the infamous Wannsee conference when head Nazis got together to determine where all the Jews within their catchment area lived and how they could possibly round them all up. And you see in this list, you have the estimated Jewish populations of countries all over Europe, including 200 Jews in Albania. Just to think that the Nazis controlling all of Europe were willing to hunt down 200 Jews, an amazing number, in the country of Albania. That's mind-boggling. And furthermore, it includes many regions that were not conquered by the Nazis at the time. They compiled lists such as the over 300,000 Jews living in England, which was never conquered by the Nazis. So the Holocaust is defined by its totality at the same time. It was total war against the Jews. And then finally, and this is something that I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore in much greater detail, it was industrial. It was unusually involved. It was not a kind of a violent crime of passion using tools that were readily available, rifles, guns, swords. It was something that was planned and organized and using the tools of industrialism per se. Here you see an aerial photograph of Birkenau to see that there were literally literally setting up factories of death, using the kind of tools that were pioneered in the Industrial Revolution, the conveyor belts of Henry Ford, things like that, to employ for the purpose of creating death. That's something very unusual about the Holocaust as well. These three items, we'll certainly return to these themes over the course of these lectures. Finally, and because this is a source of great confusion for many, let us define exactly when the Holocaust happened. And understanding this topic really has a lot to say about how you understand the Holocaust in itself. Does one, for example, date the Holocaust from Hitler coming to power in 1933? There are definitely some arguments to say that yes, this is really the beginning of the Holocaust, although that plays into a particular approach to this history called the intentionalist model, which we will revisit shortly, that says that Hitler intended from the very beginning to murder all the Jews of Europe. There's a lot of good arguments to indicate that this was not, while he was certainly a virulent and terrible anti-Semite, that this was very, very close to his core identity. He did not actually think it was possible to achieve this until quite a bit later, in fact, well into the hostility itself. Does one say the Holocaust begins with the beginning of hostilities on September 1st, 1939, which refers to the date in which Germany invaded Poland? And there are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However, it is important to understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena, but they are not identical phenomena. I think a very good argument can be made, and I hope to make it when we get to this part of the history, for the beginning of the Holocaust really to date from June 22nd, 1941, which was the onset of something called Operation Barbarossa that coincided with the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. It was at this point that mass murder truly begins. There are definitely antecedents to this mass murder. There's violence directed against many victims, as we shall see in the next lecture. But this is when the Holocaust, as we understand it properly, really began. And eventually its nadir would be reached in about a year with the construction and operation of the death camps themselves. And just to bring us to the end of this story, of course, 1945 is the end of the war and the end of the Holocaust per se, but its legacy lives on to this day in many ways that we'll approach at the end of this class. I hope that you will have the patience and the fortitude to make your way through these lectures. It is very difficult material, but I think it's deeply meaningful and very important to understand this in order to ensure that we all act as responsible citizens in a global society. Thank you very much for watching. Now that we've outlined in very basic form the parameters of the Holocaust, terminology we use to describe it, some of its unusual features, and the period of time we're speaking about, we definitely have to spend some time right now at the initial moments of this series talking about the victims. The story of the victims, of course, overlaps with all of the lectures, but let us begin with a very brief overview of who were Hitler's victims. The first of Hitler's victims were not Jews. They were, in fact, Germans. Germans with mental or physical disabilities. And this, I think, is an extremely telling point about the nature of Nazi Germany. We see this amazing quote that resonates with me from Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." And these people with developmental disabilities, children with disabilities, were the very first to be targeted by.
Big dog. How you living, baby? Why do you feel broken, big dog? What's wrong? What do you mean nothing's wrong? Okay, well, when are you going to the store next? Okay, we'll get a rubber band tomorrow. I won't give you any more shit. You try. That's all right. Are you ready to play reverse it? Like, no one knows what that means. What are you talking about? You mean you remembered that many numbers in a row? All right. Did you know that you have an invitation? Okay, that's fine. Okay. Uh, I break it up. I could do it by 11, which is like a telephone number in the United States. Um, so I do 333 and 333, 33 and 4. Like, I just kind of think of it like a telephone number. And then also, like, if I have the opportunity to repeat it back to myself, I will. If I have to do a really long number or something really long, it's easier for me to do a song. But when I became a Freemason, I surprised myself more than I've ever surprised myself with memorizing anything. Um, I had to memorize this. There are like basically two ways to go. You can memorize like kind of like a paragraph of the thing, or you can memorize something that's like 18 minutes long, like an entire fucking play basically. And I memorized the play and I had it perfectly. And the way that I was able to memorize it perfectly is I would type it, and when I typed it, and I just kept typing it exactly the same way every time, I was able to memorize a lot faster. Oh, about 6 months. Yeah, but I mean it's really long. It's like a whole book, and it's all in code, so um, you don't know what the words are. The way that it is, it's called glyphs. So they're like it's like a code, and the only way to know the code is to work with someone who also knows the code. And then what I would do is I would review it with my coach every week. We did it for like a bunch of months to the point where I knew it better than he did. And then I performed it in front of my lodge, and it's still there to this day. They not only said I did it well, but I did it, and it's perfectly. What up, Tim? Yeah, I think you just did it. Depending on the test, yeah, I think so. No, because you are training to the test, which isn't really how those work. It's more about because it's more about the surprise of ability, your ability to interpret uh, symbols. Oh, how do you like that? It's pattern recognition. All IQ tests are, and most of them are just pattern recognition.
Well, there's different types of tests.
That's true. But if you're using one that uses English words, it's already skewed. A proper IQ, because if you're using an intelligence test that uses any English words, it's already skewed to English speakers. And intelligence is not who knows English the best, it's about pattern recognition. So, aside from perhaps some introductory instructions in whatever your native language is, a proper intelligence test should not have any words on it. It should be shapes and and it shouldn't be math either.
Is the practical action difference in that? Go and pick this up.
What's that?
That's right. Something that I could figure out.
Yeah, I mean, they have to have some type of time, but I understand. Um, I mean, I guess it can, but it doesn't necessarily show intelligence. But, or I guess it can, but give somebody as much time as they want. Um, there need to be some limitations on it. Generally, I mean, you could say take as long as you want to do this, and if you get it done, then you it is what it is. And I think that works too. Gives you a chance to check up your work. You recognize that no matter how well you do on like an IQ test, that doesn't necessarily mean that people think you're smart. Nice check out. Generally, the way that people think you're smart in society is based on your vocabulary. The more words you know, the average person thinks that you have a higher IQ. So that does not necessarily mean that you do. It just means that you have a larger lexicon or vocabulary. Uh, it can also equate to math as well. In my opinion, that I saw this in a documentary, and it was the best thing I've ever seen. That in one sentence explained what intelligence is, and it was this: intelligence is the ability to identify analogy. If you want to be smart in society, the ability to identify analogy is the thing that separates what society deems as dumb people and smart people. So did you know that you had an invitation and you were just jerking yourself off raw? Yep. So the ability to identify when either a situation or an environment is similar to another one. It's like pattern recognition.
So I write on and music from the this is the right going to attack. And one of them is understanding that for attack.
What's your question?
Is that what
No, I mean like it's like the ability to recognize. It's the ability to recognize patterns. Correct. What pattern do you recognize? So,
both markets used to be on the same as historically sort of due to inflation. But now inflation is getting so bad that it's pretty well, I have a feeling that next thing we're going to is now like every flip is the last market started in 2023, right? So I think for a year from now, each thing that we could go through a period of hyperinflation.
you do that such a good. Like, you got an unfair start.
So Rabbi,
Yo, Tim.
bull markets started in 2023, which was powered, which means it's right. Then if assets keep going up, we might enter a period of hyperinflation.
I think we're operating in a period of hyperinflation.
I don't think we are.
Okay. Prices are up like 20 double in the last 5 years.
It's not like a hyperinflation, but if we said that hyperinflation would result in what's good terms and conditions,
Yeah, I mean, okay, depends what you want to define as hyperinflation.
that's not hyperinflation, that's not high inflation.
Okay, it depends what you want to define hyperinflation as. It's subjective.
Hyperinflation. You know the whole world of hyperinflation.
That's correct.
But they all want to that means that
So, so we're not going to be in so we're not going to be in hyperinflation. Dude, no Western currency has been in hyperinflation in the last 50 years, or at least no major one, maybe some small. I shouldn't say that. No, none of your major ones. U.S. dollar, the pound, all that. Your major currencies in the world have not experienced hyperinflation in the last 50 years.
Yes.
Depends how you want to define it. Perhaps a 5. Bond, pound. Fuck you, man. Not good. Where else? No. Okay, so do you have enough to be able to buy a rubber band? Okay, just one, baby. sir. Terrible move. What? You'll see. Yo, Pip. Dude, you don't go, you're just gonna jerk yourself off blocks. Dude, you're taking too long. What? Okay. I don't know if it's the best, but I don't like it. Sort of. Okay. Terrible move. What? Yes, sir. Something first. big mistake. Ready for this, dude? Thanks, baby. What up, baby? No.
Should I have some?
I mean, that's up to you.
I feel the lights.
Dude, you can know. Dude,
Oh, what?
I saw that. That was a. I saw that. You're up 10. Yeah, but you got 2 moves. You got 2 moves. Perhaps. What do you want me to do, yourself? Okay. No. Whatever. Guys, I'm whooping your ass. Dude, you need that fucking rubber band. You need that rubber band. Dude, you need that rubber band. Dude, in the meantime, until you get the rubber band, every time I hear you do one of your ticks, I want you to flick your hand, okay? Yes, it was. No one just randomly says that. That's good. You said you said something. Dude, you said something else. Okay, let's see it. Good move. You're gonna lose. Are you good to go? It's over. Okay, so go get a rubber band and come back.
by the Nazi state. The origins of this really lie in something called social Darwinism. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles Darwin, who was associated with the Revolution, the concept of the origin of the species. Although Darwin was mainly thinking about the natural world, there are other thinkers who developed his thought as applicable to human civilizations as well, meaning that the various peoples of the world can somehow be racially divided into how well they are adapted to their environment. This very noxious idea meant that peoples or races, which is in itself a term that was developed in the 19th century, would somehow be fighting with each other for scarce resources, and that they had unique characteristics, positive or negative, that would somehow predispose them to be more or less successful. I'll go into that in some detail in just a moment. But let us try to understand how Darwinist ideas were expressed in the concept of eugenics. The word eugenics means literally in Greek, good birth or good family. And it is an idea that was first pioneered by Sir Francis Galton that took the very obvious observation that people tend to resemble their parents physically and sometimes in other ways as well, and applied it to a quasi-scientific model of trying to improve the human race, literally, by weeding out those who had limitations, intellectual or physical or otherwise. So you see from some of the propaganda that came out of that era, which had a very strong backing in the scientific community. And this is not the place, but it is important to mention that many societies, including America, put into practice some very noxious social measures to try and further the goals of eugenics by, for example, sterilizing individuals who are thought to be beneath the value of a human society. And it often was tinged with racism. There was a widespread belief that people with darker skin color were somehow inferior and had characteristics that should not be propagated. And eugenics was meant to create kind of this artificial ideal of a Nordic, light-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed, highly intelligent human being. And many people approach this without seeing any of the obvious negative repercussions of such an approach. The Nazis, of course, were very deeply invested in the concept of eugenics, not only on the negative side of removing individuals from society forcibly through murder and other means, but also in terms of encouraging through equally brutal means the propagation of people who had these supposed desirable characteristics. But the Lebensborn program, for example, or a life-born.
How are you? Did you have fun?
It's yellow.
Welcome. How are you? Good, Monkey Star. How did you find out about me, my friend? How did you find out about me? Okay, pretty cool. Yeah. What's new? Absolutely. Have I ever introduced myself to you formally? Have I ever introduced myself to you formally? Okay, good. Yeah, and the Shema Life and World Peace and all that stuff. Okay, excellent. Oh, no, fine. That's fine. So what's on your agenda? What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. Well, just watching Twitch history lectures. Not doing anything special. Right? Look good in one.
Program was designed to try and, in some cases, kidnap children who came from particularly eastern regions when they were conquered, and they had the desired characteristics, and they were taken from their parents and were raised as Aryans, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this. Perhaps we'll come to it later on in this program. But with regard to the specific targeting of disabled individuals in Germany, this is something that happened before the war began. Two individuals, Karl Bilmerding and Alfred Oecher, wrote a very awful book, which is called Die Freigabe der Vernichtung Lebens und Werten Lebens. Terrible title, which means the permission to destroy those who are living life unworthy of life. And the authors made this sweeping generalization that people who suffered from physical or mental disabilities were somehow living a quality of life that was inappropriate. And somehow it would be better for the rest of the world to simply destroy those people because they were not equally abled to other members of society. This horrific book had a tremendous impact in Germany, and in fact, it's still available even on Amazon today. You can see here this was from a German Amazon website. The idea of this life unworthy of life was later made real by two co-directors shown here as Karl Brandt in the Nazi environment, in which they created this operation T4, which was named after a particular address in which the institute was held. In August of 1939, the Operation T4 issued a directive that was statewide that ordered all doctors and nurses to report any children under the age of 3 who had mental or physical disabilities. And this report was then used to round up these children in a variety of manners and then simply to kill them, amazingly. Parents were urged to send their children with disabilities to quote-unquote clinics where they were murdered, sometimes through starvation and abuse, sometimes through lethal injection, and sometimes, as we shall see, even through carbon monoxide poisoning, which had a tremendous impact on the future development of the Holocaust per se. Over 70,000 German children were killed in this manner before the operation was stopped. And the only reason that it stopped was because of public outcry. It lasted for about 2 years officially, and then was reinstated later secretly. And by the time the war was over 200,000 people with mental and physical disabilities were murdered. An absolutely horrific statement. Now, the villainy of these horrific monsters were somewhat offset by people like Dr. Heinz-Gerhard Kreuzfeld, shown here, who chose to resist the Nazis early on by faking a diagnosis of his patients. But that's the small story. The larger story is that people like Philip, shown here, were able to proceed with this as an open secret, that people knew what was going on, that these children would be sent away to clinics, and then in remarkable numbers, they were not coming home. The public protest against this destruction of life, unworthy of life, was really quite muted, and it only built up 2 years into the war. During this time, the Nazis developed many methodologies of killing people they felt were unworthy of life, including the use of this carbon monoxide gas, and that would, of course, later be used in the gas chambers themselves. So in many ways, Hitler's first victims prefigured the entire Holocaust. Understanding what happened to these, the most vulnerable victims of the Nazi onslaught, children with disabilities, later adults with disabilities, says much about how the Holocaust would unfold in later years. The Jews, of course, are perhaps the most well-known of the victims of the Holocaust. They're certainly not the only victims of the Holocaust. It's difficult to estimate with any precision the number of Jews that lived in Europe at the eve of World War II, but it's most likely somewhere just above 10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews. So that means that the massacre of some 6 million Jews, and in fact that number is also subject to a certain amount of debate. We'll get to that towards the end of this class, but the wide diversity of quality of census taken across Europe, particularly in this extremely difficult period of revolution and world war and population migration, means it's hard to get a really clear number. There are some respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed at closer to 5, and there are also respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed as higher than 7 million. So, but we use the number 6 million as a relatively reasonable estimate of the Jews that were murdered by the Nazis. They were spread out throughout Europe, massed primarily in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union, in Poland, but significant populations in England, Western Europe, Germany, France, and so on. But I'd like to say a few things about the nature of this population on the eve of the war. The first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. The Jews were hardly monolithic on the eve of World War II. They had come from a pre-modern environment in which they were seen as largely as foreigners, even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years. They nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves very efficiently in a tequila-type organization, kind of a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous assistance from the government, and in fact many times in a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th century with the development of a new notion of citizenship, perhaps most well illustrated by the French Revolution, which occurred in 1789, and then 2 years later, all of the Jews of France were emancipated, meaning they were made equal to non-Jewish Frenchmen and French women. And this meant that the internal organization of the Jewish community had to cease, because it wouldn't make sense to have, a state within a state, as it were. So Jews were forced to make decisions about how they wanted to affiliate with the Jewish community and how they would relate themselves to the state as a whole. There's a lot more to be said here, but beyond the scope of our lecture. Over the course of the next 150 years, they rapidly modernized. The Jews were always a very urban people, always very literate and very numerate, and so they were well poised to advance themselves during the period of modernization that followed on with the granting of citizenship. But the granting of citizenship was hardly uniform. In France, it was granted basically in one fell swoop, first to Sephardim and then to Ashkenazim. In Germany, there was quite a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years, whether or not to grant Jew citizenship. And that colored in many ways the specific experience of German Jewry in relating to the larger environment. In Russia, it was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they modernized was really quite different as you move from west to east. Similarly, huge varieties of religious observance. The notion that European Jewry was monolithically orthodox is patently false. The Reform movement, the conservative movement, all had their origins in 19th century Europe, particularly in the western regions, and had created many different modalities of religious observance with significant tension with traditional observers as well. And then finally, we should understand that to a large degree, particularly in Eastern Europe, it was emptying itself of Jews as we move towards the turn of the 20th century. So wide-scale, massive migration of more than 2 million Jews away from Eastern Europe and to the New World, to the United States, to Canada, to South America, Israel, Australia, South Africa, and so on. So it's a population that was very dynamic, very diverse, and very much changing as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most useful ways to think about the Jews of Europe at this time is to divide them into Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, something that would be very relevant for our understanding of Nazi policies, because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered, as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire, later Soviet Union, and so on. So what's the major differences between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to the Jewish population? First of all, the population of Jews in Eastern Europe was much higher. This is a result of migrations that occurred from the 13th to the 17th centuries, and so you have a significantly larger core population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they're very much attuned to the centers of cultural, economic, social activity. And since they tend to arrive in many of these places very early on in their history, populations going back over a millennium, they tend to be located in the downtown cores of many of these cities. Religiously, as I mentioned earlier, the Western European Jews tended to adopt many other non-traditional forms of religious observance through this new conservative and reform movement. Those were the American terms. Of course, back then they were called historical positivist and liberal. The language was also quite different. In Eastern Europe, the overwhelming majority of Jews spoke a Jewish Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically medieval German mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Romance language terms, and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of the vast majority of Jews from Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were rapidly adopting the vernacular as their first language, and their use of Hebrew, or their use of Yiddish, significantly declined. Nowhere, however, was Hebrew the mother tongue. Hebrew, the ancient language, although always used as a scholarly language, as a religious language, that was something that had become moribund in favor of Yiddish and the vernaculars. But it was revived by the Zionist movement at the turn of the 20th century, and of course it became the revived language of the modern state of Israel. Politically, Jews in Western Europe were looking to various models of what we might call liberalism today. In Eastern Europe, there was a wide variety of political approaches. The vast majority of Jews, it appears, were politically quiescent, were not specifically involved in any political organization. But when we look at the few election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be Zionist in orientation, and there's also a strong socialist trend as well. And then finally, the idea of nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe, where Jews saw the benefit of civic engagement and they saw the benefit of emancipation, and they strove to define themselves as good Englishmen, good Frenchmen, and so on. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon, whereas Jews saw their national identity as being expressed more in Zionism or perhaps in a new communist idea, which hopefully we will return to later as well. One last detail that's very important in understanding the Jewish experience in the Holocaust. One of the major sub-ethnic dividers of the Jewish people are between Ashkenazim and Sephardim. The term Ashkenaz is a term that was used to describe the Jews of the Rhineland, that is in northern Germany, and their descendants who overwhelmingly constitute the bulk of European Jews, especially in Eastern Europe. The term Sephardim comes from the term Sfarad, which is a biblical term as well, and is used to identify Spain. And even though Jews were emptied from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century with the Great Expulsion, nevertheless, Sephardic Jews hold on to their traditional ethnic and cultural orientation even 500 years after that great event of 1492. And so where were they living? And the experience of Ashkenazim and Sephardim during the Holocaust is quite distinct. Looking at a map of Europe, most of the regions conquered by the Nazis were inhabited by Ashkenazim. So much of the story that we'll be telling describe events that happened to Ashkenazim Jews. There are some significant Sephardic populations, particularly in Greece, that fell under the Nazi onslaught and met with the same kind of experience as their Ashkenazi brethren. But for the most part, Sephardic Jews were living in North Africa under Nazi rule. And the nature of the Nazi domination of North Africa was really quite different. So we will, God willing, return to the Sephardic experience, but for the most part, with the exception of the Jews of Greece, who were Sephardim, who experienced the Ashkenazic version of the Holocaust, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also important to recognize that the Jews were not the sole racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. Very high up on their target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered a derogatory term. The gypsies themselves prefer to refer to themselves as Roma or Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistically and ethnically and so on. Very little is known about the nature of Roma life before the Holocaust because they had an aversion more pronounced than Jews and many other peoples to participating in censuses and to engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, holding positions in civil service and so on even, the stereotypical Roma settlement is kind of like a wandering group of musicians, artisans, and so on, who tend to live on the outskirts of settled societies, living a much more nomadic lifestyle. The Nazis hated the Gypsies pretty much with the same degree of hatred that they had for the Jews, and they targeted them as well for murder. But because of the difficulty that we have already seen with measuring the number of Jews before 1939, this problem is exacerbated when we look at the number of Roma. They were characterized as asocials, meaning there was a broad category of peoples that were considered to be somehow, detrimental to an ideal Nazi way of life. And this is something that did not begin with Hitler. This is something that preceded the Nazi Empire, much like anti-Semitism predates the Nazi period, and Hitler simply expanded on it and took it to a murderous conclusion. Finally, it's important to note that there are a whole host of victims of the Nazi regime that do not fall easily into racial categories. They were, for example, social victims. If you have a look at this chart, for example, which demonstrate the classifications of prisoners in various concentration camps, which existed prior to the war and were actually set up early on in the Nazi Empire. You could see that they were assigned typically triangles, colored triangles that were affixed to their clothing while they were prisoners, and it indicated the kind of crimes that they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. There were political enemies, that's primarily communists, but also socialists, and also people who simply don't like Hitler, journalists, and so on. There were people who applied, were common criminals, even in the Nazi code of criminality. If anyone were branded as a criminal, they could be thrown into these concentration camps. There were which means essentially Jehovah's Witnesses. Evangelicals of various stripes were targeted by Nazis, in particular Jehovah's Witnesses. Homosexuals, of course, were targeted, and they were given a pink triangle, which is used in modern times by many gay movements to assert their right to exist as homosexuals. And then there was a generic category of asocials as a whole, anyone basically that Hitler did not like. So there's so many different ways to fall into the trap of Hitler's murderous rampage against German society, and many people actually fit into several categories. You can see here the badges would have to be modified to include if a person was, for example, a Jew and a political enemy and possibly a criminal and so on. So this just gives you a sense of the expanding scope of victimhood that was applied to German citizens by the Nazis. The Holocaust, of course, was built on centuries, even millennia, of anti-Judaic prejudice. What I'd like to do over this lecture is to give you a very brief introduction to the nature of anti-Semitism that Hitler inherited and developed, and in the following lecture we'll look specifically at themes that are especially prominent in Nazi anti-Semitism. So it's important to understand that anti-Semitism is one of these bizarre types of hatred that has remarkable resilience. It is perhaps, as some have argued, the oldest hatred. And we see that it is able to somehow persist over centuries and in widely divergent cultures with tremendous tenacity by shifting to the needs of that particular place and time. Meaning, the ideological reasons that form substrata of hatred of Jews changes depending on what the society will tolerate. And in this, scholars have identified several different ways to break down the nature of anti-Semitic ideology. Gavin Langmuir, for example, has identified the difference between what he called conventional anti-Semitism and chimeric Jew hatred. Conventional anti-Semitism is kind of like the natural hatreds that we see between all kinds of different peoples for whatever reason. And that's certainly, as old as Cain and Abel, that people will hate each other for one reason or another. But chimeric anti-Semitism, which is based on the Greek idea of the chimera, the monster that is created by putting different parts together that don't exist in real life, this is kind of like a pathological, bizarre type of anti-Semitism that emerges in particular in the Middle Ages. We'll see that shortly. Others have pointed to the unique, quote-unquote, redemptive aspect of Nazi anti-Semitism, that unlike many earlier anti-Semitism, somehow by becoming an anti-Semite in Hitler's worldview, you could somehow save the world. And that added a tremendous amount of impetus to this hatred and made it much more palatable to people to adopt this ideology. We'll see shortly. The four basic periods that we're going to cover, however, are as follows. First, xenophobia, which is characteristic of the ancient period. Secondly, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is something that is born from the unique nexus of Judaism as a mother religion and emergent Christianity as daughter religion. And this is associated with late antiquity through the medieval period. And then third, Jew hatred per se, which we find in the medieval period. And then finally, modern anti-Semitism, which dates really from the 19th century onward. And we will explore Nazi anti-Semitism next lecture, which is a variant of modern anti-Semitism. So to look at xenophobia first. The term xenophobia literally means the fear of the strange, the fear of the different. And when you look at the significant number of Greco-Roman writings directed at the Jews, indicating a certain level of anti-Hebrew antipathy, we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems the Greeks and the Romans just don't understand Jews and resent them for their lack of conformity. Like, for example, the fact that Jews would not sit down to eat non-kosher meals with Romans. This was considered very impolite. The fact that they would not bow down to statues, which was considered, typical civic religion for Romans, this was considered impiety. The fact that they took off one day at 7 to rest, the Sabbath, which is perhaps one of the Jews' greatest contribution to human civilization, the fact that they would take off one day at 7 meant that they were slothful or lazy. So these kinds of misunderstandings of Jewish culture led to a certain degree of hatred, but this is the kind of hatred that it's basically a normal kind of hatred. Just to give you one illustration, this is the Arch of Titus, which was constructed by the Romans after they were able to quell the rebellion in Judea in the first century. And this was a victory arch that was designed essentially to commemorate the Roman conquest of Judea after rebels had taken the temple. As you walk through the arch, of course, there's this famous frieze here. You can see there are Jewish captives taking the loot from the temple off to Rome, including the golden menorah and so on. And many would argue this is an anti-Semitic depiction, but I think that would basically be a misunderstanding. The Romans didn't hate the Jews per se, certainly not in the same way that Nazis would. They viewed them as political and military enemies, and when they crushed their political enemies in the year 70, after a long and drawn-out provincial war, they celebrated with this kind of monumental architecture. This is something that virtually every civilization has done throughout human history. So it's hard to understand this as being somehow an unusual or strange type of hatred. Here, by the way, is the colorized version after some research by my colleague Stephen Fine at Yeshiva University, who was able to analyze flecks of paint left behind to see this is the way Romans would have observed that same scene. The second major period, a big shift in the nature of anti-Semitism, is early Christian anti-Judaism. You must recall that Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement made up entirely of Jewish figures that eventually reached out to the non-Jewish world and became a massive world religion by the 4th century. And the separation between the daughter religion and the mother religion was not without difficulty. And there was a certain amount of antipathy that was generated on both sides. Looking at it from the Christian perspective, for our purposes, perhaps the greatest illustration of this kind of theological dispute is the famous juxtaposition of ecclesia and synagoga, the church and the synagogue. This is a form of art. It's really kind of a trope that was designed primarily to communicate a complex relationship between Judaism and Christianity to a largely illiterate audience of churchgoers throughout the Middle Ages. And we have literally hundreds upon hundreds of examples of the ecclesia and synagogue motif. Having a look at this very famous one here, you can see in this monumental architecture, the church, ecclesia, is represented, clear-eyed with a crown indicating authority, the upright staff indicating power, temporal power, and so on. And she is contrasted with ecclesia, who is shown here blindfolded by a serpent, right? Very strong kind of metaphor there. The devil has, so to speak, hidden her from the truth. She's not wearing a crown. Her staff is broken. Often she's depicted having the Ten Commandments fall from her hand and so on. And the whole metaphor is meant to say that God no longer favors the mother religion, Judaism, and has transferred God's favor to the daughter religion, Christianity. literally hundreds of examples, sometimes more violent, such as this example that shows a ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagogue. You can see on the right, synagogue is depicted wearing the golden hood. This is a kind of a hat that Jews were forced to wear in Europe from the 13th century. And the church is literally killing the synagogue who's riding on a sow, also a very important metaphor in German anti-Semitic material. And here's one that I find especially powerful. This is from a stained glass window in a church in Verden, Germany, from the 14th century. On the right, the ecclesia is riding on a tetramorph, a four-headed animal, and a crown is placed on her head from heaven in divine approval. The contrasting image of synagoga, on the other hand, shows a sword being driven through her head. She's blindfolded, the crown's being knocked off her head, and her staff is broken, all indicating a strong level of disapproval. Now, even though these images tend to be rather violent, they're essentially church images. They're couched within a theological vocabulary to indicate that this is an argument between ideologies, not necessarily an argument between people. It's talking about Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual Jewish people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that's basically where this artistic debate rages. The third level, however, is when it really gets down to the level of people. This is what I'd like to call medieval Jew hatred. And we see it beginning in the 12th century and picking up a lot of speed as secular printing is able to disseminate these ideas much more widely. So here, for example, you see a grotesque depiction of the so-called ritual murder of Simon of Trent, a 15th century incident in which, unfortunately, a young Christian child was found murdered, and the population rose up in anger and blamed the Jews for it, arguing without any evidence whatsoever that the Jews needed to kill this young child and drink his blood for ritual purposes. A horrible, terrible lie that has no basis in reality and yet became extremely powerful in the popular imagination, and it was repeated several times right up until the 21st century. This has been a myth that's very hard to shake, and you can see in this horrible depiction that popularized the incidents, showing all of these Jews so identified by the round yellow circle that they were required to wear as torturing this young child. And just to give you a sense of how this is far from an artist named Gasparo in the 21st century, the year 2020, actually painted a modern version of this incident. You'll find it on websites even today with headlines like this website, Jews apoplectic over new painting honoring Simon of Trent, a child ritually murdered by Jews in the 15th century. Said without irony whatsoever, this is a complete lie and a canard, but nevertheless, this is indicative of the nature of medieval Jew hatred, where it goes off the rails. It's no longer a debate between a rabbi and a priest. Now it's about the murder of children. It's about actual attacks on Jewish communities that followed many of these charges, pogroms, public burnings, and so on. Much more to say about this, but I think I've conveyed the idea of it. Let us conclude with a look at modern anti-Semitism, which has two basic characteristics. And this is perhaps the most powerful demonstration of the fact that anti-Semitism can survive on the moon, as it were. Anti-Semitism can survive in very different circumstances. With the scientific revolution and later the Enlightenment, there is a general decline in religious adherence throughout Europe. And as religiosity begins to wane, anti-Semites need to find new reasons to justify their hatred of Jews. As Jean-Paul Sartre put it in his famous book, Réflexions sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that the anti-Semite needs to find a way to justify these beliefs. So with modern times, the two major things were created to justify anti-Semitism were scientific in nature, I put that in and they were related to the idea of a conspiracy. First of all, we should understand the term anti-Semitism. This is a brand new term which was coined in the 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marl, who wanted to find a more polite alternative to the terms Judenhass or Judenfeinde, which meant essentially Jew hatred. And these were terms which were considered, kind of like, uncouth, like using, so to speak, the N-word. One wouldn't use that in polite conversation. And so therefore he wanted to find a term that sort of justified and cleansed the hatred of Jews, based on linguistic theory that there are many different, there's a whole family of languages called Semitic, which includes Hebrew and includes Arabic. He said, I'm against Semitism, by which he meant the philosophy that goes along with being a Semite. And by Semite, he meant only Jew, not Arab. So that's where the term comes from. It's an attempt to whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of opprobrium in itself, but that's not the way it was used for the first 60-odd years of its existence. But the two elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being quasi-scientific racism. The idea that the Jew, as you see on the illustration on the left, La Libre Parole, that the Jew somehow has a biological basis for being the way he or she is. Somehow, this is before genetics were developed, but the idea was somehow in their DNA. This is actually an illustration of the very popular belief at the time in phrenology, that specifically the bumps on a person's head, the shape of one's skull, can indicate over or undevelopment of various moral qualities. And so here's a Jew portrayed in a kind of phrenological diagram with various negative traits under the skin. So the idea that the Jews constitute a distinct race and that they had to be somehow defeated as a race, which flowed very much from what we saw last lecture in social Darwinism, that was joined with the idea of a conspiracy theory, that somehow these Jews who were racially different were nevertheless linked in a global conspiracy to dominate Christianity. So you see on the right an illustration of the notorious anti-Semitic work, The Protocols of the Elders of Zion, in this case a Spanish translation from Mexico City, El Gobierno Mundial Invisible, the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. The idea of a conspiracy. And of course the image showing the wealthy capitalist Jew with his claws on the globe and squeezing it for blood should be fairly obvious. So those are the four basic periods of anti-Semitic ideology that Hitler inherited, but as we shall see in the next lecture, he expanded on them really quite significantly. There are four major periods of the development of anti-Semitic ideology. The last one, the current one, called modern anti-Semitism, is the one in which the Nazis participated. However, Hitler took it to new extremes with a few developments that we're going to explore right now. The first is the notion of parasitism. One of the elements that Hitler expanded was the notion that the Jews were somehow a distinct race and that the quality of their survival was related to their ability to act as a parasite. Just like cockroaches are said to be able to live through a nuclear holocaust because they have the ability to kind of find the chinks in a given society, so too the Jews were like kind of a cancer that could live off a healthy host to great success. So you have a look at this book cover, which predated Hitler's rise to power, Die Sünde wider das Blut, The Sin Against the Blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times from someone named Arthur Dictor. And you can see the muscular, shirtless Aryan male who is weighed down by the vulture that clearly has stereotypical Jewish features with the heavy jowls and the large nose and the thick lips and so on. And the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day the Jews will feed on the rotting corpses of Aryan civilization, like a vulture, a bird that eats carrion, feeds on them. The parasitism is very prominent in this particular image. Another example, and this comes from the Nazi era, a twisted woman named Elvira Bauer, who created, she was an 18-year-old kindergarten teacher, who created a series of children's books for Nazi propaganda purposes. This is one called Giftpilz, the poisonous mushroom or the toadstool. And the whole metaphor here is that the Jews are a different species, just like toadstools, poisonous mushrooms, are different from regular mushrooms, but it's hard to tell them apart. You have to be an expert to tell them apart. And of course, the message of this to children was, be very careful. You may meet some Jews who look like they're very nice people, and they look like regular people. They're not. They're actually toadstools, right? Very dangerous, noxious kind of message. Also, the parasitism, of course, is that the toadstools, they live in places where there is decay. The association of Jews with various noxious creatures like spiders, as you see here in a 1941 Nazi publication in French, the Juif, shown as a spider. Here's an earlier one showing the Jew as a louse, which I find this one artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse. And if you look carefully at the pupils of the eyes, you'll see that there's a dollar sign in the louse's right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye, which alludes to the related charge of the conspiracy theory, that behind the American dollar, behind Soviet power, is in fact the Jew who is acting as a parasite like a louse. This actually comes from Louis Streicher's Der Stürmer magazine. Here's a propaganda poster from Warsaw in Polish, and the Germans were using propaganda to tremendous success all over Europe, and it associates Jews with fleas and with typhus that was carried by them. A very strong image there. Here's another example from France that identifies Jews with the microbe itself. It reads, tuberculosis, syphilis, and cancer, they're all curable, but we have to make the grand finish of all of them the Jew. We have to wipe out the Jews themselves in this microscopic image of the Jewish microbe, so to speak. So the Jews are identified as kind of like a germ, a bacillus, some kind of infectious disease. And by the way, I'm giving this lecture right now in quarantine during the coronavirus condition that's happening across the Europe right now, pandemic, to show you a couple from our own times in 2020. Here is a contemporary image. It's not Chinese, it's the Jew flu, right? And here the anti-Semitic artist is trying to associate the Jew with the horrible pandemic that's affecting all of America right now. Here's another one. If you have the bug, you give a hug, spread the flu to every Jew. And related to our purposes, at the bottom is the word Holocaust. But the notion that COVID-19, the illness that affects people with coronavirus, is a respiratory transmission. But to move back to the 20th century, the second major element that's very, very strong in Nazi anti-Semitism is the concept that the Jews are linked in an international conspiracy. And that's in fact what this particular image is titled. And you can see there's all these kind of like dramatic lines connecting the Jew to several figures who are not necessarily Jewish themselves, but nevertheless world authorities. Roosevelt, America, Churchill in England, Stalin in the Soviet Union, and then the Jew is somehow, playing them like a puppeteer. Very, very strong image. Here's another example of Nazi propaganda that you see behind the British, the American, the Soviet flag. This, of course, is when these are the Allies fighting against Nazi Europe. Behind the enemy's curtain is a Jew. That's what the caption means. The Jewish capitalist. Notice the same kind of images we saw last week with the corpulent, bureaucratic capitalist with the watch fob. In this case, it has a Star of David on it. The heavy jowls, lips, and nose. These are all stereotypical images. So the connection of the racial component, the idea of the parasite Jew, to the conspiracy Jew is something that runs through as a very strong theme in Nazi anti-Semitism. A third element, which I think is quite distinct in Nazi themes, and you see it also in the medieval period, but the Nazis really pioneered it for modern terms, is prurience. I'm not going to show you images that convey this more directly, but the Nazis understood that this kind of propaganda is essentially borrowing the same elemental power of pornography. That there's a kind of like, can't look away from the grotesquerie, like when you're driving down the highway and you see an accident and you can't help but look at the accident. So they capitalized on this very heavily. One of the most horrible and most egregious examples is this terrible publication called Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper, published by Julius Streicher. In this particular one, which I'm just using as a sample, but not necessarily to illustrate this point, it says Jüdische Mordplan, the Jewish murder plan, right? Clearly linking to the idea of a conspiracy. And it shows in the image these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing from the necks of murdered Christian children. Right? That's the whole idea of it. And the blood and the violence and the sexuality, the rape scenes, abortion, all kinds of images like this find themselves in Nazi propaganda. Related to this, the idea of pedophilia, the Jew as the pedophile. And this particular example, related to some of the children's propaganda I showed you earlier, shows a Jew giving out candy treats to young Aryan children. The caption not shown here says that I have much more candy, but you'll have to come inside to get it. And of course, luring them to a horrible fate. This is the kind of pornographic and violent elements that the Nazis really exacerbated with their anti-Semitic images. It should be noted as well that one of the themes that happened to obsess Hitler personally was the concept of Rassenschande, or race shaming, which is the notion of intimate relations between Jews and non-Jews in Germany. And quite often, couples that had these kinds of mixed relationships were specifically isolated and publicly humiliated, like this couple here, which were forced to wear these placards that specifically relate to the nature of their relationship. Finally, we should return to this one idea that's very, very powerful in many of Hitler's speeches in particular, this idea of repentative anti-Semitism, a concept that was articulated by a historian named Friedlander. The notion is that by becoming an anti-Semite, you can save Germany, you can rescue Germany. Everybody knows, Hitler once said, that there is this good Jew or that good Jew, and no one will appreciate the hard work we put in murdering all of these Jews. But nevertheless, it has to be done, this is the way the argument goes, for the sake of larger Germany. This particular image, which dates from 1920, and I'm very tempted to think was actually painted by Hitler himself, he was something of an appetite.
What's up, CR?
For artists, you can see the bottom, there
how are
are the
you?
initials.
CR, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? ZR. ZR, can you hear me? ZR, how are you? How's your day going? ZR, can you hear me? I can't hear you. I can talk. ZR, okay. ZR, I see you trying to stop. What's going on? Yo, ZR. ZR, can you hear me? I see you're trying to talk. Are you sure like volume isn't down a lot or something? Okay, I can barely. What's up? still really, really low. Better, yeah. Hello. How'd you find out about me, Leon? Dude, I can't hear you. Can you say that again? Yeah. How'd you find out about me? Okay, cool. Well, welcome. How's your day going? Okay, very well. What Discord did you find me in? Okay, that's cool. Okay, very cool. You're still really hard to hear. Okay, well, you're welcome here. Feel free to watch. We're watching Jewish History Lecture. Enjoy.
AH, and very primitive early swastikas. This is before the Nazi movement even accepted Hitler into its ranks. But the image is portraying a nude alien woman, once again in prunence, and behind her is this leering, looming, ugly Jew. And the idea is that the Jew is eventually going to have his way with this Aryan woman if someone doesn't step in and somehow avert the tragedy. That's something that Hitler said was essentially a cosmic and existential struggle, and that it was waged entirely against a hidden enemy, that the Jew had to be discovered is a very, very important thing. And it provided justification for what any other human being would regard as unjustifiable behavior. Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background before we get to the history of the Holocaust itself. And in order to understand the very question, we have to look to a historiographic debate between two schools of thought as to how to interpret the Holocaust as a whole. One school is called the intentionalist school, and the other school is called the functionalist school. Now, what does that actually mean? So, intentionalism, which is associated in particular with scholars like Lucy Davidovitz, who wrote a very important book called The War Against the Jews, 1933 to 1945, is a school of thought which you may have heard of before that essentially understands the Holocaust as the expression of one man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe and a small cadre of conspirators that joined him in this effort, particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler and Heydrich and Goering and so on, and the SS and a few other key elements in German society. The notion of this kind of conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of really positive benefits to understand the Holocaust, really grew out of the 1947 Nuremberg war crimes trials shown here, in which American prosecutors in particular wanted to try and define a legal strategy to identify those members of German society that could adequately be prosecuted, brought to justice, while at the same time maintaining a superior position for the Allies vis-a-vis the Soviet war they were having, the Cold War. There's a lot more to say about this, and I hope that we shall return to this at the very end of this course when we look at the aftermath of the Holocaust. But what ended up happening was the legal team essentially looked at the events of the Holocaust and defined it this way, where Hitler was at the ground zero. He was the essential, necessary, and sufficient cause for the Holocaust. He drew to himself a small group of these co-conspirators, and essentially the vast majority of the population was basically duped into going along with this murderous plan. That's the intentionalist model, and it's so called because Hitler intended the Holocaust from the very beginning. That's the sense of that particular school of thought. The other school of thought, which begins to emerge in the late 1950s and especially into the 1990s, is associated with people like Christopher Browning, who wrote an extremely important book called Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101, and the Final Solution in Poland. And this is an example of a very different approach to the Holocaust, which, without denying the absolutely virulent and violent hatred of Jews that Hitler had from a very young age, tries to look at the Holocaust kind of like from a different perspective and to understand, well, what were the major elements that allowed so many people to participate in this horrific social experiment of ridding Europe of its Jews. And by taking himself out of that particular mind frame that, Hitler and his code of conspirators duped the rest of Europe, he was able to reveal a lot of really frightening new ways of looking at the Holocaust. And the most important of which is this idea that the Holocaust was a function of the war. The word function in the sense of, as you've studied functions and relations in mathematical theory, that when one thing changes, another thing changes as well. And the basic elements of functionalist historians and their thought is that as the war became more brutal and as people became more inured to the inhumanity that was associated with the war, the Holocaust became more and more of a possibility. In other words, at the beginning of Hitler's reign, you have a certain amount of persecution, a certain amount of isolation and ostracism, and that grows throughout the interwar period until you have the acceptance of the idea of ghettoization, and then finally the acceptance of the idea of mass murder and even the gas chambers. Kind of like a ratchet effect, that as one thing changes, another thing changes as well, hence functionalism. Now, that's not to say that Hitler's anti-Semitism is not an important factor in the entire evolution of the Holocaust, or devolution might be a more appropriate term, but nevertheless, it sheds light on the general culpability of European society as a whole. If we take away the bright spotlight on Hitler, which tends to throw all of the background into a dark shadow, and we begin to look at the entire picture, we see that there's a much more complicated social phenomenon going on. And in fact, a lot of the functionalist theories about how the Holocaust came to be have been substantiated by research in experimental psychology and other disciplines. We will come to these issues throughout this course, and let us hold on to this idea of the intentionalist versus the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust, because it will illuminate quite a bit of our approach to many questions as we will encounter. At any rate, looking at this aspect of the Holocaust, let us try to understand Hitler's particular role from his youth in the development of his own anti-Semitic attitudes. So if we look at his family, here is a rather dramatic picture of Hitler as a baby. The primary source we have for our understanding of Hitler's life is, unfortunately, Hitler himself. He lived an entirely unremarkable life, and we don't have a lot of independent third-party sources that can tell us anything sophisticated about a man who changed the course of world history. Basically, he had a rather unremarkable middle-class Austrian childhood. He was born in a border community called Braunau am Inn. You can see here in the map where it's located on the border of Austria and Germany. His father was a customs official named Alois Hitler Schicklgruber, and it's important to note that he was born with the name Schicklgruber, but later on, for reasons which are not entirely clear, he took the name Hitler, or possibly Hitler, after an adopted father. His own father was unknown, and that's how the name Schicklgruber was essentially got of his birth mother. The fact that his father was unknown, which is something which we will return to in a moment, may have plagued Hitler in his own notion of race purity. It's interesting to contemplate perhaps one of the ironies of history. What would have happened in World War II if Alois Hitler had never changed his name from Schicklgruber? Would there even have been a Holocaust if one had to say Heil Schicklgruber instead of Heil Hitler? But it's really more relevant to alternative history than to modern critical study of history. He buried and married 3 wives in the space of 3 years. His last wife was Clara Hitler, shown here, significantly younger than Alois Hitler, and Adolf was her child. He was very close to his mother and very far from his rather distant father, who actually died when he was quite young. Hitler, as you can see here from this class photo, dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historians are quick to point out the rather defiant posture with the crossed hands and the slightly upraised chin that would be indicative of the pose he would take in all kinds of public photographs for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, did not stand out from his peers. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father, and when he was orphaned first from his father and then shortly thereafter by his mother, he decided he would pursue training as an artist. The most respected school for the study of art was certainly the Vienna School of Art, and Hitler tried repeatedly to gain admission to that school, but he was rejected. And in fact, this would loom large in his own self-image. He would frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received. And according to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the notion that a Jew had taken his place at the Vienna School of Art, that really he was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but somehow he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. So Sartre also wrote in his famous Réflexions sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So for Sartre, the idea that Hitler's anti-Semitism was born from this need to explain his otherwise simple story of inadequacy is a large psychological theory. Perhaps we'll come back to it later in life. But at any rate, as an artist, his work has been preserved to some degree, and it's rather, it's rather non-special in every way. You tend to read things like this, of floral arrangements and landscapes and things like that. What is perhaps more fascinating are the few self-portraits that we have, such as this one, which shows him sitting alone on a bridge with a little X over his head. Not certain whether he added that himself, but it looks a little bit, if you can imagine, like sort of like adolescent, angst-filled Instagram post is really what he's doing. It gives you a little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his late teens. Let us conclude by just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is sort of like an offshoot of the School of Psychology and the School of History, and it is an attempt to try and impose some psychological analysis on figures in the past. A very difficult proposition indeed, especially because we're working with very limited sources. We're not able to interrogate the subject and so on. But we can identify a few things about Hitler's early years. Certainly we can identify his heroes. For example, he waxed quite poetic about Richard Wagner, who was a very important composer in the 19th century, who was, you may have heard the Flight of the Valkyries, for example, a very famous piece of music that is included in the movie Apocalypse Now and things like that. And Wagner tended to be sort of like an Odinist who wanted to return to the Norse gods and to the kind of Aryan nobility that they represented. He wrote these massive operatic pieces, Tristan und Isolde and things like that. And Hitler really enjoyed that kind of heroic imagination and like this larger-than-life picture of what Germany and Germans stood for. Wagner, of course, was an inveterate anti-Semite himself. Hard not to see Hitler being influenced by that thought as well as his music. Another major influence on Hitler in his youth was Karl Lueger, shown here. Very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Lueger ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies and specifically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool, uh, beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters in unison on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic anti-Semite, and in some cases, he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about this, how can you appoint Jews? He said very famously, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich," meaning, I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless, his public persona was definitely very anti-Semitic. A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of the Yuge statue, by the way. This is dated from the summer of 2020, where we were having here in America tremendous upheaval, a lot of questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes and Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of Karl Juger, who is famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time his anti-Semitic legacy is very strong. And you can see painted all over this defaced statue is the word Schande, which means shame or for shame. And that's, I think, quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, another aspect, as I mentioned, about the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps Hitler's own grandfather was a Jewish man. It's highly, highly unlikely. There are some historians who point to the fact that his biological grandmother was treated once by a Jewish physician. Who knows, that kind of thing. Very, very unlikely kind of passing encounters. But there's no question that this idea could have preyed very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when his institutions were so demanding of racial purity. For example, if you wanted to belong to the SS, you had to prove that you had no Jewish blood in your background. Let us recall, by the way, that intermarriage between Jews and Germans was really quite high, something like 30% by the time Hitler comes of age in the early 1920s. So there's a significant number of people who have Jewish blood, although they're claiming to be full-blooded, so to speak, Aryan Germans. And so Hitler himself could not have proved that he had no Jewish blood in his system, and technically he would be invalidated from joining the SS himself. That must have galled him. But anyway, that gives you some sense of what Hitler's mindset would have been. Next, we're going to talk about his rise to power after World War I. I'd like to now speak a little bit about Hitler's rise to power. We can begin with World War I, and we're going to end in 1933 when he becomes Chancellor of Germany. So 1914 to 1933 are the years we're going to be discussing now. The most important turning point in Hitler's life, without doubt, is the experience of World War I. Here you can see a photograph of him famously in the Munich Alexanderplatz when World War I was first announced. And looking at that photograph of him, which is in the circle detail area, it seems that he's quite pleased with the announcement. There's no question that many Germans and many Europeans as a whole viewed World War I as some kind of bizarre cleansing process. They thought that World War I would allow the youth to kind of find their movement, find their sensibility, and to, in a manly way, encounter each other on the field of battle and emerge stronger and cleaner and more possessed of purpose. It was generally thought of as some kind of positive event. It was not viewed with the same horror that we look back on the beginning of the century now that we've lived 100 years of genocide ever since. A big part of the reason is because people people didn't have a sense of what this kind of global conflict would be like. A lot had happened since the last major conflagration, which would have been the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And, the changes in technology, changes in stability, and the change in the degree of carnage was something that Europeans were simply not prepared for at all. You think about the kind of technological change, for example. This is the first war in technologies like these tanks were first deployed. Can you imagine what it would have been like when you're used to facing at most, perhaps, cavalry on horseback, and all of a sudden there's this unstoppable lozenge-shaped type device that can cross trenches and knock down trees and things like that. Airplanes were not heavily used during World War One, but primarily for reconnaissance and things like that. But the idea of war by air became much more significant during the course of the war, and was also a tremendous terror. The use of the machine gun, which had been developed earlier, in fact, it was used in the American Civil War in the 19th century, now reached European shores. And the idea of, this rapid fire engine of death that could cut down swaths of people rather than, single shot muskets that would have been used 100 years earlier with, the pause, death rates, stamped down the gunpowder. This was an entirely different order of death, and people really weren't accustomed to the sense of it. The idea of gas, this is something which was not banned by world authorities before World War I, and the idea of releasing large clouds of gas that would float over into enemy trenches, or possibly, if the wind was raw, float over into civilian villages nearby, was something that represented a huge new technological advance, or once again a step back in human progress, as people felt the fear of gas at a mortal level. It's important to note, of course, that Hitler himself was wounded by a gas attack, and that left a dramatic impact on his way of thinking about war and about the use of gas specifically. He famously said that he believed that all Jews should be held under gas, and that statement, which he made in the 1930s, was something that we tend to interpret it in the sense of what happened in places like Auschwitz and Treblinka and Majdanek, but it's quite possible that Hitler was thinking more of how he suffered with a gas attack in World War I, and not necessarily thinking of the nefarious death camps that would come later on in the 1940s. Anyway, here you see a photograph of a soldier wearing a gas mask and his horse also wearing a gas mask. Again, the strange kind of combination of 19th century warfare with horses and 20th century warfare with gas. The sheer degree of shelling, especially over very narrow swaths of territory, was overwhelming. Here's a field that still shows the scars, even in 2020, of the battleground, the number of craters that indicate how heavily this region was shelled during the course of World War I. So the people who emerged after World War I named quite often, these disfigured veterans, losing limbs and things like that, came back to their European societies with a tremendous sense of malaise over the direction of society. There was a tremendous amount of questioning of, what happened to that kind of, marching forward of progress of human civilization and so on. And this generation is called the lost generation for that reason. And there's a lot more to say about that, but I'm going to have to keep this video short. Another major thing that had a very dramatic effect on Hitler's way of thinking is something called revisionism. The most dramatic element of the post-war era was certainly the redrawing of the borders of Europe. If you look at the left-hand side of this map, you see that Europe was basically dominated by large empires before World War I. On the left, Germany covers a large amount of territory. The Austro-Hungarian dual monarchy, which covered a whole slew of ethnicities, and the Russian Empire commands much of Europe. After World War I, in the peace treaties that were signed, Germany and Austro-Hungary were the big losers. Russia, by the way, had fallen in a revolution in October 1917, so it was already gone as an empire. And a whole bunch of the newcomers countries were created in their midst. Looking at the map on the right, you see that Germany has lost its land connection with East Prussia because Poland, a newly revived state that had disappeared in the late century as a result of the annexation efforts of its neighbors, is now reborn. And since it had to have some kind of deep water port, it was given Danzig or Gdansk, which separated Germany from East Prussia. Austro-Hungary, which ironically only had about 1/3 of its population was Austrian or Hungarian, is suddenly broken up into all these new countries. You see Czechoslovakia, which Hitler called a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. Yugoslavia is being created. Romania is enlarged. And towards the east, the Russian Empire loses its territories in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and part of Ukraine is added to the Ukraine. So there's a really dramatic, mixing up of the borders. There are some big winners, like the Czechs and Slovaks who got their own country, and there are some big losers, like Austria-Hungary. One of the ironies, for example, with Austria is that during the wartime era, the country was led by an admiral. And if you look at the map of Austria, you'll see that it has no outlet to the sea, but nevertheless they have an admiral in charge of the country. That's just pointing to the kind of insecurities that were associated with these new boundaries. Also of note, more than half of Poland's citizens were not ethnic Poles. You can imagine that would lead to a lot of destabilization. And the capital city of Lithuania, historically, Vilnius, was actually not located in its own country, Lithuania. It was located in the boundaries of Poland. Some amazing and bizarre changes were put into place as there was a large population, specifically the losers of World War I, who wanted to revise the peace treaties, hence the term revisionism, which is used, by the way, in other contexts later. Today, when people speak about Holocaust revisionists, these are non-scholars who want to try to undermine any of the scholarly and historical understanding of the Holocaust and to revise it to make things look, less anti-Semitic. But anyway, in this context, revisionism refers specifically to the desire to revise the post-World War I treaties so that some of the countries that lost territory or lost status would somehow regain it. Germany, obviously, was a major revisionist country who wanted to take back a lot of what had happened during World War I. And Hitler was very closely allied with this revisionist thinking. In particular, Germans referred to something called the Dolchstoß. This is a term meaning to stab in the back. And in this short video, I'm not going to go into the very small details about why they believe this was the case. But many Germans who were in a revisionist mindset felt that the reason they lost World War I was not due to the ineptitude of their armed forces. Rather, it was due to some kind of betrayal that happened in the heartland, specifically associated with Jews. There was, in fact, a lot of feeling inside Germany that the war should no longer be prosecuted. It lasted from 1914 to 1918. It was a 4-year-long global war with massive costs on both sides. And so when Germany ended up surrendering, many felt that, we should not have surrendered. We should have pressed on to victory. And victory was within our grasp. If it were not for those unnamed backstabbers who were associated with Jews, then we would have won the war. So this kind of feeling of national resentment, of national betrayal that permeated the 1920s. You can see an Austrian cartoon, and again, the Austrians were also huge losers in World War I. And you can see the image here of a lantern-jawed, brave Austrian soldier who's sitting in the trenches, and characteristic of World War I, bravely looking off and steely-eyed as he surveys the enemy and is certain not to let them cross the boundary. But to his rear, with storm clouds brewing, this ugly anti-Semitic caricature of a Jewish woman wearing a French-style hat stabs him in the back. There is, by the way, a very close connection between anti-Semitic propaganda and misogynistic propaganda that case, the hatred of women and the hatred of Jews, they tend to go hand in hand. Maybe in another class we'll have a chance to explore that connection in great detail, but not for now. So this idea that Germany should have won, Germany should have been the masters of Europe, but in fact they were stabbed from the back, typically by Jews. That's an idea that motivated Hitler very prominently. But the anti-Semitic feeling in the 1920s was literally palpable, particularly in the form of something called Notgeld, or necessity money. I'm just going to use this as an illustration of the kind of feelings of anti-Semitism and how close to the surface they were in the 1920s. Germany went through a tremendously hard time right after World War I. They were saddled with hyperinflation, where people's life savings, their life insurance policies and so on, all just simply disappeared in this global economic collapse. There was the war guilt that was applied to Germans. There was the humiliating demilitarization of border areas. And Germans felt very badly about how they were treated in the Versailles and other treaties after World War I. Have a look at this Notgeld, for example. This is Notgeld refers to currency that is locally produced because typically the national currency has lost its validity. So people are not able to exchange national German currency because the value is dropping all the time. They'll make up their own currency, their own, as it were, dollar bills that will be used locally as a generally accepted rate of exchange. So here's a 50 note from the town of Tuchstedt, and on the one side you have this kind of cartoon drawing that describes where Tuchstedt is between Hamburg and Bremen. But then when you look on the obverse, you see there is a distinctly anti-Semitic image that shows capitalist Jews with their waistcoats and their bulging bellies and the heavy nose, the bald head, the bulging jowls hanging from a tree as the ravens come to feast on their corpses. In other words, this kind of currency is telling the bearer that we believe that all the Jews should be killed. Can you imagine if you're a young kid and your mother says, would you please go to the store and pick up a quart of milk and here's some money? If you're a Jewish kid and you're looking at, wow, this is what my neighbors think of me. That's the level of anti-Semitism that was prevalent in the 1920s. Here's another example from the city of Sternberg, which commemorated an ancient desecration of the host libel that occurred in that town. Here on one side of two bills, you see a medieval drawing of the town of Sternberg, and here is the story. On the right, you can see a group of Jews who have gone to a corrupt priest, and they buy from him the host. The host is a wafer that Catholics will use in their religious ceremonies, which is, through the doctrine of transubstantiation, identified with the founder of Christianity. I won't go into the details of the theology here, but basically the host is holy, especially since the 13th century, when this doctrine was really pushed in Europe. They take this host, which again is identified with the founder of Christianity, and they torture it. Here you see in this image, they've got it typically on their Passover seders. That's the way the story goes. And on the left, they are stabbing the host, and it is running freely with blood. A miraculous event that also, provides support to the whole argument that the wafer is, in fact, the founder of Christianity. And then they're discovered and burned alive. Now, this last slide is actually what happened in Sternberg about 500 years prior, and it is celebrated as some kind of important element of city history that is so wonderful that we should put it on our currency. Can you imagine what that must have been like for the Jews who lived in Sternberg? Incredible. But that gives you a sense of what it was like in the 1920s vis-a-vis the kind of background noise level of anti-Semitism that could be found in Germany. Here's in Austria nearby a 1920 election poster that says German Christian, German here used in the sense of an ethnicity, German Christians, Rettet Österreich, save Austria. Right? And the picture shows the Austrian eagle being strangled by this disgusting worm-like creature that's clearly identified as an observant Jew with the forelocks and with the side locks and with the kippah of the forked tongue snake and so on. It's really hard not to interpret this negatively for Jews. So Hitler was definitely very much part of this kind of feeling. He joined the nascent Nazi Party at this time, and in 1923 he was associated with the Munich beer hall putsch. The word putsch basically means like an attempted violent takeover of the government. The putsch, which Hitler participated in, was short-lived. The Nazi Party was rife with informants, and the police broke it up very easily. And Hitler was tried and sent to jail. However, he met with a very supportive judge who essentially identified with much of Hitler's ideology and much of the Nazi Party's political aims, and so he gave him a very cushy ride, less than a year in prison for attempting to take over the government. Imagine that. And in prison, as you can see him here, actually in the Landsberg prison, he was allowed to have visitors. He's clearly not wearing prison uniform. He had a personal cook. He had a personal valet there, and he was able, while he was in prison, to compose his autobiography, Mein Kampf, which means literally my struggle, which was essentially a chance for him to gain in notoriety. And kind of like you have today in certain types of urban cultures, by going to jail for his beliefs, he earned street credibility, street creds. And when he came out of jail, he was like a rock star. He was hugely famous, and his Mein Kampf book was well read, even though it is a scurrilous, hard to put together argument with lots of screeds against Jews and things like that. Nevertheless, he emerged from that period a hero and was able to parlay this popularity into the leadership of the Nazi Party and then ultimately to all of Germany. Here's a photograph of the so-called Sturmabteilung, the brown shirts as they're popularly known. This is one wing of the early Nazi Party. They were later destroyed by Hitler in 1934 as he tried to gain a little bit more respectability for his movement in the so-called Night of Long Knives. But throughout the 1920s and into the early 1930s, these brown shirts were like kind of thugs that would march around and intimidate Jews, intimidate moderate Germans, intimidate journalists, and so on with their paramilitary expressions. And people were afraid to stand up to Hitler because, among other things, he actually had a kind of a quasi-army at his disposal. In the elections, you can see that the power of the Nazi Party proceeded apace. In the elections of May 1920, you can see that the Nazi Party only got 2.6% of the electorate, but by September 1930, that had risen to 18.25%, and by July 1932, a very strong 37.27%. Now, for those of you who are watching this in America, you may think, well, 37, that's not a majority. You need to have at least 51% to be able to form a government. But that's because you're thinking in American terms, where there are basically only two major parties that have any serious shot at winning the presidency in modern America. In Germany, there was a plethora of parties, much like, for example, in Israel, in this parliamentary system that made up the government. And the government typically goes to the party that is able to have the largest single plurality. So if you look at this chart here, you can see that the Nazis claimed 33% of the popular vote. The Social Democratic Party was the second largest party, only 20%. And so Hitler had to essentially make coalitions with the other parties in order to govern. But he was given that opportunity in 1933 and was named actually chancellor. His greatest enemies, the ones who we fear the most, were the communists, and then through some political wrangling, which will take us a little further afield, he was able to eventually sideline the communists and ultimately consolidate his control as the chancellor of Germany. And it's at this point that we're going to leave this video and we're going to look at how he implemented his anti-Jewish policies during the interwar period after being named chancellor. Thank you very much for watching. In this video, we will look at the period between 1933, when Hitler first takes control of Germany, through the late 1930s, and especially right up until the Stalingrad, towards the end of the war, Nazi policies were changed, as we shall see next week. And during these 6 hard years of activity, Hitler really makes Germany into a police state. Let's try to understand some of the major elements of it. So on a political level, it begins when he's made Chancellor in January of 1933. The next month, there is a very suspicious fire at the ROTHSCHILD, which is the building that houses the German parliament. And there's a lot of discussion as to how this fire was actually set, what circumstances, but Hitler definitely capitalized on it, in particular to stoke fear against the communists, who are the political bloc that he fears the most. He passes, almost immediately afterwards, the Enabling Act, which is essentially a law that Parliament agrees to that gives him the right to control the country like a dictator or a show law. This is a very important point. You should remember that Hitler was democratically elected to office. He definitely made use of dirty tricks and misleading rhetoric and force, particularly through the person of his brown shirts. Essays from Dialect that spoke about it in the last video. But he was nevertheless democratically elected, which is an important cautionary tale for us even in the first century. Shortly after establishing the Enabling Act, he went to work to round up his political opponents, journalists, various individuals, organizations that he felt threatened his power base, and create the first concentration camps. We will contrast these early concentration camps with the 6 death camps later on in this course. There's a major difference between them. And the concentration camps were designed primarily for political enemies. They housed principally non-Jews, and they were, as a whole, while brutal, nothing like the death camps, so-called feminists. They were designed specifically to kill people, but they were only established in the 1940s. For now, he set up concentration camps all over Germany, primarily to contain his political enemies. Shortly after that, he has all of the parties disbanded, with the exception, of course, of the Nazi Party. So, in a nutshell, within a few months of the Chancellor, Hitler effectively dictator of Germany. And their willing population on the whole followed further into the 1930s. There's much more to say about the social nature of Germany, but we're going to focus specifically on those aspects which we will politics. But there are 2 major things that are happening in Germany on the social level at this point. One element is the social ostracism of others, the designation of those who are not part of the master narrative, that's very fancy, and the specific isolation of those groups and persecution. Among the first to feel this are so-called Jehovah's Witnesses. This is a Protestant group. They are popular in America as well, America. And in Germany, they were regarded as they were not Lutherans, they were not typical Protestants, Catholics, and so Hitler's Nazi Party strove to isolate them. Early on in Nazi rule, the Jehovah's Witnesses put out the document shown here, the clarification, which identifies them as, non-politically active and not wishing to challenge the state and so on, but it did very little for them because in the end, Hitler sought to pursue them as well. Another group, very small, we're talking about no more than a few hundred people, so-called lying bastards. This is obviously a derogatory term that was applied to offspring of African soldiers who served in military life on German territory, German soil. And there was a certain number of people, there's a lot of people in this category, but in fact, there were some particular groups serving in the French legions, for example, who formed relationships with local German women and used offspring. So these mixed race individuals were blown out of proportion in terms of their size also in terms of the reported negative racial impact on German people. And they were a favorite target of Hitler's ire. So the Rhineland bastards, quote unquote, were specifically identified as people who were outside of the general German narrative. Shortly after that, terrifyingly, in June 1933, Germany passed a law called the Law for the Prevention of Genetically Diseased Offspring, horribly inhumane law, and gave the state the right to determine anyone who would be negative impact was perceived on the German population, and the state was given the right to sterilize that individual. And obviously, the term genetic is not appropriate here. It's a very early period of understanding genetics as a whole. But even so, the German state nevertheless went way beyond what they felt were appropriate criteria on a genetic level to those characteristics which we might consider racial or political or ideological or religious, certainly. And a quarter of a million Germans were sterilized under this law to make them have children. So a horrible period in which these individuals were isolated, they were persecuted, and because they felt they challenged the overall self-oppression of Germans. Now, Jews, of course, suffered tremendously as part of this overall policy, but not necessarily in the same ways as those mentioned. For Jews, one of the most significant early attempts was actually unsuccessful. April 1933, Germany attempted to impose a nationwide boycott of Jewish businesses. And this was hugely unpopular with the larger population. For various reasons, perhaps the most pragmatic is that, people enjoy going to Jewish stores, department stores, and so on, because they had better value than other stores. Also, it was felt to disrupt the entire economic system of the country. Jews were deeply enmeshed in the commercial activity of the state. A very small number of people, about 1% of the population overall, about half a million people, but the boycott ended up being a big flop. Hitler sent out his Sturmabteilung, so-called brown shirts, essentially thugs in military uniform, to wear these kinds of signs that said, Germans, beware, do not buy anything from Jews. They would stand outside Jewish businesses. They would deface the windows and the storefronts of Jewish businesses and so on. But it turned out not to be a very popular thing with Germans at all, and it was ultimately abandoned. Hitler, however, was quite refined under this time. A very important point that you must understand is that for every minority that was ostracized and persecuted, Hitler also imposed rather diabolically broken something called the ROTHSCHILD, which means literally bringing into equality, shifting into the same gear, finding common direction. They were going to speak the same. So there's a tremendous amount of emphasis on saying that, okay, these people, these populations are not us, they are the other. But let us emphasize the value of being inside the same inside. You see this inculcated from the earliest youth. For example, all the Boy Scouts called the Hitler Youth, when there was a tremendous amount of focus on paramilitary formations and discipline, order, and all kinds of technical question values. Or the women, the group Deutsche what would say about how women were understood during the idea of like you may not be part of the outgroup, but you are definitely so it's called a self-reinforcing social model that makes people want to participate even more in distancing themselves from it. And all of this, by the way, is focused very much on the person and personality. I'm not talking about the glory of Germany and its values and things like that. So much of it is specifically on Hitler and a man like this book, which Hitler reads, what the Exile of Mother, tell us stories of what happened in the Dora and Jerry look up at the mother, and this lower image of the background, but she will tell them these idealized heroic stories about the future, and they will develop this kind of culture personality surrounding him. It's supporting the focal point of crying shelter, bringing together the entire society. When it comes to Jews, one of the most problematic issues for early Jews in Germany was the question of who exactly is a Jew. We understand Jewish so that we can properly put them in because Germany, for
Welcome.
a century, had been going through a process of greater and greater assimilation as part of its Jewish population. Intermarriage rate was roughly 1 in 3 in the German period, and there are many esteemed Germans who are at the very top of their cultural hierarchy who are in fact Jewish or partly Jewish. Many of some great authors like Taik thinkers like Freud, Hobbes, and on, all kinds of Germans of Jewish origin, Einstein, who were regarded as geniuses as really leading the culture. Many war heroes who earned the Iron Cross in World War I were of Jewish origin. So Nazi Germany had to define who was a Jew so that they could actually put in place later much more sophisticated Jewish laws. There's significant law that we learned regarding the so-called Gesetz, the law, which identified once and for all what Nazis meant by Jews.
You can ask taking in that you like that. Oh man, is it fun?
Anyone with 4 Aryan grandparents, Jewish basically, would be considered Aryan.
Baller.
And then you have these middle categories, the so-called Mishnah. Mishnah of the first degree Mishnah of the parents, or a Mishnah of the second degree, or diluted with something like 1 Jewish family. In the end, these have a lot to say about the priority of sending people to these caste chambers, but ultimately the Mishnah of the second degree or something of these chambers. Notice also that the chart makes recognition of grandmother or grandfather, maternal or paternal descent, that does have a role in the way Jews define themselves. This is not how we do it. It is entirely racial disregard, not related to gender. So, with the passing of the American laws in 1935, then we have actually a system where Jews formally classified by person. A whole series of laws called the law put in place that specifically banned Jews from a wide variety of occupations. Some symbolic gestures, like Jews were not allowed to fly the German flag, some issues related to ROTHSCHILD, which I'm going to explain in a second, where Jews were not allowed to employ female servants below the age of 40, things like that. But perhaps the most significant are the civil service exclusions. Jews were no longer allowed to have any kind of job that was associated with the state. Jews could not serve as judges, as teachers, for example. You see, in this particular piece of really twisted propaganda from a bizarre 18-year-old kindergarten teacher named Violet Alley, who made a name for himself creating children's propaganda classes. This is the cover of the book describes sort of a German convert British image for us Jew on this call. They're definitely going to learn. And in this sort of depicts in a historical way what the Nuremberg laws must have been like. This is a German school, a public school, in which all of the Jews are drilled out. You can see that they were laughing, happy, cheerful, blonde, arrogant children are tormenting the ugly, heavy-nosed, heavy-jowled Jews with their less than pure complexions and their curly hair. And that includes not only children who are driven out of the schools, but also the teacher who was driven out as well, who celebrated the Aryanization of their school as called by the way, was the laws of Aryanization. Per se, meant that Jews could not hold majority stock in all businesses. They had to take on a non-Jewish partner. And the non-Jewish partner, 51% control of their business. Typically, this would mean that shop owners would hire their janitors or their clerks to become the actual owners of the store, and a bunch of other economically discriminatory practices. Here's another page, by the way, from that Rabbi's book, which is one of several that we published this time, that contrasts the stereotypical Aryan working man left, bare-chested, muscular, and upright, tall, and so on. And on the left, on the right is the typical Jew, a city dweller, involved in commerce, overweight, smoking, unclean, and so on. This is the kind of mindset that goes with outgroup in this Ras and Chandra walks out particular concerns. This means really race and shame. Hitler himself had a bizarre fixation on this idea, and of course, everything that Hitler thought, because of this cult of personality, really percolated down to Nazi Germany and into German society as a whole. Ras and Chandra specifically refers to relationships that involve male and female partners. And there's a tremendous amount of emphasis placed on trying to reach out mixed marriages and so on. Typically employing the brown shirts to rough them up. Here you can see public humiliations of mixed couples, Aryan and Jewish couples. The woman is wearing a sign where she refers to herself as a pig because she lays down with Jews. And on the right, the Jewish man is also saying he only takes German women here to Israel. Here's another example of a German woman, an Aryan woman, who is wearing this placard that accusing her of having relationships with Jews. And you see, what's most terrifying about this is having the civilians surrounded by not only brown shirts themselves, but even as you see the woman on the right here, smiling civilians who are really enjoying the public communication of this individual. Like, just put yourself into the mindset of what it was like at the time to be accused of racism. And after the Nuremberg laws, there were a whole series of small and large persecutions. Park benches marked only for Arabs. There were signs that went up saying Jews are unwelcome here. Jews are unasked for guests. And Jews are not welcome in this town. Symbols that we saw in the United States through the Jim Crow period, right up until the 1960s. Fountains, water fountains for public people, so to speak, restrictions on buses where people can sit. But these kinds of things are obvious signage that specifically indicated that Jews would be outgroup must have had a mistaken both Jews and non-Jews. During the 1930s, it's not surprising there's a significant number of German Jews who chose to flee the country. If we look at the period between 1933 and 1937, before Kristallnacht, you see that 130,000 Jews fled Germany. More than a quarter of Jews returned from. The real challenge, however, is not that they should flee, but where could they flee to? Most countries have severely restricted their immigration policies, and this would only increase the severe constriction of the continents for Jews to escape Nazi Germany. We'll explore that a little bit more later on in this course, but nevertheless, Jews had to have an exit visa to get anywhere. And so you have to pile on the natural inertia that makes it difficult for a person to enter his or her town, all of their connections with the community, their economic support, and so on, and take a risk of going to some far off country. But you add to that the fact that these countries are not willing to have them, to take them in, that was incredibly difficult for the German Jews to do. And sadly, many of them fled to closer regions in Europe as they not flee America. And that's how we're going to pick this up in the next video. We'll talk about this timeline, which marks really the end of the Jewish period, a clear assessment to discuss By the end of the 1930s, the Hitler was let's take a few minutes to recap the whole of much of the political material that relates to the invasion of Poland, which was jointly executed by Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. So, moving through the late 1930s to the early 50s, we see the advancing later and territorial demands on Europe, and there's a policy that has been rising in the South ever since. The Allies generally begins with the 1950 tanks, and the Allies allow those to take some additional territory, and it seems that nothing is ever enough for Allied. Three areas in particular are important to our purposes. First of all, there was the military invasion of the Rhineland region. This was a region that was, after World War I, declared a military free zone of Nazi Germany. And Hitler simply defined that area by the Rhineland, which was much more symbolic than anything else, but it was a dramatic assertion of Nazi power at the time. And secondly, a very important Anschluss. This refers to the joining of Austria to Germany. We should note that Austria and Germany neither are related cultures. Austria and Germany are separate countries. Austria, of course, speaks the German language, and with Hitler's later successes throughout the 1930s, many Austrians felt that they should hitch their wagon to Hitler's and, in fact, succeed through this Anschluss. That's well sound. That's a good period Anschluss. And then finally, and in the prelude to itself, the capture of the Sudetenland. This is a mountainous region surrounded at the edge of Czechoslovakia. There are a lot of ethnic Germans living there, and Hitler claims that they want to be united in Germany proper. And he essentially demanded that Czechoslovakia surrender these territories, and the Allies simply could not back up Czechoslovakia's demands to retain that territory. In particular, there's a famous moment in 20th century history, diplomatic history, when Rabbi and Taik goes to Vienna to discuss this Vietnam with Hitler, and he returns and he lands on the tarmac track, and the crowd people around him are watching this speech on YouTube, and the crowd is a great letter that Hitler signed that plans on any other country against from Czechoslovakia and Czechoslovakia proclaims that we have achieved peace in our times. Those, of course, famous last words as Hitler soon belonged to Poland. The attack on Poland did not happen without even in advance with Stalin of the Soviet. Let us recall, as we see this one here, that Germany is located in the center of Poland. And one of the great military risks for Germany is that it cannot fight at too far from the world. That is, it of experience. Those Jews who found themselves in the German orbit, we'll speak about those shortly. And there were those Jews who found themselves in the Soviet orbit. And that's what we're going to address in the next class, which will look at specifically what happens to those Jews who found themselves in the seas of the Soviet Republic in 1939. The establishment of the ghettos is one of the most horrific aspects of the Holocaust, and we will spend a couple of lectures speaking about some of the aspects of life and death in these highly difficult circumstances. Let us begin with the invasion of Poland in September of 1939. You will recall that Poland was overwhelmed by the rapid advance of the Nazis in Blitzkrieg. Here you see the stepping soldiers making it into Warsaw. And it's important to note that although they convey this image of being extremely disciplined and ordered and full of purpose and intention, it's clear that Nazis were not entirely sure what they were supposed to do about the Jews living in Poland. There was very little clear, unequivocal guidance about how the Jews were supposed to live and what the Nazis were supposed to do with them immediately upon their arrival in Poland. And in fact, there is ample evidence of internal squabbling among various organizations within Nazi Empire as to whether or not more Jews should be moved into Poland from other regions. But one of the features of the Jewish experience in this early period that is abundantly clear was that the Nazis certainly did not have anything about their doing. One of the most pronounced phenomena of the earliness of the invasion in the fall of 1939 was the singling out and abuse of Jews, especially those who were obviously Jewish, for public abuse. We have a distinct photographic record of this. Here you can see, for example, some members of the Wehrmacht who are publicly humiliating a Jew by forcing him to wear his prayer shawl and a mutilated pair of tefillin and phylacteries while they laugh and cheer in the background. Orthodox Jews with beards were especially targeted, and their forelocks, tails were cut off, and the beards were cut off, sometimes half cut off. In some cases, we have evidence of children being attacked and having their tails set on fire and run around screaming, trying to put out the flames. One of the reasons why we have such a distinct and rich photographic record of this period is because the Nazis themselves took these as photographs and sent them back home to their girlfriends and wives and so on to show them just what a heroic achievement they were accomplishing. But within short order, the Nazis did at least apply some geographic designations to Poland, and these are important for our purposes. The most significant change to Poland, you see on this map here, pre-war Poland is delineated by the blue border, was the establishment of a region called the General Government, or often rendered in French as the General Gouvernement. You can see here in this map, which is in Polish, but you get the idea, with the outside of the whole Poland being blue, the two green areas were part of the General Gouvernement. The red border indicates the Soviet Nazi border that we spoke about in the previous lecture. That was, of course, run over by the Nazis in June of 1941. And the General Gouvernement, shown in green, was expanded to include the militia district, which would have been part of Western Ukraine. Now, what exactly was intended for this region is something that the Nazis themselves debated and argued over. It's clear that the regions to the west, that is to the left, were to be annexed to Germany, and Jews in these regions were pushed out into the general government. And later we will see Jews transported to the general government from regions of occupied Europe as well. But the local leaders of the general government were complaining, saying, wait, we can't have any more Jews. Why are you sending all these Jews here? And the Nazis did not make a clear policy until quite a bit especially significant for Hungarian Jewry, because that has to do with the overthrow of the Nazi Allied government, or ultimately Nazi government. We'll speak about that later on in this course. There were many other ghettos not shown on this map as well. One last thing that's very important, if you compare the ghetto of Vermont with the associated ghettos and the establishment of the six major town camps, which are shown here, much less gun the biggest sort of thousands. You can see that they're all either in the ghetto of Vermont or within very close proximity to it. And that becomes very significant because ultimately the residents of the ghettos, the Jews therein, will be forced to be deported to these six town camps. Just think for a moment about how difficult it must have been to establish ghettos in these very large old cities, which had Jewish populations that stretched back in some cases 800, 900 years. Jews often are associated with urban locations, and they tend to live in the downtown commercial districts because of their occupational profile, which favors commerce. So you have Jews embedded right into the downtown sections of these very important cities. Have a look at the map of Warsaw here, which shows the ghetto boundaries. The Nazis took months, actually a full year, to determine the actual boundaries of the ghetto, primarily because a lot of the local authorities objected to having important things within the ghetto. Cathedrals, for example, hospitals, major thoroughfares. And so by the time they finally decided where the boundaries would be, and then shrunk them several times, you can see on the right the red hashing is where the boundaries were shrunk. Not that there were any less people, in fact, many of these larger ghettos like Warsaw had lots of Jewish refugees coming into the city, hoping it would be better for them there than it was in the tiny villages throughout Eastern Europe. They were further crowded into this much smaller area. The yellow boundaries show the areas which were added very minor additions to the ghetto boundaries. But as you can see, the shape of it is crazy. There are major sections, streets that are off limits to Jews, and so if a Jew wanted to walk from one of these corners to an address on the other side of the boundary, they had to go all the way around in order to make that distance. There were, in some ghettos, places that were bisected by trolley lines so that public transportation could go through the ghetto, even though Jews could not get on those trains themselves. And it was really quite a difficult thing for the Nazis to actually establish the ghetto boundaries over the objection of the locals. When those boundaries were established, in some cases they were surrounded by walls, as you see here also in Warsaw. And the walls were typically constructed with forced labor from the Jewish population. You can see these wonderful ribbons there is displaying the armband that was required of Jews, even though they would be housed within the ghetto itself. However, most ghettos actually did not have physical walls that bounded the entire society. Most of them were completely open, but they were guarded, as it were, by the large number of non-Jews outside of the ghetto who would readily turn over Jews who were trying to fade into the population background outside the ghetto walls. These were so much so more easy ones as in the ghetto jargon matter. And so Jews were actually hemmed in quite often, not by physical boundaries, but by social ones, which were very few. Many Jews, however, did manage to survive outside the ghetto, using the ghetto parlance, like the underground that is appearing to be non-Jewish and to simply fade into the urban background, sometimes adopted by non-Jewish families in the family and so on. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. So most of the ghettos were actually open. Only a minority of them were actually physically open by walls. Speaking of what the Nazis meant by the ghettos, very simple ghettos were so-called productionist ghettos, which is a very important example. Here, the thinking was that, okay, all these Jews are being corralled into a very concentrated area. What's the point? Why should we be doing this documentary? And in these productionist cities, they said, well, it must be to use the Jews for slave labor. And in fact, that's what happened in which where massive factories were created, primarily in textiles, which was a region that the city was known for, and in fact, the Jewish population was heavily associated with. And so, getting a work permit was thought of as a way to live. And the Jewish population competed for these highly desired work permits, thinking that there was some logic, there was some sense to the ghetto existence, and if they could only keep their heads down and cooperate with the authorities and maintain their jobs and maintain their productivity, then they would be allowed to live. They would be sadly disappointed, as we shall see. On the other side of the coin, the so-called nutritionist ghettos, Warsaw was perhaps the most significant of these, where it seemed that the purpose of the ghetto was to simply wear the Jewish people out, to have them die off starvation, disease, and simply keep them in one area so the death is contained to that ghetto. And in fact, the policies of the Warsaw Ghetto seem to be overwhelming in this direction. For example, daily rations of 40 Jews in the ghetto was no more than 150 calories a day. Bear in mind that an adult male in America is considered to need at least 2,000 calories a day to be healthy. 150 calories is ridiculous. Obviously not survivable. And so a culture built around Jews trying to find ways to smuggle in additional food to be able to keep themselves alive. In fact, one of the most famous passages in my memory of Daniel Inderman's fantastic treatment of the Warsaw Ghetto was the statement that if a statue were to be raised to the heroes of the Warsaw Ghetto, it would not be of the resistance, which we're talking about in the video, but it would be in honor of the children left to the smugglers to bring food into the ghetto. But the ghettos had an identity, and that was the spring and summer of 1914. This is the time of the major death camps that we looked at earlier in the block. And so Nazis began to deport the massive population concentrations in the ghettos to the various death camps. Jews would be gathered in this number of Schaltplatz, the deportation zone. See after this photograph from Warsaw with men on the left and women on the right, and then they would be forced to be boarded onto these cattle trains, which would take them to their ultimate fate. The Japanese continue in this lecture to speak a little bit more about the internal culture of the ghetto. Thank you for listening. Let us continue our discussion on ghetto by looking at a couple of institutions that are active in this specific thing, something called ROTH, also known as the Jewish Council, which is essentially the Jewish leadership of the ghetto and other aspects of society. One of the most salient observations of ROTH is made by the philosopher Hannah Arendt. She's most famous for writing a book called The Origins of Totalitarianism, which consolidates her experience with the Second World War into a massive critique of the political movements that resulted in the great totalitarian empires of Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. The first part of this book actually focuses on anti-Semitism. I also want to contrast this book and look at for a second because it's so relevant to 2020 as we're speaking today. She writes, the ideal subject of totalitarian war is not the convinced Nazi or the dedicated communist, but people for whom the distinction between fact and fiction, true and false, no longer exists. It's an incredibly relevant observation that will occur to you in our time, but we're going to focus on the 20th century rather than the beginning of the 21st. Anna went to so hard for us as the book called I Came to Jerusalem, a report on the finality of evil. I, as we shall discuss later on, of course, was a very important figure in the Nazi hierarchy, and he was, anyways, the architect of the solution. The one who constructed much of the mechanisms by which the Jews were destroyed the Nazis. He was remarkably captured by the Mossad, the spy agency, transported to Israel where he stood trial. Here he's shown in glass bulletproof box where testifying in his defense trial positions. Anna Arendt was sent there to observe the trial. She wrote this remarkable book for our purposes, but especially for her book. Not so much her name, but what she had to say about the sense that evil, as we understand it today, is not necessarily just the machinations of diabolical personality, such as Adolf, rather is the mental continued small steps. So many people take words ultimately the people phenomenal is a drug. People use day to day. And this kind of like one effort to do what makes the Holocaust possible on a philosophical, psychological, sociological. Where we see this come out in sharpest relief is in this training program, in which essentially the Jews were acting as organizers of their own destruction. This is a terrifying observation of the Holocaust, which we will see over and over again as we look at the detailed unfolding of the Holocaust. The Nazis were able to make many Jews complicit in the destruction. Whether it was on a social level that Jews decided to try to keep their heads down and hopefully it all blow over, or through the active recruitment of collaborators, such as the camps, the capos, or a complex situation. So let's look at the Union, try to understand how evil can be unraveled, how the Nazis were able to leverage the Jews themselves in that destruction. So typically, the Nazis would come into a city and they would take over the local Jewish leadership. Jews had been led by so-called Kehillah authorities. This is a kind of a Jewish self-governmental, not quite municipal level of organization, but it's something that dates really back to the late antiquity and was especially well developed in the medieval period, where Jews took care of their own affairs. They tended to tax themselves, not necessarily without having state power to enforce those taxes, and they tended to organize a whole range of self-help institutions, orphanages, services for poor brides, poor in general, and all kinds of things. So the Kehillah leadership, which you see in contemporary terms as the Federation movement in America, where the United Jewish Federation, where New York will have a federation that is made up of Jewish leaders who are collecting voluntary contributions from the Jewish community and organizing for relief of Holocaust survivors and sending kids to Israel for birthright experience, things like that. So we had this for thousands of years in Europe, and that's come into these towns and go to the leadership of the Kehillah, and they would say, all right, we want you to establish this ghetto here, and work with us. Typically, in most of the local Jewish populations, the Kehillah leadership, the established leadership, decline and they would put on the spot. The Nazis would then say, okay, who's second in charge? And the second charge might also refuse to be killed, but there would come a point where somewhere down the line, you would have some in the Kehillah leadership who would say, I will help out. And it's not that they're necessarily seeking to aggrandize themselves. They are certainly seeking not to be killed by the Nazis, but many of them felt that, well, by there's no point in resisting because you're going to shoot us. So let us see if we can establish a modus vivendi and maybe thought some of these leaders, maybe we can stave off the worst of Nazi excesses. Throw scraps to the hungry lion, and hopefully we will leave us alone. Two figures are especially important for our purpose. The Chernyakhov, shown here, was the head of the Black Warsaw. We have to have his detailed daily journal, which records line rounding repetition, the weather that day, the temperature, and reflects a lot of his personal concerns about his missing son and his daily interaction with the Nazis. And we see from his own perspective how the Nazis would increasingly ratchet up their demands on the Jewish community. And when it became obvious that all regions of Warsaw were going to be deported to Treblinka for certain death, Chernyakhov elected to commit suicide by swallowing cyanide. So you have a record of his interaction with Nazis, which sheds tremendous light on how he functioned. On the other hand, you have Chaim Kanievsky from the city of Łódź, who behaved in a much more megalomaniacal fashion, who actually, lorded over the Jews. He was called King Chaim by many. He had money rented with his jewelry. A lot of strange things like this that indicates that the Yugoslav leadership, as Hannah Arendt noted, was not necessarily drawn from the legitimate leadership of the Jewish community, but rather in some cases from some of the first elements of the Jewish community. There is a huge amount of variation among the ghettos, but Chernyakhov and Rutkovsky show us two kind of polar opposites of responsible and irresponsible leadership of the Jewish community. The Yugoslav was essentially the leadership arm of the Nazis. It was up to the Yugoslav to oppose the Nazi will on the Jewish population, which they did with, for example, the Jewish police, which was certainly the most hated of the organizational units of the Yugoslav. The Jewish police would often be tricked out with small uniform devices like a hat, boots, belt, and of course the requisite armband, and would sometimes also be armed with batons. They were in charge of enforcing demands of the Yugoslav coming from the Nazis. Everything from confiscations of radios and furs to the guarding of the borders of the ghetto, to ultimately ensuring that all the Jews report for the deportations to the gas chambers. The ghetto police, followed by the Yugoslav officers themselves, would be on the last trains heading out of the ghettos to destruction. Nevertheless, they were active participants. Again, trying to save themselves, trying to save their families, and nevertheless doing so by betraying the rest of the Jewish community. This is precisely where Hannah Arendt's observation of the difficulty of assessing these individuals as being diabolic and evil on the one hand, and these people being totally innocent on the other. There is a spectrum of collaboration and bystanding that we must consider when we try to assess guilt of war crimes. The predominant experience of existence together was not one of life, but one of death. We discussed before in this lecture. Starvation was rampant, typhus was rampant, disease and abuse was something that was endemic to the ghetto. It was something heartbreaking for us as people, children, literally expiring in the street of exhaustion and malnutrition. But we should also understand that a lot of other things are happening in the ghetto as well. Much of the data for the realities of ghetto life is preserved by what I created the underground archive called Chavez, in which he assembled all of these examples of collectives of ghetto inhabitants to go out and record what was going on in the ghetto. For example, that Warsaw actually had a functioning medical school, that had a renting library, they had a free theater, they had all kinds of things. Organizations that Jews simply refused to completely give themselves up and to abandon hope. There was also a dark side to ghetto life. There was a lot of with a tremendous breadth of human experiences and attitudes and postures, and we see everything happening in microcosm during the years of Nazi occupation. It's important to look at resistance here. I'd like to come back to it later and discuss so much in detail. The Warsaw Ghetto had one of the most remarkable acts of resistance that occurred in 1943. If you're paying attention, you'll know that date is somewhat strange. This is 1943. One of the years after the vast majority of the ghetto population has been displaced, but people don't know. In fact, that is the reality. This is that I'd like to explore later. There was a tremendously heroic, largely symbolic effort by the Jews, and it actually made a strong impact on other populations who were struggling with the Nazis as well, but it was ultimately, for the most part, the resistance in the ghetto was not as much the riot. Jesus told us that obvious the Nazis practiced horrific collective punishment. That if anyone had, let's say, a revolver fired at a Nazi soldier passing through the ghetto, the Nazis would immediately come in and use most of the tent technique as most of the habits for the guilty party. There was a strong desire, especially on the part of the Israeli leadership and the traditional leadership as well, to try and tamp down resistance to the Nazis. So for the most part, resistance in the ghetto was a much smaller affair. In some of the ghettos, there was an active, organized resistance, and we will come back to it later while we focus on resistance in particular. But far more impressive, I think, is the spiritual resistance that we see with figures like Rabbi Shapira, also known as the Eish Kodesh, which is the title given to his diaries from the Warsaw Ghetto. Not really diaries, they were public speeches, fellowships, justices, and the Warsaw Ghetto. Absolutely phenomenal spiritual heroism as the rabbi strove week after week to counsel the political constituents and to persuade them to remain strong in the face of such an overwhelming onslaught as the Nazis represented. And these are topics which deserve a lot more attention, but it's a very deep one. Thank you very much for that. One of the phenomena that is so prominent in the study of the Einsatzgruppe massacres is the fact that it took so little for the Nazis to affect the idiots in their operations, both their military populations and also civilian populations, as we shall continue to see among the Jews as well. And it's remarkable that such a small number of people with the right kind of messaging and propaganda could leverage their size to have such deleterious impact on the broader population. And we'll see this over and over again as we delve into certain aspects of the Holocaust. But one of the most insightful glimpses we get into how this works on a psychological level is the infamous Milgram experiment. Maybe I should say famous for discovering something very heavy. The Milgram experiment is actually the subject of several video documentaries. I strongly urge you to actually go and watch them. It's definitely worthwhile watching Stanley Milgram's own account of his experiment, which is published under the title Obedience. But for the sake of brevity and of an introduction, I wanted to take a couple of minutes and just explain what the Milgram experiment was and what it teaches us about the Holocaust. Stanley Milgram was a scholar at Yale. In the early 1960s, he devised an experiment which would probably face a lot of challenges from institutional importance today, but he was especially interested in trying to understand precisely our question: how did the Nazis manage to control such large populations? And so he created this experiment in which he wanted to see what it would take for a total stranger to be obedient enough to kill another human being. Let me explain exactly how he set up this brilliant experiment. First of all, he had two actors or accomplices play specific roles in the experiment, and the subject of the experiment was completely unaware that the other two people involved were in fact actors and were not who they claimed to be. The first was a doctor, someone who had the trappings of authority, like a white coat, and often body posture standing as opposed to sitting, and different kinds of things to generally convey authority. But these were all kind of like external trappings of authority, where nothing really, demonstrated the credentials and so on. It just kind of gave off the aura of authority. Then he hired another person who played a learner, and this was an actor who would pretend to be another subject off the street, such that the real subject, who was assigned the role of teacher, would think that the other person was similarly just off the street like he was. The subject was told by the doctor that they were going to conduct an experiment in learning where one person would be randomly chosen to be the teacher, the other would be randomly chosen to be the learner, and they would go through an experiment to see what effect, for example, a small electric shock would have on the ability to retain memory out of a list of words. The assignment of which person was the teacher and which person was the learner was, of course, fixed. And the subject off the street was always given the role of teacher. And now, basically, what would happen is the teacher would be shown a device that looked like this, that had a whole series of switches. And under each of the switches was a label from mild to strong to extreme to danger XXX. And this was a machine that would deliver a small electric shock. And in fact, they would hook it up to the teacher, that is the real subject off the street, and let him sample a very, very light electric shock. And then what they would do is they would take the teacher, that is the subject, the person who thinks he is working with another subject, into another room where they would hook up the learner, who was of course an actor. And so all along, the subject who thinks he's being a teacher thinks he is going to be delivering electric shocks to the learner every time the learner makes a mistake. In the initial iteration of the experiment, the learner was placed in a different room where the teacher could hear the verbal responses of the learner, that is the actor, but they weren't actually live responses, they were pre-recorded responses that the teacher thought were that. And then this was conducted through a microphone, but later hearing him through the wall as he would be screaming. So what would happen is the subject, who thinks he's a teacher, would read a series of words, and then he would go back and read the first word of the pair, and the learner would have to repeat the other word in that pair. Every time the learner got it wrong, the teacher was supposed to deliver an increasingly large electric shock. The learner would object as they went through this ritual, and the learner would say, no, I don't want to do this anymore, let me out, and then towards the end of the experiment, the learner would simply go silent, as if it would sound like he had a heart attack or something. And the point of the experiment was that we wanted to see how long it would take for the subject, again, who's a total stranger off the street, doesn't realize that it's all set up, doesn't realize that there are no electric shocks being delivered. We want to see how much an electric shock the subject would give before he gave up and said, I refuse to essentially kill another human being. Every time the subject would turn over to the doctor who was sitting in the room with him and say, I think something's wrong, I think we should stop, the doctor would have a series of responses like, the experiment requires you to continue, I take responsibility, the experiment must go on, all kinds of different things like that. And the subject would be persuaded with these simple statements nothing more serious like, the experiment we do, and if we don't continue, we want to see will the subject go through with it and deliver that deadly shot. What are the results? The results are terrifying. 65% of subjects would deliver fatal shots, meaning they would show distress, they would turn to the doctor saying, hey, I don't think we should do this anymore. But with the latest applauding, go back to the times. 65%, two-thirds of people off the street in the early 1960s in Haven, Connecticut, Americans were totally willing to kill these strangers. Terrifying excitement with phenomenal applications. Milgram took these results, which were mind-blowing. He had asked a lot of experts in advance what percentage they thought would actually go through with it. And experts said, oh, maybe a fraction of 1%, not two-thirds. So we tried many different variations. The experiment has been repeated in different countries. And it always comes back to that number, around two-thirds of people are willing to do this. Now, you could get some variations. For example, if it was done, not on a campus of a college, which looks very respectable and, well to do, but if you did it, for example, in some strip mall or something like that, where they're kind of sketchy, okay, then the results went down a little bit. Also, results went down the more you separated the victim from the more you separated the learner from the teacher. So, for example, where the teacher was required to physically put the hand of the subject on a metal plate to receive the electric shock, then the compliance went down and so on. But the overall number, the base number, repeated over and over again in many countries, is about two-thirds of people that are willing to actually deliver that electric shock. So again, I strongly recommend going and watching yourself because it's unbelievable. And it's worth seeing the faces of people as they deal with the moral conundrum. Should I deliver this electric shock for an experiment, the purpose of which is not especially important to me? And two-thirds of people will do it. The implications for the Holocaust are huge because we see that the Nazis were able to simply say, the country is dependent on you. You must do your duty as a German. You must follow through with this experiment. Look, everyone else is doing it. And this leads to compliance among all populations. Also, the Nazis learned that the further away they could actually impose the violence, meaning if you weren't actually the person watching people being gassed in the chambers, if you were rather someone who drew up the train schedules or someone who simply set up the distribution of stolen property, your particular role in it was very far away from the actual amount of violence. Compliance goes away, and even though you know intellectually that something very bad is happening, it's easier to go along with it. These are terrifying events which help us understand the psychological and sociological implications of the Holocaust. Thank you very much for watching. The idea of the death camps is something so incredibly monstrous that we should spend a little bit of time thinking about the intellectual origins of the idea within the context of the Holocaust. And I want to say two things by way of introduction. First off, we should be aware that there are really two different kinds of camps. Towards the end of the war, the distinction between them was blurred, but in the middle of the war, there's a very clear, bright line that separates the so-called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, and the Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps. They literally make into nothing camps. I translated that as the death camps because these were camps which were not designed to hold prisoners, to hold, enemy enemies of the state or perceived enemies of the state, antisocial criminals, people belonging to a different political persuasion and so on. These are camps are designed exclusively or almost exclusively for the purpose of death, in order to take in living beings and squeeze every last resource out of them, whether it be a certain amount of slave labor or simply the natural resources of their hair or their teeth or their prostheses or their glasses, and then simply kill them. We'll look in a future video at the actual operation of the camps, but I'm going to look now at the origin of the idea. The second thing that's important for us to remember is that the timing of the death camps is very clearly related to Operation Barbarossa. As Barbarossa progressed, we begin to see the idea of the death camp coming to fruition. Some historians have argued that the conception of a death camp really came about because Barbarossa succeeded beyond Hitler's imagination, that he had penetrated Soviet defenses so easily and was able to murder so many hundreds of thousands of Jews and others with machine gun fire behind us, that he said, as it were, well, what's stopping us from doing this more efficiently? Other arguments are that, no, in fact, towards the winter, we begin to see the death camps really getting into an experimental mode. With the winter and the slowing down of Nazi troops, they began to, kind of like emerge in Hitler's mind, the germ of the idea that perhaps they would not survive the war as a whole, and that ultimately their defeat some years down the road was betrayed by the Russian winter. And so Hitler thought, as it were, if I can't win the war against the East, then at least let me win my war against the Jews. So either of those two possibilities has merit, and perhaps a combination of both of them. But let's look now at the idea of the death camps per se. As we mentioned in the second lecture of this series, the intellectual origin of the death camps was the notorious T4 program, named after an address, Tiergartenstrasse, that housed something called the Charitable Foundation for Cure and Institutional Care. And this is such a cynical type of euphemism, typical of the Nazi vocabulary. Really what this was all about was a Nazi plan to rid the German people of any other population that had any mental or physical deformities. As you see in this picture here, a propaganda picture from the era, Leben ohne Hoffnung, life without hope. And the Nazis essentially relegated all kinds of people with mental illnesses, physical disabilities, with Down syndrome, and other types of disabilities as being life without hope, or, as he said in a different context, life unworthy of life, horrific and even to repeat it. But this plan was to take these people, children and later adults, and to murder them. The plan ultimately hit a roadblock when there was objections, particularly from the church, when the word began to leak out that this is in fact what they were doing. But nevertheless, the idea of mass murdering a specific population, in this context, not necessarily Jews at all, but people with physical and mental disabilities, allowed Hitler to explore the idea of a more mechanized, systemized, bureaucratized murder. And they used gas, first carbon monoxide, as their weapon of choice. Here's another example that shows the way the Nazis thought of human beings in a transactional manner. This is a propaganda person describes a mentally ill person and how much it would cost to maintain his life in Germany. As if to say that these people who have life without hope, these people who are going through a life that is unworthy of life, look how much it costs society. They should not be paying this amount of money. They are not worth that amount of money. We begin to see the idea of the T4 methodology applied to Jews in two major areas. The first is an important conference that took place at a Berlin resort called Wannsee in Westfield, where Hitler's top officials gathered together decide how to put in place the so-called end user, or the final solution. They were working with some experiments that I'll discuss in a moment as for their plans. But this is actually the first clear and unequivocal indication that the Nazis planned to massacre all the Jews of Europe. Importantly, at this conference was Adolf Eichmann, shown here, and who was in many ways the architect of the actual mechanism of the Holocaust, the death camps in particular. And at this conference in January of 1942, he kept very meticulous notes that were later typed up. And as you can see here, this is one of the most chilling documents of the Holocaust. It's just a column of numbers, but what it represents is the estimate of the number of Jews that would have to be killed in order to achieve the goals of the end user. And just the fact that the Nazis went about this with this kind of, bureaucratic and thorough and detailed, everything lined up, all the test notes in a row, it's a terrifying look into what the Holocaust is really about. Here you can see the regions that were within the Nazi military framework. You can see the Gimel Gouvernement prominently noted there with 2.2 million Jews. But also in this section, many countries that were not directly under Nazi control, or in fact not even under Nazi control at all. It's the England near the top of the list with 330,000 Jews. And look down the list a little bit, about 8 numbers, you have tiny Albania. That the Nazis were actually going to hunt down 200 Jews in tiny Albania in order to fulfill their quota of the end user. That's a chilling document that indicates the lengths to which the Nazis would go in order to fulfill their objectives. As I mentioned, the people who got together at Wannsee were not operating in a vacuum. They had been conducting experiments primarily in the use of gas vans to kill people, first under the T4 program, and then increasingly groups like Jews from the smaller ghettos in Eastern Europe, where they would essentially pile Jews into a van and close the back doors and reload to the exhaust into the cabin of the van, and then simply run it for several miles until finally the Jews would die of asphyxiation. So they began to think about using gas as a more mechanized and efficient way of killing large numbers of Jews. One of the first places where they put this into effect is in a small village in Poland called Chelmno. And Chelmno began its operation in December of 1941. By the time the Nazi Muslim was under full sway, there were 6 settler camps that were all active with the same type of idea and technology. Basically, they would be deporting Jews to Chelmno, unlike the Einsatzgruppen where the murderers came to the local populations. Here they would be taking the Jews who were largely collected in ghettos and deporting them to another site to process them more efficiently and ultimately to murder them. Here's a terrifying photograph I found on the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum website showing a young child being separated from his family and the family saying goodbye to him. Most likely never see him again. And they would meet their end, not at this time in gas vans, but in the first stationary location for these gas chambers. We'll speak more about this in the next video. I'll look at the actual mechanism of death in the death camps. Thank you very much for watching. We now come to the very nadir of the Holocaust, the death camps, which, as we mentioned earlier, was a translation of the term vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, literally making into nothing camps, which are distinguished from the so-called concentration camps, which were brutal, and people died in them, but primarily of abuse such as malnutrition and overwork. the death camps, by contrast, the people who were sent here, Jews and non-Jews, were simply processed for death. A small number were set aside for slave labor or other purposes, but the vast majority of them were simply brought to these factories in order to deprive them of all their natural resources, everything from their clothing, their glasses, their prosthetic limbs, their gold teeth, and ultimately even their hair and their life. That's what makes the death camp so distinct in the history of human warfare, is that this is really the first time that a modern state uses its bureaucratic might and its modern industrial technology in order to effect the cause of destruction, of death of human life. Something truly incomprehensible, and unfortunately it has set a precedent which is likely to reverberate throughout human history for the rest of time. This map indicates the major shift in priority of the Nazis from mobile killing squads, as you saw in the Einsatzgruppe, which brought the murder to the Jews and other populations, with the establishment of death camps, first experimentally in the fall of 1941, and then in a much more significant manner from the spring of 1942 on. The victims were brought to the death camps rather than the other way around. As you can see, there are 6 camps which are specifically identified as death camps. Several other camps would later be retrofitted to absorb the kind of functions of the death camps, including, for example, Dachau and Mauthausen, which we'll see shortly. The major differences in structure are the location of nearby facilities for transport, like railway lines, the creation of gas chambers, and crematoria for giving the Nazis of evidence of the bodies. But this map gives you an indication of how the death camps acted as a kind of a geographic black hole that would draw in the Jews through the Nazi rail lines to their deaths in Eastern Europe. The first stage in the process was so-called selection, where the Jews would be disembarked from cattle cars. Many corpses would be left behind on these brutal, long train rides, in which sometimes they were so crowded they could not even sit down properly without any sanitation and very little ventilation or food or water. But the survivors would be disembarked and then would be processed in a line where they would have to pass by some Nazi officers. They would either signal them to move to the left, which indicated they would be processed immediately for death, or to the right, where they would be selected for other purposes such as slave labor or medical experimentation. On occasion, some of the camps, like Treblinka, would make good use of sort of decoy techniques, such as the presence of a live orchestra made up of prisoners that would play lively music or concertos for the Jews as they were disembarking, in order to try and assuage their concerns that they were about to meet an uncertain fate. And the Jews were largely compliant with this process. We will discuss in the next unit instances of resistance, but for the most part, the process went very well on the Nazi point of view. Those who were selected for death would be disrobed, their hair would be shorn, they would typically be given shifts, uniforms that would only be worn for a very short period of time as they were marched to the gas chambers. In some cases, they were given towels and even soap to suggest that they were going for a regular shower or a delousing, when in reality they were going to their deaths. Their deaths would typically take place in a room which would later be filled with the noxious gases of a pesticide known as Zyklon B. This is the interior of the gas chamber of Majdanek. In some places, the gas chambers were actually built underground. In other places, they were retrofitted into barns or other types of structures. And the most important thing from the point of view of the operation was that they could be easily vented after the Jews inside or other prisoners were killed, and then Titanic that shows the vent on the roof where the cyclone-bay capsules would be dropped. In some cases, the gas chambers actually had to be heated so that pellets would transform into a gas once they hit the warmer atmosphere. The final destination would be the ovens. The bodies were removed by other prisoners called Sonderkommando or special commando squads. The prisoners would take out the dead bodies and bring them to these crematoria, which would operate day and night to try and rid the camp of the remains of the victims. This photograph is from Mauthausen. You can see that someone has lit memorial candles and holdings of them or other insignia from Austria and so on. The crematoria were notoriously unreliable, constantly breaking down, and quite often the bodies simply had to be burned out in the yard, as we see here in a clandestine photograph from the airport. As I mentioned earlier, not everyone was immediately selected for processing to death. A small percentage was set aside for slave labor. They were housed in barracks like these here in Mauthausen. The street, by the way, is paved partially with the ashes of the victims that are killed in the gas chambers and then burned to the crematoria of Mauthausen, living under incredibly horrific circumstances, overcrowding, lack of sanitation, given a subsistence diet which is primarily liquid in nature and makes the prisoners prone to diarrhea, very debilitating dysentery that dehydrates them. But the idea of the Nazis were that the slave labor was, highly replaceable, and these would simply maltreat them and use them up until they expired. In fact, the literature from the camps describes the slow and steady decline of the prisoners until they reach kind of like a walking zombie stage. The camp rhetoric referred to these people as Muslimen, which is literally translated from German Muslims. It's a derogatory term, but it's intended to refer to these Jews and other prisoners who have so lost their sense of self that they can no longer maintain the self-respect to even, comport themselves with normal conversation and so on. The Nazis actually tattooed numbers onto their arms, and it was forbidden to refer to another prisoner other than by their number. They literally dehumanized them, making them into commodities by giving them numbers. The great writer Primo Levi has written about this in a very convincing manner. All told, the treatment of the slave laborers who were working in a variety of factories and satellite camps around the main camp has been described by the historian Terence Desprez as an experimental assault. The Nazis actually pushed the camp prisoners back along the progress of human socialization, taking away every aspect of their individual identities. First their clothing, then their hair, then their names, and then even taking them through the childish stages to infancy, making it even impossible for them to prevent themselves from being soiled by their own waste. And this literal excremental assault wreaked havoc on their self-identity, their self-esteem, and ultimately led to their abandonment of normal self-respect. More to say about this in the next week upon resistance. Prisoners were also clearly marked by their status in the camp. You can see towards the bottom of this chart various types of Jewish designations were given to them, attached to their clothing. The Star of David always indicated Jew, but depending on the combination of colors, they could be there also as political prisoners, or as criminals, or as even Jehovah's Witnesses Jewish, or as homosexual Jews, the pink triangle. The designation of the reason why a person was imprisoned in the camps was extremely important to the social hierarchy there, because the Nazis would draw on the local population to police itself, promoting certain members of the camp, typically from the criminal population, to a higher level as so-called capos, and they would receive privileged access to food and rest and work duties and so on. The scenes at the time of liberation give us a glimpse at how badly treated the slave laborers were. Most of them only survived a few months before expiring, and the ones who managed to make it to the very end of the war tended to be those Jews and other prisoners who were sent to the camps at the very end of the war, Hungarian Jewry in particular. You can see from the images of these young men how emaciated they are from the brutal treatment they received as slave laborers. Finally, the Nazis used the slaves in the camps for infamous levels of medical experimentation on human beings. On the left here is a photograph of children who were each part of a pair of twins. The Nazis were especially interested in identifying twins because then they could experiment on one partner of the pair and keep the other one set aside as a control. And so they engaged in all kinds of horrific experiments, removing lymph nodes and rejecting chemicals and forced sterilization, all in an attempt to try to understand in a very primitive and crude and cruel manner the efficacy of their eugenics theories to build a master race. One of the most notorious of the criminals in this area is the man pictured at center here, Josef Mengele of Auschwitz, who was especially fond of working with children to try and determine how he could best improve the Nazi master race by experimenting on it. The Nazis also engaged in a wide variety of experiments that were associated with the war effort. One of the issues they had, for example, was Luftwaffe pilots being shot down over the Baltic Sea and freezing to death before they could be rescued. And so they experimented by dressing Jews in various suits and then immersing them in ice water for periods of time to see how they would survive the experience. Very cool types of medical experimentation, which leaves open a major ethical question. What do we do with the meticulous records that have remained behind from these horrific and highly unethical experiments? We'll continue this series with a discussion of resistance to Nazism, both in the death camps and from a broader perspective as well. Thank you for watching. Resistance is among the most difficult subjects to engage in properly when looking at the Holocaust. Viewed from a distance of decades, we look back at some of these events and we say, why didn't they rise up? Why didn't they band together? Why didn't they organize? Why did they not resist? And there is a temptation to read history backwards and to make really unfounded value judgments that do not take into account the kind of circumstances that would have led people to make the choices or failed to make the choices that they in fact did. On the other hand, some incredibly heroic moments of resistance, phenomenal resistance that's truly awe-inspiring, and there's another tendency as a result to give much more weight to those isolated incidents and to blow them out of proportion to the overall history that we're looking at. The elements of resistance in the Holocaust is actually really quite motivational and makes you feel good about humanity, especially after looking at the tremendously awful events of the Second World War. So we have to try to put it in context of how extensive was the resistance and to what degree did it actually have the impact. And unfortunately, the answer to both of those questions is not as encouraging as we come back. But let us try and at least get some sense from a historical perspective of what to make of Jewish resistance to the Nazis during World War II. The first thing that is important to say is that resistance was fairly widespread, remarkably so find elements of resistance in the darkest, deepest recesses of the Holocaust, uprisings in the concentration camps themselves, in Sobibor and Treblinka, and of course the Warsaw Ghetto that I'd like to discuss a little bit later in this video. However, looking at a map like this, which does give you a sense of the scope of resistance, it is somewhat misleading. There was definitely elements of phenomenal resistance, and we see, for example, large numbers to form houses. We saw earlier that these would escape from the ancestors of the buildings and then off into the forest. They would link up with other groups of dispossessed citizens, typically much younger, quite often affiliated with Soviet or pro-Soviet partisan groups. Sometimes, by the way, for a difficult issue of the various groups active in the forest, they may have mutually inconsistent national goals. Some who wanted to extend Soviet power, and others who wanted to extend a new nationalist identity. We see this in particular with Ukraine, for example, where there were Ukrainian nationalist groups, there were Ukrainian Soviet groups, and so on, and they did not always band together to utilize their resources effectively, and sometimes Jews were caught in the middle of this as well. But you do have examples of young people in particular joining these partisan groups and defending Jewish honor and Jewish blood quite heroically. You also have some truly moving examples of Jewish resistance, like the heroic and tragic story of Hannah Zenich, who was actually living safely in Israel. She was a Hungarian woman who had moved to Israel, and yet perceiving the danger to her co-religionists back in Hungary, she agreed to cooperate with the Allied resistance and had herself paratrooped back into Hungary, where unfortunately she was caught by the Nazis and tortured, but did not betray any of her comrades, and she was eventually put to death. She was a remarkably talented young poet and a phenomenal amount to offer the world, although her life was tragically cut short. So we have examples like this of phenomenal heroism, but in the main, it tends to be rather late in the war, for reasons that I'm going to discuss shortly. It tends to overwhelmingly involve young people rather than people who are already in leadership positions in the Jewish community. And it tends to be symbolic in nature more than anything else. There's very little thought in the mind of the resistance that they could actually strike a death blow at the Nazi regime. But there is always a feeling that they make a statement, and in fact they did. The Warsaw Ghetto uprising in particular was a beacon of hope for many other oppressed peoples, because people looked at it and said, if the Jews were trapped inside a ghetto and without access to munitions and communication and so on, if they're able to rise up and hold off the German army for so long, even though their resistance was ultimately doomed, it nevertheless sends a message of hope to many other peoples and inspires them to rise up as well. So, bearing in mind these caveats, that Jewish armed resistance in particular tends to be rather late in the war, and tended to involve younger people rather than people in more somewhat older in leadership positions, and finally that it tends to be symbolic in nature. Let's have a deeper look at what resistance might have meant. Early scholars of Jewish resistance who were looking for, especially in the environment of the newly formed state of Israel in the late 1940s and early 1950s, we were looking for, these heroic stories like Hannah Zenich and others, where we're hoping to find, really amazing examples, and they did find some of them, not nearly as many as the overwhelming bulk of stories that spoke of Jews simply being slaughtered like sheep. And so a broadening of the idea of what it meant to resist the Nazis began to penetrate historiography. Many scholars came up with more sophisticated understandings of the nature of resistance that not only helped to explain many of these troubling aspects of Jewish armed resistance, but also helped to explain the relative failure of most peoples of Europe to mount effective resistance against the Nazis. And that includes, obviously, not only the imprisoned peoples of Eastern Europe, but also Western European populations who had far more freedom defines resistance as anything which is meant to thwart the will of the Nazis and carries the risk of punishment. So that has a much broader sense of what resistance could mean and would allow a much larger proportion of society to honestly say they're participating in resistance, although very few of them would actually take up arms and actively fight the Nazis. For example, we see it in the Warsaw Ghetto with the organization of tremendous self-help institutions, despite the overwhelming threat of the Nazis and their obvious desire to massacre all of the Jews through slow starvation. The fact that Jews in the ghetto would organize themselves to establish, for example, orphanages and even cultural institutions like libraries and theaters, that they would even establish medical services and an underground medical school to try and cling tightly to life, even as the Nazis would try to strip it away from them. And this is some phenomenal individuals that truly inspirational, like the very gentle Janusz Korczak, who was not as well known by his real name, Henry Goldschmidt, one of the most popular children's book authors of the early 20th century, who had a deep and abiding commitment to the welfare of children, so much so that he was actively involved in caring for the children in the ghetto and ultimately went along with them to their deaths in Treblinka. This is certainly an act of resistance, even though it is expressed as an act of caring rather than an act of violence. This kind of resistance can be expressed in a spiritual manner as well, which I'd like to address in the next lecture. Perhaps the greatest example of Jewish resistance, something that truly is outstanding in the history of World War II, is the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And many people imagine those horrific scenes of the buildings burning as the Nazis brought full force of their army to bear on a few tens of thousands of the surviving and starving ghetto denizens. And in photographs like this of Nazi stormtroopers holding armed weapons against young, terrified children, this is really what it meant to defy the Nazis. And we should understand, however, that when we look carefully at the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, a couple of things stand out. First of all, the rebellion occurs in the spring of 1943. And we know that the ghetto was largely destroyed in the previous summer of 1942. The resistance to the Warsaw Ghetto, the uprising, which had phenomenal success, which was remarkably heroic, but once again largely symbolic because the Jews of Warsaw had little hope of actually dislodging the Nazis from Warsaw. It only took place among those few tens of thousands that were remnants from the great deportations of the previous summer. As you recall, the Nazis had given work permits to a certain number of Jews to be slave laborers in Warsaw rather than having them shipped off to death in Treblinka. And it was among these and those who may have hidden out like children hiding behind walls and the sewers and things like that, who mounted that resistance against the Nazis. Why then? Why not earlier when the Jews had so much of a numeric advantage? And we can also extend this discussion much further back. Why in 1943? Why not in 1939? Or why not among Germans in 1933? Why does it take so long for people to get to the point of actual armed resistance? So there's a few important things we should bear in mind. The first is that the Nazis made tremendously effective use of a policy of collective punishment. It was not at all unusual that if, for example, there was a small act of resistance that emanated from a particular apartment block, the Nazis would go in and would murder everyone in the apartment block. Or they would arrest all of the men and then kill them while they were under arrest in prison. And there was like a sense that if one got caught resisting, then punishment would devolve not only on oneself, but upon one's family and one's neighborhood. So people were terrified really for the entire community, and there was internal pressure not to resist, not to stand out. Secondly, and related to this, is a very strong generational difference. The leadership, which is typically composed of people and for memory of the Jews in diaspora was, to essentially wait it out, pay off the oppressors, pay the necessary bribes, just behave, don't stand out, and eventually it will go away, and eventually the community will survive. And this particular approach, which had largely worked for thousands of years, was not ready for the nature of the Nazi onslaught, which was total in nature. And finally, this leads to something which some historians call the Hilbert thesis, which was a failure of imagination, related to the idea that Jews had had a pretty long strategy of what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence. That either you pay off your attackers or you run away. There was a failure to imagine that the Nazis might represent something radically different, that they were not interested in exploiting Jewish values. They were interested in exploiting Jewish life to its fullest extent, but that which were extended beyond it. This was something so radically true that it was failure to imagine that such a thing as that could exist. So these three things taken together certainly help us understand a lot more about Jewish resistance. And in reality, many of these things can be applied equally well to other populations, even German citizens, even more. Okay, let us continue this discussion of resistance as a additional closely at one case study of spiritual resistance. Let's go like that. Thanks so much. I'd like to explore our discussion of resistance in the Holocaust by looking at a specific case study of spiritual resistance, something that I spent a lot of my own personal research on, the case of Rabbi columnist columnist Shapira, shown here. Very important Hasidic rabbi who found himself in Warsaw at the outbreak of the war, and in fact maintained his presence there and his court there, which catered to an increasingly large and diverse, but ultimately doomed population. Throughout the war, from the initial bombing attacks of 1939, which killed members of his family, until November 1943, when he was murdered in a camp in the context of a larger uprising, he maintained this steadfast commitment to his faith and a commitment to his followers to help encourage them and help them find similar strength to go on. Nevertheless, his wartime writings give us a fantastic glimpse into his own personal struggles with the overwhelming theological and philosophical meaning of the Nazi onslaught, which give us a better sense of just how much of a spiritual hero he truly was. The story of the Rebbe's writing is intimately wrapped up with the faith of Dr. Emmanuel shown here. A young historian trapped in the Warsaw Ghetto with a very prescient sense that this was something completely unheard of in human history. And so he organized early on an organization called Onik Shabbos, the Delight of Shabbos, which was a clandestine archive that was designed to document as much as possible the nature of the Nazi occupation in Warsaw. He gathered to himself a group of very dedicated amateur historians he called samlers, or collectors, who would go out and who would, make notations of what was happening and collect documents, journals, newspapers, posters, and bring all of these materials together for the future historian, like yourself, to be able to understand what exactly happened in the walls of the Warsaw Ghetto. Among his historical disciples was Rabbi Shimon Huberman, shown here in his German identity papers, who was specifically tasked with observing the life of religious Jews in Warsaw. We should recall that a significant minority of Jews in Warsaw were observant, but the majority, so this is a subset of the overall population. They collected their writings, and in the context of the deportations of the summer of 1942, they realized that it was likely that the members of Omid Shabbos would not survive. So they put all of their writings in a number of containers and buried them underground in 3 locations in Warsaw. Members of Omid Shabbos often penned their own last wills and testament to include in the caches of documents that were buried in these places of the city. After the war, a few of them survived, and because they had maintained secrecy between the groups and in order to avoid having to divulge the location of the documents to the Nazis if they were captured and tortured, only one of the locations was able to be identified, and that was in 1946. You see them removing the tin boxes that held these documents. Unfortunately, the documents were horribly water damaged and largely illegible. A second cache was discovered in December of 1950 by a Polish construction worker who was clearing the rubble and found a tin milk can, which was a much more efficient way of preserving the documents, and 2 of these milk cans were unearthed, filled with pages and pages of Hebrew, Yiddish, and Polish script, including the writings of Rabbi Shapira. The third cache has yet to be discovered, but this is how we have today the writings of this heroic individual because they were part of the Omid Shabbos archive. Now, we know from what the Rabbi wrote that he would deliver these weekly Shabbos drushos or sermons in which he would look to the weekly Torah portion to give his congregants strength. He specifically tied with tremendous ingenuity the events that occur in the weekly parsha Torah reading with the events of that week in the ghetto, and sometimes the parallels are absolutely overwhelming. Amazingly, he never mentioned once the word Nazi, the word German. He hardly mentioned the word war. And so, in fact, if you picked up the book and didn't know when it was written, you could easily imagine that this was like a really difficult book dealing with the problem of evil, but you would never be able to locate it specifically in World War II unless you had some kind of scholarly apparatus to explain who the author was and when these books were written. So just to give you a sense of how this works, in 1939, as we saw earlier, one of the things the Nazis did when they first came into Warsaw is they toyed with religious Jews, cutting off their beards, setting fire to their forelocks, their payos, and things like that. And they often took photographs of this descent after their girlfriends and so on. And so the Rebbe addressed himself to the self-image of these Jews who had grown these beards all their life, and all of a sudden they were clean-shaven, and they felt at a loose ends with themselves. They felt as if they could not recognize themselves. And so the Rebbe connected that to 2 different levels of exile from the Torah that's mentioned in the Haftarah on Parshat Toledot. And so people would read the Haftarah, the section of the prophetic writings that are read in synagogues, and they would see themselves in it and find strength thereby. Another example was when the Jews were ordered to build the ghetto walls around themselves. He read a midrash that occurs in that particular reading of the week that speaks about treasures found in the leftover walls of the pre-Israelite Canaanite inhabitants of the land of Israel. That the walls themselves, they look as if something wrong because they have been afflicted by a plague, a tsaras. When you knock down the walls, you find that they actually have hidden blessings. As if to say to the Jews, we don't know what this means, it seems like it's entirely bad, and you know what, they could have some good buried within it. We just have to try and dig deeper in the Jewish tradition to understand it. And another example, the entire series, every single week, he is providing more and more examples of ways to read the Torah, to see oneself in it, and to understand how ultimately there will be a redemption. One of my favorite passages was in June of 1940, ROTHSCHILD. And the Torah portion speaks about the Jews first encountering the land of Israel after Egyptian bondage. And the spies come back and report how it's hopeless, it's impossible. The people in Israel are giants. They have fortified cities. You will never conquer this land and enter it. And this happened to be read immediately after the news that France had fallen. When Paris fell and Nazis reached the high water mark of their expansion in Western Europe in particular, many Jews were despairing, but nevertheless, to pay attention to Rabbi, returned to the Parsha and said, read the Parsha carefully. Just like the Jews, some of them were complaining that they can't possibly, enter the land of Israel, and yet they did in fact enter it. They did in fact conquer the land. They did in fact settle there, and so too will we eventually announce the message that consistently delivered that redemption was at hand. Tremendously heroic example of spiritual resistance, of a leadership to provide hope to a population of tremendous stress. If there was a breaking point in the Rebbe's own thought, it certainly came in the darkest.
Can you hear me? What's up, son? How are you? How'd you find out about the big dog? How'd you find out about me? Oh, was it from Kit? Oh, that's wonderful. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I don't know. Is there anything wrong with your microphone? Okay. So did you say I could tell you about myself? Okay, excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in local history. I do so because I don't want war anymore. Have you ever seen the television show Big Brother or the movie Truman Show Sam? Was that a yes? Okay, excellent. I take that you didn't see the Truman Show. Well, that's essentially where I am. I'm live 24 hours a day on more than 20 different YouTube streams. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And if you didn't know this, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data reserves the number one resource more valuable than food, water, gold, air. They had overtaken petroleum reserves the number one resource, and that means that it's become like gold or like petroleum. And I have more data online archived than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. If that happens, then I'm going to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I really want it so that you'll be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations now. How does that sound to you?
That sounds interesting.
Excellent. I talked about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst, sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate be able to drink. I am an advocate for the live crop program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. Additionally, I talk about some things that I feel are going to change the world, specifically in the realm of futurology. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light communication. Things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, Santa Claus machines, things like invisibility cloaks, quantum computing. I talk about the de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrene ibex. which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Classified Scientific. They've made it their goal in the next few years by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogate, which I just think is a mind-blowing task. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger followed by the dodo. They recently made headlines with the Direwolf Project, Joe Rogan's running the Direwolf Project. I'm someone who talks about things that really are to benefit your life. When you were born, Sam, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. If you want, with your consent, I want to be able to increase that through life extension technology, such as things like perhaps if you want artificial limbs, things like perhaps human growth hormone, stem cells, things like peptides, cryonics, cryogenics, things like embroidery therapy, cold shock therapy, nootropics, really things that are going to increase your average life expectancy. And that's all with your consent. But you may get to 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. You were able to make all the things come true like you said you would. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. You may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind-affording technology. That's where we scan your brain in your computer like a CAT scanner and MRI. Again, with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and peripheral nervous system for later download as an Android, avatar, cyborg, or cybernetic clone of yourself, a robot, and serial being, whatever you want to be there. But essentially what I'm saying to you is that you may be able to experience a future of perhaps a digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Word dog. So that's what I do, and I've dedicated my life to this. I currently have more than 20 YouTube channels going. If you look in the upper left corner of this server, I've got about me if you want to read my AMA if you're interested. I've got a link to YouTube. If you look at that link to YouTube, you see live. I'm live on over 22 different YouTube channels. I have more social media than any person ever. This is like the world's biggest treasure hunt. It is basically a time capsule or a timeline of human society going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of the queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of the king, and everything in between. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Taik accounts. I have more social media than any person ever, and it's really finding that this project is possible. Or new people are joining the server. It's just a matter of time until it blows up. And when it does, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. How's that sound, Sam?
I gotta get back to work, but I want to push it for step back and come back and see if we can find a future there.
Absolutely.
So that's what I do.
Absolutely, please. I don't want anything from you. Just tell your friends. That's the best thing that you can do. And most importantly, aside from all the things that I talk about, I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and just most importantly, to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, Sam, I'm here for you. Okay?
Yes. Yeah,
Good talking to you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Take care, Sam. Peace.
so,
Yo, Zook, how you living, Pam? Just had somebody come in here and say hello. How are you? What's good with you? Star sign?
yeah, maybe that.
Of what?
But yeah.
as an Orthodox Jew, we don't generally get into things that we have. There are some people who do, but the more conservative almost stay away from it. So, what I can tell you is I think that it is interesting, and perhaps what I can't say is that there may be some correlation with people during the time of the year that they're born, and perhaps in location as well. But when it comes to any kind of fortune telling or prophesizing based on that, we do our best to stay away from it.
Okay. The personality, right? The time of year you're born, you define your personality, what happened, you give it grade to these things, and market like that, you give it grade to things. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I got ready to learn all the possibilities, that's how I do it. That's not good. This is good.
Absolutely. Hey, Kato, how are you? How did you find out about me, Kate Kato? Yeah, I remember you. Yeah. Um, you're the, yeah, so how's your day going? Absolutely, I'm glad that you're here. Anything new in your neck of the woods? If I recall, um, you, did we meet in the Eco World server? Oh, yeah, that's right. Absolutely. So, what's new? How are your investments? How's that going for you? Congratulations. Mazel tov. Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every day's a feast. So I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures. Do you have any big plans for your weekend? That's tight. What do you plan on doing? Okay. Are you excited to do that? There you go, big dog. Are you, so you're going to do that this weekend? Is that what you said? There you go. Did you say you were going to do that this weekend? That's tight. You're gonna be able to find it? Are you gonna be able to?
This moment of the Holocaust for the Jews of Warsaw, and that will be the summer of 1942 in particular. In the spring of that year, a escapee from the nearby death camp of Auschwitz made his way to the Warsaw ghetto and provided a report as to how the Nazis were actually gassing the Jews. This was turned into a report called the Goyanowski Report, which was smuggled out of the ghetto through the resistance and eventually made its way to the Western powers. In July of that year, the deportations began. The head of the Luftwaffe, out of Cherniakov, who was discussed earlier, decided to commit suicide because he saw that he could not save the people of Warsaw. And this is when the Rabbi offered his final sermons. Shortly thereafter, he would give his documents to the Honing Shabbos archive, and that would be essentially the end of his writings. He would later be deported himself and killed. And we see in his writings from that time that he takes a pleading stance vis-a-vis God. He communicates, as it were, directly to God. He's no longer speaking to an audience of human beings. He's speaking through them to God himself, saying, "Oh, the master of the universe not do justice." It's very powerful and moving and theologically very difficult. he's also quite straightforward about his own challenges. He writes in March of 1942, "Am I not broken? Am I not in a continuous state of grief, weeping from time to time? How could I possibly study Torah? How could I draw the strength to delve deeply into Torah and Hasidic thought?" And nevertheless, he continues. He discusses the tremendous challenges of seeing the bloodshed every single day, and yet it does not cease. The world continues to rotate on its axis, and nothing changes. This is just a sense of his own internal struggles that he provides for us in his writings, not only by the way that he include his records of the sermons that he delivered, but he also included his personal spiritual diary, which seems to have been intended for no one but himself. Nevertheless, he felt it was valuable to share that with future historians, and so we have a unique glimpse into his own personal worldview. And yet, throughout all of it, he maintained a tremendously steadfast, ultimate faith in God, arguing that ultimately he had no power to alter his fate, but he relied upon God to do it. And he beseeched God with all of his strength to bring about redemption for the Jews. Of course, I continue to gather tremendous personal inspiration from the writings of Rabbi Shapiro. If you are interested in reading more, many of his writings have been translated. My small contribution to the research of this book, in which I look at his weekly writings and compare them to the historical events of the ghetto at that time. And I continue to derive a lot of strength from it. Thank you very much for that.
Well, I slept pretty late today, so I'm gonna be up like all night. What'd you say, Big Dog? Dude, I'm, I'm for the decriminalization. I'm actually for the legalization. All of them as much as I can. Well, LSD. Just build robots. That's what I do. I've had a lot of growth in the server, which has been great. Thanks, Big Dog. How about you, Rick? 100%. What's good that has happened with you? Why is that? All right. How far away is he? Have you ever met in real life? Oh, you've never met in real life? Okay, well, did you tell him how you feel? And what did he say? You just, okay, so why don't you say to him, yo, dog, it's been real, it's been fun. Peace out. If you're ever in my neighborhood, we can hang out. And then just go find yourself a new dude. All right. Well, I mean, I understand you think it's going to hurt him, but is there anything that you can do for him to perhaps, like, come visit you? Does his, does his family know that he's gay? All right, well, that's probably why. So can't you explain to him, like, hey, man, maybe in the future when you're, like, more comfortable with your sexuality, with your family, it's not even a business, but maybe just when you're more independent, you can come visit me and we can talk or whatever. But in the meantime, I need to move on. You okay, big dog? Why are you the only one in? Why are you the only one in the relationship? All right. So how old are you versus how old is he? All right. So you guys are super young. You've never even had like legal alcohol. So You should. Are you on Grinder? Why not? All right. If I were you, I mean, why don't you? Why don't you find some older rich dude to spoil you? So you go on Grinder. I mean, I don't know. I've never used it, but I imagine it's like Tinder, and you put in your profile looking for casual hookup and possibly more, ideally with an older, established man who's looking for fun. And you'll get like 10 billion fucking people who dudes who want to fuck you. Again, I have no knowledge of this. I just know how it works on Tinder. You're basically like a hot chick, except for Grinder. So just imagine, like, if you're a hot chick put out there, like, hey, looking for an established man who wants to fuck and possibly more, she'd have everybody on the fucking app. And so you will basically have the same, just as a dude. I mean, why don't you just download Grindr right now and see if you could probably have some dude have sex with you in the next 15 seconds if you were on Grindr. All right. So what do you mean by that? Do you still have a penis? All right. Do you like to have dudes stick their dick in your butt, or do you like to stick your dick in their butt? Okay, so then like that's like 50% of the guys on Grindr are gonna think that you're like the best thing in the world. Well, you never know until you try. Dog, seriously, I'm gonna stay here, download Grindr. Yo, okay, so dudes are gonna love you. Download Grindr. I'll wait here, and if, dude, it's not scary. Dog, dog, you're not in a relationship. This is like a pen pal who you're never gonna meet until you guys are like 25. So for real, I mean, so you should just tell the guy as soon as possible, even right now. You can just send him a message. Hey, I think it's best that we remain friends. And if you're ever in my neighborhood or we're in a common area, let's date because I really like you or whatever. But for now, I'm gonna just see other people. And it just has to be a straightforward message. Communicate that. You send that message right now, and then you download Grindr, and you'll be fucking a dude within an hour if you want. And if you don't want that, then you put a serious profile out there that hey, I'm a transgender person who prefers the bottom. A gay guy doesn't really care about that. They're just looking to be able to stick their dick in something. And if you like to have your butt get fucked, they don't care if you're transgender, if you're a chick, if you're a regular homosexual man. They don't care. Okay, then can you go visit? Okay, then Okay, so then why don't you go visit him?
So before I like got on and talked to him before, like I didn't say everything clear. And then got a job and then I'm like trying to see what person you feel like in college, but he missed the deadlines for it, so he couldn't like so that's kind of why I got on this university also.
Yeah, okay, I mean, that's not big deal. Why don't you go? Okay, so you really like this guy. Why don't you go visit him? He doesn't have to be in college for you to go see him. Don't put something so like expensive on.
Well, the thing is, he wanted to, I sent all the traits to like
Why can't you do that? Okay, so why don't you? You have a decision to make. It's either you want to be with this guy or you don't. But you need to make a decision. You need to be honest with yourself. You're a good looking transgender person who is open to a gay lifestyle or just an open minded lifestyle. I don't even know what you're into. But basically, you need to be honest with this guy. Look, we talk like 8 hours a day, but we're not going to see each other. And there's a physical aspect of this relationship that I want that we're not going to be able to have or isn't realistic. So you either lay out the plan to me of how we'll meet in the next year, or I need to move on. For what I'm here, baby. Absolutely. So you know what to do. You know what to do in your heart. I think you're a really good person on a KK though, because an asshole would just be like, all right, well, I'm going to cheat on this guy. He lives far away, but no, you care about him. So, like, I think you've got a really good heart. I've had conversations with you before where everybody basically says to me, "Oh, what you're doing is so fucking great," but you were like, how do you know that this is going to work out for you? I love that aspect of you, and I respect it, and we can agree to disagree on things. In terms of your relationship, you need to be honest with yourself. And this guy isn't for you. He wants to go to the military, or he's talking about it, or whatever. He didn't have a job. He's basically like a glorified pen pal. And that's cool, but you want more than that. You want a physical relationship. And if that's what you want, is that not what you want, KK, though?
basically like
You know that the second you got some dude fucking you, you'll forget about this guy. I do. Yeah, I mean, everybody thinks everybody everybody thinks about people between this. I get that, but let's let's be honest. You are not going to be in a physical relationship in the next year if you stay with this guy, right? Okay, so you need to be honest, and you can say, "Look, dude, I'll masturbate to you in the future. I love the conversations we've had. If you ever want to talk to someone, I'm here for you, big dog. But at this point, I need someone who's closer to me, and I need someone who's closer to where I live. And you just have no plans to move near me. And I just got a really great promotion, which congratulations again on that. That's really great. And I need to move on now. If and I also don't need to do something drastic just for me because you know, like you should have your own ambitions, not just hey, I'm going to do this because K Kato isn't going to want to be with me if I don't. I mean, he should be able to make his own decisions. Um, it's not going to be hard for you to find a dude. You're you're like every gay guy's dream, and thus, does that's a lot of gay guys. That's fine. I mean, that's what's going to happen. But you could find. I'm telling you, if I were you, I would put it. I mean, okay. If I were you, here's my plan. Do you really want to be a woman in the future? Okay, so you're pretty serious about this. So you eventually one day want to like have your penis removed and have breast implants and stuff. Yeah, I got you. It's like a continuous open wound, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. Have you ever just wanted to be like a normal gay guy? Okay, okay. So you want to be a transgender person who doesn't have bottom surgery, who's not hormones. I gotta be honest with you, that's still like a gay guy. It's not. It's different, but like men want something warm to stick their dick in, whether it's a boy or a girl or whatever. That's what they want. And Grindr's gonna have hundreds of men who want to do this, and all you have to do is find one of them and just be like, yeah, I want something more than just something you can stick your dick in, and you'll find a guy who really likes you, and you can explain to him like, hey, I've been on hormones for maybe someday I might want to explore going all out and being like a woman, but as of right now, I'm just fine with being a bottom. And being effeminate. It's like nobody. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but you're not so effeminate that you're tricking people. Am I wrong? Okay, so that's cool. Meaning like a gay guy is gonna understand like, hey, this is still like dating a dude, though a way more effeminate dude. And on top of that, don't don't say that because you everybody don't say that because you're very successful and everybody's got a role on this planet and you're just finding yours. So you're obviously really successful in your job. You just got promoted and you said the store manager. Oh, shift lead. Apologies. That's still very good. And especially with you, dude, you're 20 years old. Most people don't get their first promotion until they're older than that. So that's really great. And the fact that you are not a typical person to get a promotion like that is really great. There are a lot of times that there may be a situation where companies just don't want to take the risk, and this one obviously does for good reason. You're a good, hardworking, dependable person, and that's great. You need to tell your friend who's 20 years old, you need to be straight up with them. You can do that right now, and you just write them a message, and you can say, I care about you, I want to be your friend. You have to understand, though, you don't have any future, especially currently, to come visit me, and I don't have the ability to come visit you. So maybe it's best that you find someone else for the time being until you can come and be with me permanently. And that means you don't have to tell them this, but that means you need to go find somebody else. And you get on Grinder and you explain your situation. I would say, hey, I'm a successful 20-year-old transgender person. I've been on hormones for 5 years. I am a bottom looking for a serious relationship, preferably with whatever you like. If you like somebody your age, whatever. If you want somebody older, put that. And then you just sit there like you're fishing and you're going to get so many dudes. I mean, it's very simple. You can literally do all of this in the next 10 minutes. Absolutely. Hey, Kato, you get your rest. You as well. And congratulations again on your success. I'm always here to help you. And if you need to ever talk with anybody, I'm here. And most importantly, you should know that you have a role on this world, no matter who you want to be. Okay? Peace, my friend. Bye. How you living, Tim?
Very good. The dagger's on the back of
Doug, why are you asking me that? That's crazy that you're asking that.
oh, this is right.
You know that I've been learning like obsessed with him for the past like 96 hours. You were Doug.
Was he back up?
Um, I think he was probably one of the kindest global conquerors you could have had. And here's why. When he first started, he didn't have a city. They were just, the Mongols were just a nomadic tribe. And they had never even seen a wall. They had these yurts, basically these like temporary movable tents. And because of the Mongol horde's amazing ability to travel at great distances, because they would bring 5 horses along with each person and ride one horse every single day and then give the other horses a time to rest. They were able to travel further than anybody else. They were able to also shoot 2 kinds of bows, a long distance bow and a short distance bow. And they were able to do a type of very difficult archery by being able to shoot not only forwards but backwards. They were able to conquer the known world from Mongolia to Hungary, essentially the entire Asian steppe within a generation or so. And I would tell you that Genghis Khan did not have formal education. He was abandoned essentially by his father. He was not the firstborn. He had a lot of challenges to overcome, and he was able to defeat the Han Dynasty. Essentially, he was the last person to ever take over China. He was the last person to really take over Russia. We will never see that in our lifetime, perhaps maybe, but China and Russia being overtaken by someone. Additionally, he was very kind, I feel, as a leader in comparison to how he could have been. When the the Mongolian horde would find a group of people in a city, they would first send couriers and explain that they were the people who were going to be the new rulers. And if you wanted, you could join peacefully without being murdered. And all you had to do was just change the people to whom you were selling, you were giving your tax revenue. If you chose to fight them, they were going to destroy you. They were going to beat you generally on the open plain. Even though they may not have had as many people as you had, what they would do is they had a theory to retreat, make you think they were retreating, and they would leave a bunch of valuables in the middle of the plain. And while your troops would take time to go collect the valuables, the loot essentially, the Mongols would come back and slaughter you. They established some really good policies, like you weren't to kidnap women. Genghis Khan's mother was kidnapped, and so he was very against that. They were of the idea that you should not kill a diplomat because it was so important for the messages to maintain stability, so that Genghis Khan's empire could get a message from Hungary to Mongolia, or Mongolia to Hungary within 6 weeks. They made it so that you had freedom of religion, so you could be whatever you wanted to be under them, including Confucian, Muslim, Christian, Jew. You could continue worshiping whatever you wanted. The fact is, you just had to give tax to the Mongols. And for these reasons, I think he was one of the greatest leaders that you could have had 700 years ago, 800 years ago. That's a good question. It's definitely not the one with John Wayne. I don't think they've made a good movie, to my knowledge, about him that's been popular. I like podcasts about him, so I think a Mongol who has really good movies. All right, we'll check it out. We'll check it out. I'm not saying that I know. I don't know too much about the movies that were made about it, except I know that John Wayne one is considered like one of the worst movies John Wayne ever made. Oh, okay, that's why I'm not aware of it. But in general, I think Genghis Khan is a fascinating individual. I've been learning a lot about him. In fact, I was listening to a podcast about him yesterday and today and the day before. Lex Friedman did an interview with a Genghis Khan researcher, and that's how. Right, that's not proven, but it's approximately 16 million people on Earth um, that may share some DNA with an individual, but that it hasn't been proven because we don't know what his DNA was, and we also don't know where he was buried. When he died, we don't even know how he died. There are theories that it was through cholera or something at about age 60. His his one request was on his death. He did not want a public burial, so there are theories that he was just buried somewhere in the mountains. Yeah, I mean, we have common ancestors, certainly, whatever you want to consider the first humans, but that isn't a clear cut line. But with Genghis Khan, I mean, I know a whole bunch about it because I've been studying him a lot recently. That and his sons and grandsons, because that's really it was like three generations that dominated Asia. The fact that they had a failed invasion of Japan, the fact that they were able to conquer Beijing all the way down to Hanoi, like to Vietnam, they were able to conquer the entire Asian steppe. They were able to conquer Persia, like Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan. They're the last group of people who successfully were able to conquer Afghanistan. Like British failed at it, the Russians failed at it, the Americans failed at it. They were even they even had an effect on the pollution of the earth. 10% allegedly they killed 10% of all living humans on Earth. But I want to re-emphasize that they didn't just come in and kill you. They would send a courier, sometimes as many as 2 years in advance, and tell you, look, we're going to fuck you up if you don't give us your tax dollars and let us rule. So you have a choice. Your choice is this. Give us your tax dollars and you'll be able to continue having your religion and your women won't be kidnapped and you will have the opportunity to have couriers. Or you fight us and we're going to fuck you up. And we've already fucked up everybody in Asia. So if you want to roll, we'll roll. This is from people who had never even seen a wall. They'd never even fucking wall. Like Mongolia didn't have walls, and then they get to see basically giant walls of China, and nevertheless they were able to take it over. And then they recruited Chinese siege engineers. And then they were able to take down larger cities. It's just absolutely fascinating. I mean, I'm not saying I know everything about Genghis Khan, but I know more right now on Genghis Khan than I'm like a one in a thousand knowledge. I have like one in a thousand people knowledge right now. Just because I've been studying him so recently. And I can tell you he had four wives. Um, I can tell you that he had his sons. The son who took over after him was like kind of a drunk. They call him the happy drunk. The one who was really impressive was Kublai, who was his grandson. Kublai met Marco Polo. Before the Mongols, there was not a direct connection between the East and West. Because of the Mongols, basically China and Europe have had continuous discussions every year since then. But before the Mongols, that did not happen. It's just absolutely fascinating. They were able to conquer both Russia and China. And the way they were able to do it was because of the amount of horses they would use and their ability to ride horses. In fact, the horse and the Mongolian are tied, like connected. And the horses could know who their owners were just based on smell. And when they would have horse races, the Mongolian people were so good that if you were older than age 6, you were already too old to be a jockey. Basically, like these children would learn before the age of 6 how to ride horses. Not just ride horses, but ride horses so well that they could ride them in races. Just absolutely fascinating. And they were eventually able to utilize some elements of gunpowder and the crossbow, which made them even more, um, which made them even more um, dangerous. And that's, I mean, they they created the largest contiguous land empire in global history, and it happened like 800 years ago. There you go, Pam. There you go, Pam. Are you ready to lose? Okay, give me a moment. I'm sending Riser a message. Just a moment. Bear with me. What are you doing? Okay, Sue. I'm gonna send you an invite. I know you. I know the answer is no, but I don't know. Maybe you surprise me. Did you get a rubber band there? Okay, when are you gonna get a rubber band? Okay, so within 24 hours you're gonna have a rubber band. So you have so within 24 hours you better have a rubber band. Yo, Pep,
Yeah, do that.
yo, Pep. Uh, you asked, how do I know if a girl's in an open relationship and I should make my move? Um, I mean, I had relationships with chicks in open marriages, and they would tell me, and I mean, a lot of times they they would hear from another chick that I was an amazing lover, and then they would pay me to have sex with their friend, and kind of word that around. So basically, like, first you have to have the chick aware that you have interest in her, and if she has interest in you, and she's in an open marriage or relationship, they'll tell you. Why do you ask? What'd you say, Phil? Zoo, what did you say? Well, have you thought of just asking the chick, hey, are you in an open relationship? I'm here, just one moment, I'll be right back. Make your move. No, it isn't. So, You know I'm still going to be here.
Should I go? Rabbi, how do you do that?
That's a good question. You try a lot of things, and if you're good at them, you'll recognize it because you will have experience and success doing what you're good at. You know what to do. Yep. I'm excited because it's going to be a first game.
Yeah, Taik, yeah. We're going to check it out.
I made a mistake. No, I wasn't focused. I made a mistake. Terrible. Obviously. Big time, too. Thanks, baby. Are you proud? Job. I skipped 3 turns. I didn't lose. I don't consider that a loss. Are you going to pick your guy? You're going to jerk yourself off raw. Who's your weak foot? Dude, flick your wrist. Flick your wrist. You asked if I'm paid. Seems terrible.
What that was?
What's the best part?
How do you pretty much draw to students and such.
That's true.
Just me. I think about that.
No, I don't know. No, I don't know if science is like that. It's a hard thing to prove. Like, how high were you dropped as a child?
I don't know. I don't know what full time the whole thing. I don't know what's that explain
No, I think that's an excuse you make. I think that it may be genetic. Tourette's maybe. Is Tourette's genetic? Yeah, didn't you say that you had like an uncle or somebody who had Tourette's? Yeah, so I think it just runs in your family. I don't think it has anything to do with you being dropped. And I think that's kind of an excuse. I don't. No, I don't think you have major coordination issues. You went to normal school. Nobody thought anything was wacky with you then. I honestly think that you want to have something, and you want to then have everything, and you don't work. So all you have to do is think like for 16 hours a day, what's wrong with you, and in reality, like you're just driving yourself into this mental prison. And if you recognize that you're relatively normal aside from Tourette's syndrome, I don't think you have coordination issues. You play the games that we play very well. If you had coordination issues, you would be all fucked up in that. And I don't. I think you have to be honest with yourself. You just don't have that much wrong with you. You want to have stuff wrong with you, but the fact is you don't have that much wrong with you. The one thing you have is Tourette's, and we're going to work on that. Aside from that, all this other bullshit that you say that you have, I just don't agree with it. And I know deep down you don't either. You're the one who even did all that research on the American Medical Association or American Psychiatric Association and how they convince people that they have things that they don't really have.
Well, I think I think that's right. Autism's issues with social interactions. The worst forms of autism has issues with social interactions and social problems is diagnosed with a disability or a mental illness that tells them they have deficits in social interactions. Because what that does, it gives them an excuse to say, I have this disability and I don't want to socially interact with people. But the reality is they want to work on their disability.
Okay.
You agree with that?
Yeah, especially, dude, this is the biggest one I've ever seen. Look at all these blue ones. That should be like 2 extra. Look at this, 5 straight.
Well, what I was going to say someone it's hard for them to socially interact because they're not going to think about it and then they're going to use it. And if you diagnose something like that, then they're not going to socially interact. They're going to excuse all the situations they're not going to socially interact.
Oh,
You know, I take myself out of situations where socially, like, and sometimes I take myself out of family situations, social situations. If they're children, children, yeah, but I'm not children. If the children are related to me, be a different scenario.
you just want.
I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. So
Yes, sir.
let's talk about. Let's talk about. Make it define that.
If I focus, I'll be able to destroy it. You need to choose someone. Go. Oh, yeah.
Oh, but actually, no. It's good to see all the humans You've got a big move. You've got a big man. Big move. Do whatever makes you happy. Yeah. You're up, man. That was not smart. Oh, yeah. That's a really good move. Terrible move. Terrible move. Terrible move. God. Look at look at this. 2 4s in a row. Good. You've been what in public? Kicked in public? Oh, you have kicked in public. I know. You said it gets worse when you're in with more people. I thought you said if you're in a large crowd, it gets worse. So if you're in a large crowd, it's better. Oh, okay.
Name someone over age 30 who has Tourette's. Who's famous? I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe that's a bit closer. Dude, this is a big one. That's a big one, big dog.
Yeah, you have to walk.
Dude, shoot, man. Get over yourself. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself out of the car? Fuck. You just fucked me. Dude, you fucked me again. Took it away. Just took away my opportunity. Dude, your Mexican hand is getting that was nice. yourself. No, you're not. Whenever you or I even sent you over to your pictures. Oh wow. What are you gonna do, sir? Look, I just women are more women can reproduce. But women, a woman can just reproduce. All she uses sperm. She throws a sperm back. A man has more difficulty. He'd have to get surrogate. Are you gonna go? What'd you say, sir? No. There are arguments to be made that in the future you may be liable for remittances and such, perhaps even um, child support. And have you, do you want somebody coming to you like 60 years from now, like 40 years from now, and like being like, hey, I'm your child or whatever? You would want that? Well, then just be a dad. I personally would want to have at least a connection with whatever child I have. I looked into it and I signed up with the company, but I just had some issues with it. I was approved, but I never did it. Dude, are you going to go? At least in the United States, you have to be a college graduate to do it. In the United States, I think you have to be at least 6 feet tall and a college graduate in a lot of places. Not all of them, but a lot of places. I think maybe 5'10" might be enough. Are you going to go though? You're wasting everybody's time. No, you're wasting everybody's time. Dude, this isn't. Hey, I'm going to research shit. This is, are we going to play or not? Dude, are you done? Okay. What do you have to do? Zook, what do you have to do? What are you talking about? Do you have to be a college graduate? That's the one that I was with. You have to be a college graduate, you have to be at least 5'10", you have to pass their health checks. I did not. I just said I was on their list to do it. I thought better of it. And I got emails from them for like 10 years in a row ever since. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, when I was 18 years old, I was working at this financial institution, and one of the ladies who worked there in um, the vault, she would like ask me, what I was doing with chicks and stuff. Like all these girls wanted me at this fucking place. I mean, the ladies who worked there, they were all older than I was, so I was 18, whatever. But I'd even get, like I was like a bank teller, I'd get customers give me their numbers. And this one lady asked me like, what, how far I've been with chicks, and I was like, well, I get blown by chicks and like a lot of them. But I, at the time, hadn't had sex yet. And I was like, and I'm not too worried about like, if she said like, well, always make sure like if you are going to have sex with, you're gonna have sex with you to wrap it up. And I said, yeah, I know that, but I'm not gonna have sex with anybody. Um, I just let them blow me. And she's like, well, you better make sure they swallow. And I'm like, I mean, I don't really, like, they do, but like that's not like I don't like forcing them to it, but they all have. And she's like, yeah, but here's what'll happen. She's like, I had a girlfriend of mine is she liked a guy who didn't want to have sex with her, and so she blew him, and he came in her mouth. She incubated it in her mouth, froze it, and then tried to impregnate herself with turkey basting. I was like, what the fuck kind of crazy friends do you have? And so ever since then, I kind of just thought that was a wild fucking story. Like, with that work, I think this woman was just trying to get impregnated by this certain guy, and he did not have sex with her. Anyway, she told me that story, and I was like, this fucking hard. Let me see if that would work. Dog, if man and woman were having, dog, if a man and woman were having relations and the man had semen in the woman's mouth, could she incubate it for a short period of time and then freeze it in a residential freezer and then unfreeze it and impregnate yourself with a turkey baster? It's fucking crazy. I'll never forget it. Is that what happened? That is, I remember, what the fuck? Dude, Sam, whatever, you fucking Dude, ChatGPT sucks so much shit. No, that wouldn't result in like 50% price increase. Eight, one, two, percent. The amount that is unexpected is equal. No, 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 that didn't fix it. That's not the question. In her mouth, and then put it in a residential freezer, like in a refrigerator, and then later on have it thaw and use a turkey baster to impregnate yourself. I'll never forget this woman told me this story. And the scenario is technically but in fact it wouldn't work for people. She runs right outside the door, but she knows only minutes, maybe an hour ahead. So I would think the time of carry the damage done also. By the time it was stored, most would be dead or non-mobile, freezing for residual sticking in the freezer. Third time use carbon protectant special solution for ultra low temperature. I'm not kidding. This is the story I heard. I was fucking at a bank vault. I was right outside it. This woman was like leaning over, telling me this fucking story. Really? Oh yeah, I know her name. And so if anybody's listening, that's how the story went down. I was getting blown by a ton of chicks. And I was like, oh, I'm not gonna have sex. So it's like, whatever. Legend. And she's like, well, you better make sure, you better be careful. Make sure they swallow. Why? And then she's like, there are some women out there who will, if they find that you are a good quality person, they will incubate your semen in their mouth, put it in a container, freeze it, yeah, in a refrigerator or freezer. They use a turkey base thing to impregnate. Not that I remember being like, anyway, household freezer, okay. Self insemination with dog sperm is unreliable. Dude, I think this can work. I'm sure somebody's going to try this. I think it's not a viable or safe thing. I think it could happen under the right conditions. Like, name a situation where this could definitely happen. Oh wait, hold on. No, 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 no. No, that's not what it was. That's not what I think I'm combining two stories. It was just a girl had it in her mouth and she used her fingers and made it to stick. That's what it was. That's what it was. There was no turtles. So I'm sure someone that's what it was. This was like 25 years ago. 20 years ago, I heard this story. So yeah, it was just incubated in the mouth, and then okay, how about that one? Wait, hold on. Let's see if this is possible. Is this possible? Even under the best situation, like because somebody told me that's how they were made. Name the situation where this could actually work. Sucks. Okay. How about this one? Can a woman impregnate herself by just quickly incubating sperm in her mouth and then sticking it up inside herself while the guy's paying attention? Now That was the story. That was the story. Biology, yes, it's fresh sperm will transfer to the but its pregnancy is possible. So this woman was trying to get these people. That's the one I'm fun. Swim around your boat. Yeah, yeah. So it can happen. That's what she was trying to protect them from. And I appreciate that. So where did you get this fucking idea to freeze it? I don't know. I'm a science person. I just kind of figured the turkey base there. Uh, I think when she told me this story, my mind went to what other scenarios were available. But okay, so what's her story? Did she ever sees this, she's gonna be like, she knows who she is. All right, so I was outside this bank crawl, and this woman rose me over and asked me like about, I don't know, maybe she got on something talking about getting blown. Anyway, the only thing she gave me a ton of money. So I was like, oh, I don't have to worry about her getting blown. She's like, you better be careful. I'm like, what do you mean? She's like, I've had friends who just quote unquote love guy and keep the big seed in their mouth when it's not looking. They shove it up inside themselves to try to get them pregnant. And I was like, what? Oh, and then I thought, what's fucking thing? Anyway, and then I thought to myself, what kind of fucking friends do you have? And that's possible that it works. Would you freeze it in a house with a freezer? And then turkey base. I don't know. I think I'm like just mixing things up. But like, how else would it be like that? Black turkey base. I don't know. Man, that story sucked. Yeah. What do you think Congress do? But I tell them everything. They just overanalyze. Does it correct? I've only known. I even know the person. I've only ever seen it experienced. Well, I saw people online really, really bad. But and I've seen somebody have it, and it's really, really difficult to do. As I previously said, we can find your secrets. Just that's the first thing that you want to talk about. Anyway, if you're gonna sleep, sleep. It really stop. 8 raised over $10 million. Really? They're like, oh, Canada in the street. I don't believe any of the fucking figures that are on the website. Really? No. And I can't believe it's allowed. It seems like it's, I don't know, like a major legal issue. Like, we're just gonna have these websites fucking lie to you. Like, oh yeah, we got 63 viewers. And then I'm just like, spam, and nobody says anything. Look at this Medicine. What the fuck? Hey, is that the end of your story? Oh, Taik, just was working. What are your thoughts on church? Everybody fucking hates you. Everybody fucking thinks you think he's good. Really? He's consistent. Which fucking house? He's got like 1,000 years. Who's your favorite toast host? Who's the best? I think George Knapp's even better. So we go George Knapp, and like people go, oh, I know better. I like her. Yeah. George Knapp was, he brought almost single-handedly seriousness to the world of what else? Then, who's after? I don't remember all the people who did it. Although, John D. loves